Chapter 1, Lottery System. See Circle Calendar 1520, the year before Luffy went to sea. Next to East Blue Log Town. On an unknown island. A huge fragmented pirate ship overturned on the shore, and the flags and cargo on it were still clearly visible, but it was as if it had experienced a big storm. The cargo was scattered on the pirate ship in a mess. There was no one on the pirate ship. Living people are full of eerie atmosphere at night. At noon the next day, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky had just cleared after a storm. On the beach by the coast, a thin boy was being washed mercilessly by the sea. I don't know when he was washed up here, and the tips of his fingers had begun to turn white from the sea water. With a soft cough, the boy on the shore opened his eyes gently. Looking at the surrounding sea, Wang Bufan realized that he had crossed it. Wang Bufan is a 21st-century college student. He spends his days studying, reading novels and playing games every day, looking for part-time jobs. After playing the League all night last night, he fell asleep in front of the computer. After waking up, he found himself in this place. He pinched his forearm and found that he didn't feel any pain, so he knew it was not in a dream. Wang Bufan, who has read too many traversing novels, knows that he is traversing in all likelihood. Looking at the surrounding environment, except for a huge ship that fell on the beach, there was endless sea water beating the coast. There was no trace of anyone. The hull was well maintained. It can be seen that the previous owner of this ship, the ship cherishes it. Wang Bufan shook his head, sorted out his thoughts, and walked towards the huge ship. Now the only way out is to study where he is. The answer must be in this ship. Climbing on the hull, Wang Bufan found a huge pirate flag flying in the air, with a huge skull painted on it. There are two long swords beside the skull. The whole pattern is full of haki, as if to the world. Claiming hegemony. Even if Wang Bufan has seen a lot of things, he can feel the shock from the heart. Is this the pirate flag? Wang Bufan asked in his heart, and then walked towards the ship's control room, wanting to explore further. Open the door of the control room, there is no one inside. There are a few boxes that have been knocked open on the ground. The gold and jewelry inside are scattered all over the floor due to the huge impact. A box made of gold is fixed on the stone platform next to it. On the left side of the box there is a book like a sailing diary. Wang Bufan glanced at the jewelry on the ground and took a deep breath. As a poor college student in the 21st century, Wang Bufan has never seen so many gold jewelry. But this is not the time to get these jewels, life is still important. Wang Bufan looked at Jin reluctantly and walked to the stone platform. After walking in, he found that the one on the left was a logbook in Japanese. Although he had never studied Japanese, Wang Bufan could not understand the words in the book for some reason. It may be the ability granted by passing through. Subsequently, Wang Bufan opened the logbook and read it carefully. Inside the log is the sailing experience of a captain of the skeleton pirate group, dated 1520 in the Sea Circle calendar. It turns out that this skeleton pirate group is a medium-sized pirate group. They found a devil fruit on a mysterious island next to East Blue Log Town half a month ago. Unfortunately, they have not waited for the captain to eat devil fruit. When I went down, I found myself being watched by Marine. It must be because I saw too many people when I got devil fruit. Some people who wanted to make a fortune told Marine about this. Then Captain Skeleton led the pirates on the ship and Marine to retreat. Don't look at Marine's indifference to these pirates. At a critical moment, you can still see the huge gap with Marine. It's not a few hours before the ship. The pirate was almost killed by Marine. Captain Skeleton saw the death of his brothers who had been with him for many years, and there was no hope to escape, so he drove the pirate ship into the tornado far away. After that, there was no record in the voyage diary. It must have been the captain who died in the tornado with his remaining brothers in the storm. Wang Bufan feels a little sad when he reads the complete voyage diary. Sometimes people are not good or bad. Only those who stand on the side of so-called justice have the right to speak. Whoever is wrong is who they say is wrong, and whoever they say is right is right. When this matter is over, Marine can easily convict the pirate group and announce that they have successfully eliminated them and will no longer let them threaten the lives of the people of the world. The people of the world have to be grateful for the only reason. It was Marine who wanted to get the devil fruit discovered by the skeleton captain. After a few light sighs, Wang Bufan put his gaze on the box next to him. It must be the legendary devil fruit inside. He didn't expect that he had traveled to the world of One Piece, as a senior pirate fan. Seeing the sea circle calendar in 1520, it should be the year before Luffy went to sea. After thinking about the information about devil fruit, Wang Bufan opened the box in front of him and saw that there was an apple the size of an apple, but it was covered with ring-shaped blue fruits, exuding endless charm. Ding! The strongest lottery system feels the source of mysterious power and starts to activate the system's capabilities. The system has started up. Start binding host. Successfully detected host, Wang Bufan, male, 20 years old, from the 21st century Earth. If the binding is successful, the host can use the mysterious power source to get the chance to draw a lottery. Wang Bufan was shocked when he suddenly noticed the sound inside his body, especially inside this horrible pirate ship, and then quickly asked. The strongest lottery system? Who are you? Why is it in my body? I am the strongest lottery system that followed host. In the future, I will accompany host to conquer the world. Host can draw a lottery through mysterious power sources. In theory, all materials and abilities in the world can be drawn. Luck, but it can be called the strongest lottery system, which means that the things drawn must be excellent. After listening to Wang Bufan, he knew the usefulness of this system. The strongest lottery system. I really dare to say it. I have read many novels and I haven't seen the protagonists cheat. I dare to say it is the strongest. I temporarily hide it. With his own question, Wang Bufan asked again, what is the mysterious energy source that you said can draw a lottery? Chapter 2, Promise Sword. Back to the host, the mysterious energy source is in the box next to it. According to the energy contained in it, this fruit can provide the host with 2 chances to draw a lottery. After listening to Wang Bufan, he looked at the box in front of him. There was only one devil fruit lying quietly in it. He must be the mysterious energy source. Then Wang Bufan picked up devil fruit. Before he could hold his entire hand firmly, devil fruit had disappeared from his hand. The mysterious energy source has been identified and belongs to the devil fruit energy. It can provide the host with 2 chances to draw a lottery. May I ask the host to open it immediately? Turn on now. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the qualification Dan. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting Promise Kendo. Ding! Since host is holding a lottery for the first time, an additional observation haki is presented. After speaking, Wang Bufan felt something special in his body, and then he could clearly feel the situation within 100 meters of his surroundings. As soon as Wang Bufan felt it, he knew that this was the so-called observation haki. He could perceive the surroundings. Under the circumstances, it is even possible to foresee the opponent's moves in advance to avoid. He didn't have any doubts about this, he was just lamenting the power of this system, since just one sentence can make him own observation haki. Then 2 light groups appeared in his hands. In the first light group, there was a round pill exuding a comforting taste, while in the second light group was a villain dancing a sword. Every move feels full of infinite mysteries. Qualification Dan? Promise swordsmanship? What is it? Back to host, qualification pill is the world's strongest pill that can improve qualifications. As long as you eat it, even a fool can become a unique genius, which can improve host's intelligence, agility, speed, and comprehension. Wait for all qualifications. Wuji swordsmanship is a kind of ultimate swordsmanship invented by Master Wuji Sword Master Yi through the research of ancient Wuji Tao, which can hone the mind and unite the body and mind. After practicing to ultimate, you can kill people invisible with a single glance. Master Yi, the promised sword saint? Is that the Master Yi in the League of Legends? He can also get his abilities. Yes, the strongest lottery system is the most powerful lottery system in the world, as long as there is something that can be drawn, whether it is the real world or the virtual world. Then what can I choose to smoke? Wang Bufan asked excitedly after listening. Cannot. Hearing that the lottery system rejected his question so mercilessly, Wang Bufan quickly changed the subject. Can I use these two things now? Yes, the qualification pill can be eaten directly. As for the promised swordsmanship, the host has to learn gradually until the entire light group disappears, and the host can master all the promised swordsmanship. After taking a look at the qualification pill and promised swordsmanship in his hand, Wang Bufan decided to eat this qualification pill first. He listened to the lottery system to see that this qualification pill can improve his aptitude, but then it will be much easier to learn promised swordsmanship. As soon as Wang Bufan put the aptitude pill in his mouth, he felt a warmth radiating from his mouth to his whole body. After a while, his whole body was covered by a burst of soft light, and there seemed to be something on the surface of the body being discharged. Outside, the whole head feels particularly comfortable, making Wang Bufan want to get drowsy. After about half an hour, Wang Bufan woke up from a drowsy state, and then smelled a foul smell. Wang Bufan quickly checked his body and saw that his skin was covered with a layer of the dirt-like substance. Looks very disgusting, and the stench comes from here. Hurriedly ran outside and thoroughly cleaned the whole body. Host, this is the impurity in your body, that is, the substance that restricts your body. They were excreted due to the effect of the aptitude pill. Now you can check your body. It has changed drastically from before. After listening to this sentence, Wang Bufan hurriedly checked his body, and he realized that his body had changed a lot. The original thin body became stronger, and his breathing became smoother, especially his brain. When it comes to being sober like never before, there is no burden. Not bad, it seems that this aptitude pill still has some effects. I don't know how this promised swordsmanship is. You must know that Master Yi is a very powerful character. Then Wang Bufan quickly put his mind on the light group of promised swordsmanship. When Xin Shen entered the light group of promised swordsmanship, the sword dancing Master Yi stopped dancing and said to Wang Bufan, I am the promised sword master from Ionia. I was blinded by revenge. I was unable to track down the true Wuji, and then I knew that only by letting go of the thirst for blood can I pursue the true Wuji. Inheritor, to learn my promise. I hope you can remember one sentence, the sharpest sword's blade cannot match the peace of a peaceful heart. After hearing these words, Wang Bufan thought for a while, and thought about his original intention. Although he is a traverser, he has no malice in this world. He only wants to maintain the peace of this world in his own way. The world is restored to what it should be. He only asks for a clear conscience. Master Yi, I only do things to maintain the peace that I deserve, and I only ask for a clear conscience before doing things. Well, then I can rest assured, young man, always remember not to be blinded by hatred. Now I will perform my promise kendo for you once. After that, Master Yi performed the promised swordsmanship in front of Wang Bufan's eyes. The whole process was like a dancer dancing a sword, making people indulged in it physically and mentally, unable to extricate themselves. Just as Wang Bufan was immersed in the moves, Master Yi suddenly shouted, "Don't be confused by the superficial phenomenon." After a sound, Wang Bufan suddenly woke up from the immersion. At this time, I saw that Master Yi in front of him was no longer dancing swords, but was performing swordsmanship that hides murderous intent in every move. This swordsmanship has tremendous destructive power, making it difficult to understand the direction of the sword. If it weren't for Master Yi's reminder, Wang Bufan's consciousness would have been beheaded. Seeing Wang Bufan wake up successfully, Master Yi smiled with satisfaction and said, "Rus can teach you. The move you saw just now is called the sword dance. It can achieve a wide range of damage through the confusion on the surface of the sword dance. Next I want to show another stunt. Then I will ask you how you feel." Chapter 3, Learning. After speaking, Master Yi stood there still, and then saw the gusty wind around him, and began to spin around Master Yi. For an instant, Master Yi could not be seen clearly. Alpha Raid. With the voice of Master Yi's figure disappeared in place, and he arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Although Wang Bufan has improved his observation ability to ultimate through the aptitude pill, he still can't see the trajectory of Master Yi's movement. He only feels a gust of wind passing by his ears, and the whole person stands in place. Except for the underwear, all the clothes fell into pieces and fell to the ground. Wang Bufan took a deep breath. Although the consciousness was in the light group, Wang Bufan was still frightened by the speed and destructive power of this alpha raid. If it hits his body, it is estimated he is now a pile of minced meat. This is another skill of mine. It is called Alpha Assault. It mainly uses extremely fast speed and powerful control of the sword to achieve a state where the enemy can't react to it and be killed. You can use the speed when you practice ultimate. Get rid of the opponent's attack, so that the other party can't find your position, so as to achieve an invincible state. You can take the first level of the enemy generals in the army. Master Yi slowly said. Terror, this speed is terrifying. And this kind of control over the sword is really fine, it can only tear the clothes without hurting the skin. Sword dance, Alpha Raid is my to promise swordsmanship. If you want to learn, remember to keep a calm heart. If you want to learn these two swordsmanships, you must first achieve the integration of human and sword. Only then can it be successfully displayed. Next, I will teach you the unity of human and sword. The unity of human and sword is divided into three realms. Human sword, reaching this state can easily cut steel. Heart sword, reaching this state can easily cut haki. The human sword is one, you can turn into a sword when you reach this state, and you can cut off the famous swords in the world. You are optimistic, everything in the world can be a sword, don't be bound by a sword. After that, Master Yi picked up a branch next to him and began to unfold the human and sword into one. Under the control of Master Yi, a layer of looming sword aura was attached to the entire branch. Under the attack of this layer of sword aura, cutting steel was like cutting paper, and the cut is smooth without a trace of flaws. At the highest level, the air in front of Wang Bufan's eyes was as if it was cut, with a large opening, and it was immediately repaired again. Does the human and the sword become one? Everything in the world can be a sword. To repair a sword is to cultivate a person is a sword, and a sword is a person. Master Yi, I understand. Divine consciousness withdrew from the light group of promise swordsmanship, and Master Yi disappeared in front of them, and ran into Wang Bufan's mind. As long as the mind moved, Master Yi could see Master Yi's swordsmanship. Knowing the practice method of combining humans and swords, Wang Bufan started his own sword training on the unknown island. Without a sword, he held a branch to practice. I don't know if it's because of the aptitude pill or the infinite swordsmanship. Wang Bufan is right. The feeling of using the sword is like a volcanic eruption, but within half a month, it has reached the human sword state in the human sword integration state, and the sword energy on the branches can be easily used to cut the steel. 1 month later, Wang Bufan reached the state of heart sword in the unity of human and sword through continuous learning and comprehension, and was able to use the sword energy on the branches to cut through the sea tens of meters long. If you use a real sword, you can cut haki. In the pirate world, there are only a handful of people who can cut haki. 1.5 months later, Wang Bufan cultivated the heart sword state to the highest level, and began continuous practice on the coast. The sword gas attached to the branches continued to hit the sea on the shore like a cannonball. The sea was rising all over the place for a time, within 100 meters. There is no living thing in the sea inside. The huge bombardment can be easily heard within a few hundred meters. While Wang Bufan was frantically practicing his heart sword skills. On the distant sea, a small boat drifted with the wind on the sea. It seemed that there was no track, but the direction of the boat's movement had not changed. Sitting on it was an eagle-eyed man with a captain's hat. Wearing a black outfit, carrying a large black long knife on his back. Suddenly, the man opened his resting eyes, as if he felt something incredible, and looked towards the Wang Bufan Island. Dracul Mihawk, known as the Eagle Eye, is the greatest swordsman in the world, and is hailed as the world's largest swordsman by the people of the world. He just came out of Windmill Village. The purpose of this visit was to take a look at the boy that Redhead saved many years ago. He wanted to know what kind of boy it was that could make Redhead lose an arm as a bet and put Roger's straw hat. It was also given to the boy. The boy was Luffy. After the red hair observed from a distance, he found out what is special about this boy. He secretly admired him and left the Windmill Village by boat. This time his goal has been achieved, and he wants to go back quickly. He just became 7 warlords of the sea and he still has a lot to deal with. Just passing by the last island, he discovered the huge sound coming from afar and the sword intent hidden in the sea. As the world's top swordsman, his understanding of sword intent is really too deep. He didn't expect East Blue except Kojiro, Zoro's master. Besides, there can be a strong sword intent as this second, presumably this is also an inextricable kendo master. Heart Sword Dachin's sword intent. A powerful hidden swordsman. Not bad, not bad. What Hawkeye usually likes most is to fight against various powerful characters, especially powerful swordsmen, so that he can continuously improve his swordsmanship in battle, and he does not know how many challenges he has challenged to become a world-class swordsman. People. It can be said that glory and challenge coexist. I hope you can do more with me. You have to know that my black knife hasn't fought for a long time. This East Blue has been too quiet since Roger died. But the redhead bet has been placed. It seems East Blue will not be calm in the future. Heideo Yi, one of the top knives in the world of One Piece, belongs to the 12 knives of the Supreme Big Knives. Since Eagle Eye came to him, he has followed Eagle Eye to become famous in the world, and the knife has endless honor. Become the famous knife that countless people want to get. Hawkeye gently stroked the black knife on his back. Old man, we are going to fight together again. I really look forward to the scene of fighting with you. After that, Hawkeye drove the boat towards the island where Wang Bufan was located. Chapter 4, Draw. At this time, Wang Bufan was continuing to practice the skills of the heart sword on the unnamed island. He has been able to touch the highest level of the unity of human and sword. Just about to make another shot, Wang Bufan felt through his domineering attitude that someone was coming by a boat on the sea 100 meters away. This was the first time he saw a person in One Piece world in a month and a half. Wang Bufan quickly put down his branches and walked to the shore. I want to see what the person looks like. A small boat came on the sea and watched the boat sway, but the speed of the boat was very fast. Standing on it was a tall man, dressed strangely, and carrying a large black knife on his back. Wang Bufan was stunned when he saw the man in front of him. Why is this man so familiar? A small boat? A man with a black knife and a hat like the king in a playing card. Is it Hawkeye? The legendary world's largest swordsman. When the boat approached the shore, Wang Bufan knew that the man in front of him was the legendary Eagle Eye Mihawk. Only he dared to drive a small boat alone on the dangerous sea, because he had enough strength to deal with it. Various emergencies. Because he is the world's largest swordsman Hawkeye. He has friendship with the most famous pirates in the world. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, has the dual background of pirates and world government. With the Supreme Great Knives 12 workers on his back black knife a single knife can destroy the entire pirate group. Watching Eagle Eye disembark and walk to the shore, Wang Bufan had a hard time making a decision. With his current strength of heart sword Dachin, he couldn't compete with such a world-class swordsman as Eagle Eye. I hope Eagle Eye has no other thoughts. After Hawkeye got off the boat, he saw a childlike person standing on the shore holding a wooden stick. For 100 years, the sword spirit remaining on the wooden stick knew that the man in front of him was the man in front of him, but he was a bit too young. Sword himself was almost 26 years old when he reached the heart sword mastery. Even at this age, it was the lowest age in the world to reach the heart sword state at that time. And the man in front of him is around 20 years old at most. It seems that East Blue is really hidden. Young swordsman, my name is Hawkeye. Please tell me your name. I want to fight you evenly. Although he saw that the person in front of him was only 20 years old, Hawkeye did not mind too much. He had defeated too many so-called kendo wizards in his life, and each of them had achieved success in one aspect, but they all lost after the battle. The realm of Hawkeye has already reached the realm of heart sword unity, but he has always only competed with others at the same level. It is a shame to defeat other swordsmen with strength beyond others' level. To defeat it, you must completely defeat it at the same level. Wang Bufan saw Hawkeye only to compete with himself, and only to compete with him at the same level, so he was relieved. Hello, Senior Eagle Eye, my name is Wang Bufan, I am very happy to learn from you. Afterwards, Wang Bufan picked up the branches in front of him, filled the branches with sword energy, as if he was about to fight. Wang Bufan, don't you have a sword? No. The master said that I am not allowed to use the sword if I have not reached the realm of human sword integration. That will only make me rely on the sharpness of the sword, and be bound by foreign objects, and forget the most important thing about swordsmanship. Hawkeye was surprised when he heard these words. His original master said the same thing as himself, hoping that he would not be bound by foreign objects. The most important thing in swordsmanship is the heart, not the sharpness of the sword. What's your master's name? Where is he? Hawkeye asked hurriedly. Master of Promise Sword Saint Yi, he has gone to travel around the world now, and the master said he wants to cultivate his mind now. Wang Bufan heard Hawkeye asking his master, and quickly made up a reason to fool it. Anyway, he couldn't find it. Arrive. Master Promise Sword Saint Yi, has he reached the realm of cultivating the heart? My master has also gone to cultivating the heart. I hope I will have the opportunity to ask him about swordsmanship in the future. Young swordsman, since you use a wooden stick, I also use a wooden stick to fight you evenly. Then Hawkeye found a wooden stick and started to confront Wang Bufan. As a senior, he didn't have the need to make a move first. Senior Eagle Eye, pay attention. Wang Bufan slowly raised the wooden stick, and then rushed to Eagle Eye with a loud shout. The economic realm of Xinjiang Dachin burst out instantly, and the wooden stick in his hand was like a shell out. He slashed at the Eagle Eye like a sharp blade. Sure enough, the heart sword is a great achievement, but when the state is reached, the physical fitness can't keep up. If you can improve the overall physical fitness, you can easily reach the realm of human and sword integration. Then Hawkeye took the attack from Wang Bufan with a wooden stick of his own heart sword. Wang Bufan saw that Hawkeye took his attack so easily, and immediately became unwilling. He wanted to prove that he was no worse than anyone, and then yelled again. The real test only begins now. In the next moment, Wang Bufan increased the speed and frequency of his attacks. Hawkeye did not dare to neglect, and quickly picked up the wooden stick and confronted Wang Bufan. For a time, the sword spirit flew in the sky and the trees on the coast collapsed. Layers of waves were stirred up across the sea. The war lasted for half an hour, and the entire coast had become a mess, and Eagle Eye and Wang Bufan stood opposite each other. Hawkeye was very shocked. Although the physical fitness of the young swordsman in front of him was completely inferior to him, he admired him very much with that kind of perseverance, and he relied on that kind of perseverance to fight him until now, even this young man. The swordsman's understanding of the heart sword can feel the gradual improvement, and it has already faintly surpassed him. If he uses the trick now, Hawkeye has the possibility of victory, but I don't know if the young swordsman on the opposite side has a whole card, and Hawkeye cancels this mind. You must know that after the trick is used up, he will be weak for a period of time. He is in this troubled autumn. But I don't want to let my strength drop. Young swordsman, I admire your perseverance and your understanding of Kendo very much. We are a tie this time, and we must have a good discussion when we see you next time. Wang Bufan heard Hawkeye's proposal to tie the hand and agreed without saying too much. You must know that the man in front of you hit the realm against himself. If he gets upset, he won't cut himself with a single knife after he restores the realm. What? Senior Eagle Eye, can you see if you use black knife yet to launch the strongest attack in the realm of human and sword integration? The strongest blow, okay. Then Hawkeye picked up his own black knife yet, and launched his strongest blow to the far away still betraying you. Chapter 5, Encounter. When the Eagle Eye launched the strongest blow towards the distant sea, a crack stretching for several kilometers appeared on the whole sea surface. The reefs on the seabed could be seen in the depth. The knife process is as smooth as water, without a trace of procrastination. When Wang Bufan saw the whole process of cutting the knife and splitting the sea water, he stayed in place, and there was a looming feeling in his mind, as if he was about to break through the heart sword and reach the realm of human sword integration. Hawkeye my hawk saw Wang Bufan standing on the spot and began to comprehend his strongest move, and took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the man in front of him had such a strong comprehension ability, and he could enter the Dharma with just a glance. The state of enlightenment, I must be able to gain the perception of the unity of human sword after coming out, but the physical fitness of this young swordsman is much worse, and he can't display the unity of human sword. The realm of human and sword integration requires the sword holder to use his own understanding of what he sees to reach a realm that is completely consistent with swordsmanship. At the same time, it requires the cooperation of the sword holder's physical fitness. But now Wang Bufan has just crossed over and his physical fitness is still too poor. Although he has taken the aptitude pill, it only changes his own aptitude, and does not make his physical fitness stronger. He has to rely on future studies. After a stick of incense, seeing Wang Bufan still in a state of concentration, Hawkeye sighed and shook his head before sailing away from the island in front of him. Red Hair pirates in other waters beyond East Blue. The Red Hair is looking at the latest newspaper. 7 Warlords of the Sea has been canonized. This will be world government's whole card. At least these Shishibukai will not face the world government on the surface, but the world government will deal with them. The 4 emperors are also much simpler. It seems that the world will not be peaceful anymore. Afterwards, he glanced at the direction of East Blue Windmill Village, touched his empty sleeves, and showed a smile that was incomprehensible to outsiders. A new era? I'm ready to, Luffy, don't let me down. Blue 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 blue. The phone worm next to him suddenly rang, and the Red Hair immediately picked up the phone worm. Red Hair, is that you? An eagle-eyed voice came from the phone bug. Hawkeye? Why are you, what's the matter if you call me? Red Hair, I've been to East Blue to meet your bet, a very good young man, your vision is still very accurate. Of course, you can tell me about people? My red-haired eyes didn't miss people. I just put down the phone if nothing happened. You know that the world government moves too much now, the Red Hair said with a slight pride. No, I didn't want to tell you about this. I was tied with a 21-year-old swordsman today at the Heart Sword Realm. He saw my strongest blow and entered the state of concentration. After he came out, he would reach the human sword. The realm of unity. The Red Hair was still complacent, but he rarely heard Hawkeye's praise. When he heard that a 21-year-old swordsman was able to make a tie with Hawkeye, although he was in the same realm as the Ishin sword, Hawkeye was a person who has already become the world's #1 swordsman. Has the strongest understanding of the heart sword realm in the world. Redhead stood up immediately in shock. What are you talking about, a 21-year-old swordsman drew you at the heart sword realm. Don't tease me, did you let him? No, red hair, you know, I will do my best when I shoot. And the most important thing is that the young swordsman is about to enter the realm of human sword integration, although his physical fitness is not good, but as long as he understands the human sword, the main point of unity, physical fitness can be improved immediately. A 21-year-old man who is a master of the sword integration realm? If I remember correctly, you are already 30 years old at this realm. Terrible, really terrible. By the way, his name is Wang Bufan, and he is also from East Blue. It seems that East Blue is going to be lively this time. After Hawkeye finished speaking, he put down the phone. The red-haired Shanks was shocked when he heard that a kendo master also appeared in East Blue. It seems that this world is really going to be lively. I don't know whose bet this Wang Bufan is. Although East Blue has been called the weakest sea area in these years, it is just an illusion that people see. There has been a larger layout in East Blue, and the person named Wang Bufan who appears now will be a big change. After half an hour, Wang Bufan recovered from the state of meditation. This time he has gained a lot. He has begun to comprehend the realm of the unity of humans and swords, but after comprehending he has discovered the weakness of his body. His body is still too weak, and he is completely unable to display the strength it should have in this realm. It seems that I will find a place to cultivate my body in the future. After sorting out his own gains, Wang Bufan found that the eagle eye in front of him had already left. Without much thought, Eagle Eye has always been an independent person, who can understand everything he does. If you encounter Hawkeye again in the future, you must pay back this affection. Then Wang Bufan came to the woods on the island to catch a few hares, and then returned to the beach to start a seaside barbecue. For so many days, he lived on the wild animals on these islands, and he hadn't eaten for a long time. Well, my stomach is groaning a long time ago. Half an hour later, Wang Bufan hugged a fat roasted hare and started eating. Not to mention, the hare on this island is delicious. Coupled with several aromatic herbs, it tastes much better than the rabbits I used to eat in restaurants. While Wang Bufan was eating the roasted hare happily, a fleet appeared on the distant sea with a flag hanging on it. The pattern was an inverted marine group that was pierced by a skull and a sword. When Wang Bufan saw this pattern, he knew it was the world-famous Neo Marine. Neo Marine, established by Zephyr, the former highest combat power in the world, Admiral of Headquarters. When Zephyr was 42 years old, his family was killed by a pirate. Later he wanted to leave Marine and was forced to stay as an instructor by the world government. He has taught Aokiji and Akainu, Kizaru and other current Marine Admiral. At the age of 65, the trainee ship led by Edward Wayabul, Whitebeard's son, was attacked, and all his beloved students were killed except for Ain and Bins. The right arm also suffered severe trauma. The Black Zephyr hated the pirates all his life. He has been teaching Admiral's successor who can fight the pirates in the Marine unit. A few years ago, he heard that the government had designated multiple pirates as 7 warlords of the sea. These pirates enjoyed it. Power given by the government. Later, he had great doubts about the world government. Angrily quit Marine and led his students to establish Neo Marine with the purpose of destroying pirates all over the world. Chapter 6, Black Arm Zephyr. And this time Neo Marine came to East Blue for the purpose of destroying the skeleton pirates on the East Blue side. They received news that the skeleton pirates did nothing in East Blue, and often left the heads of the people they killed. Skeleton. Recently, the head of the skeleton pirates group got a devil fruit. If you eat it, you can lead the skeleton pirate group to become a large-scale pirate group in East Blue. It will be even more difficult to deal with them at that time. Neo Marine, who was sailing on the East Blue side, immediately rushed to the island where the skeleton pirates were located at the time. Before the captain had eaten devil fruit, they fought a battle with the skeleton pirates, and finally forced the skeleton pirates. The regiment leader drove the pirate ship into the tornado. They searched all the nearby islands and found the location of the pirate ship in the past 2 months. From far away, they can see the pirate ship roll over on the coast, and there is this skull and 2 on it. The banner of the knife. Report to Captain Zephyr that a skeleton pirate ship was found on the shore of the island ahead. It appears to have been swept here by a tornado, but no one is moving on it. On the Neo-Marine main ship, Black Arm Zephyr gently stroked the huge iron wall smasher with sea stone in his right hand. Standing next to him stood Binz and Anne, 2 of his most proud of the last time the trainee ship was attacked. Student. It has been a while since the world government banned multiple pirates as 7 warlords of the sea. The Black Arm Zephyr also completely lost hope for the marine government. The students Marine 3 Admiral who taught at the time were also afraid to say more because of their limited power. This is 5 elders' decision, and no one can change it. Their soldiers can only listen. He can only form a marine unit by himself to continue the crusade against the pirates and continue to carry out the justice in his heart, but it is still very difficult to defeat Edward Waybull, Whitebeard's son, and he can only slowly increase his strength, hope in the future. He will be able to give him an important blow at an important moment, and be able to avenge his students. No one is moving. Don't take it lightly, know that the pirates are very cunning. Binz, Anne, go to the island with me to see. If we get this devil fruit, we will be able to strengthen our strength again, and then the chances of fighting for those of you who died will be even greater. Sadness appeared on Zephyr's face. When he was young, he did not protect his family well, and when he was old, he did not protect his students well. Zephyr has been ashamed for many years because of this. In addition to his old age and physical frailty, he is no longer the one he used to fight for the championship. The Black Arm Zephyr of the entire pirate group is gone. Captain, pay attention to your body, leave the revenge to us. In the future, we will definitely be revenged by the younger brothers and sisters. Binz reminded me that due to the hatred in my heart and the inaction of the world government over the years, Black Arm Zephyr he was exhausted physically and mentally, and he was no longer the Marine Admiral who was able to play against the 4 emperors alone. Zephyr waved his hand to indicate that his body was okay, and then led the 2 to the shore where the skeleton pirate ship was located. As soon as Zephyr turned on the color domineering, he knew that there were no other pirates on the pirate ship, not even a corpse, but there was a person behind the pirate ship who was eating. Interesting, I didn't expect that there is an interesting young man who will still observation hacky, but I am sorry if it is a pirate. Wang Bufan, who was eating roasted hare at the back of the pirate ship, knew how many people were on board the moment the pirate ship entered observation hacky, and then felt locked in by a breath. Is the observation hacky stronger than me? It's not easy to come here, but I don't need to be afraid of them with my current strength. No one is afraid of them except Black Arm Zephyr. Realizing that he had been locked, Wang Bufan did not continue to avoid him. He knew that avoiding would only make people suspicious, and Zephyr only hated the pirates all his life. He was very reasonable to other people, or he could not teach so much. General Marine. After a while, Zephyr led the 2 students to Wang Bufan, and the other Neo-Marine searched for the pirate ship, hoping to find the devil fruit. Who are you and why are you here? Zephyr asked slowly. My lord, my name is Wang Bufan. I am a swordsman. I was blown to this island by a tornado more than a month ago. The ship was destroyed by a big wave. I have been on this island for a long time. Wang Bufan edited. I want to clarify my origins for this reason. Swordsman? Have you ever seen the people on the pirate ship next to you? No, when I found out that the pirate group was narrating that there was no one on the ship, but there were a lot of supplies on it. These days, I have to rely on these supplies to survive until now. When Wang Bufan finished saying this, a Neo-Marine officer next to Zephyr holding an empty box and a logbook came to Zephyr. Captain Zephyr, I only found this empty box, and in this logbook, the other gold jewels have not been moved, scattered in the control room. Zephyr took a quick look at the logbook in front of him. It contained the personal experience of the skeleton pirate ship captain, which was similar to what he knew. Then he carefully felt the remnants of the empty box and found that it had once contained devil fruit, but now devil fruit doesn't know where it went. Wang Bufan, have you seen the contents of this box? No, when I went in to check, I only saw this empty box and this log book, but didn't see anything else in it. Wang Bufan replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Oh, is it so? After saying this, Black Arm Zephyr suddenly raised his right hand and shot a few sea stone bullets in the direction of Wang Bufan. This is a sea stone bullet specially created for him by marine scientists, which can scare those demon fruit power, as long as it is demon. The fruit power is definitely not available. If it weren't for devil fruit, he would only be slightly injured, so that's it. Wang Bufan was shocked when he saw Zephyr launch an attack suddenly, and then quickly picked up the wooden stick on the ground and attached the sword energy to the flying sea stone bullets. Wang Bufan's sticks seemed to be thrown around, but every sea stone bullet that flew could be hit back the same way, flying faster in the direction of Black Arm Zephyr. Since Zephyr wanted to test himself, did he eat devil fruit? Then he was even more shocked. Chapter 7, Admission. Zephyr saw that the person in front of him was not only not afraid of sea stone, but he was able to use a wooden stick to hit his sea stone bullets back at a higher speed. The sword energy attached to the sea stone made Zephyr instantly interested in learning. Aren't you afraid of your own sea stone bullets? It seems that he didn't take the devil fruit in the box. Is he able to master the realm of the heart sword at such a young age? Kizaru has just touched the realm of the heart sword at this age. Look. It's not easy to come to this young swordsman. After recovering all the sea stone bullets, Zephyr shouted, "Young swordsman, take my last move. Smash the tornado." Zephyr suddenly raised the pulverizer in his right hand, then hit the ground fiercely with the pulverizer, and saw that the entire ground began to crack, and the cracks spread in all directions. The biggest crack spreads in the direction of Wang Bufan at a very fast speed. It contains huge energy, which seems to be able to destroy everything. Seeing that the master actually used this trick, Bins and An quickly used the devil fruit ability to get out of the crack range. You must know that this is one of Zephyr's famous stunts. Every crack contains huge destructive power. The bigger the crack, the greater the power you have. Zephyr once smashed a small island with one punch and made the island disappear to sea level. Seeing the huge crack in front of him rapidly spreading towards him, Wang Bufan felt the huge energy contained in it, and after a silent curse in his heart, he immediately prepared, and displayed the realm of human and sword integration that he had just realized. Although his physique is not enough to display all the human swords in one, he has been able to cover his own feelings in the sword aura. It can also give the heart sword realm the power of the human sword in a short time. Afterwards, the huge crack collided with the sword gas attached to the Wang Bufan stick, and there was a huge sound, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. For a while, the smoke and dust filled the trees, and the trees within a radius of tens of meters were shattered by the huge impact. Other Neo-Marine nervously watched the smoke and dust in front of them, wanting to know the situation inside. Zephyr was immersed in the shock of the sword aura just now. He clearly felt the power of the realm of human sword integration in that sword aura. Although there was only a trace, it was still very clear, and the feeling was very strange. Is it really the oneness of human and sword? Who is this swordsman who was taught by a disciple, and his understanding of swordsmanship can reach such a high level? If it is not for his poor physical fitness, he does not support him to use a complete human and sword. He is now estimated to be able to fight with me without losing the wind. Thinking of this, Zephyr suddenly had an idea. Why didn't he accept the young swordsman in front of him as his apprentice? You must know that he has been an instructor for so many years. As long as you learn Marine 6 styles, then this swordsman named Wang Bufan can easily display the realm of human sword integration. Then learn how to attach armament haki to weapons. Black Arm Zephyr seems to have seen a scene where a world-class swordsman is about to be born, and his desire to accept Wang Bufan as a disciple is even more serious. At this moment, the smoke in the distance gradually dissipated, revealing the figure inside. Wang Bufan was still standing on the ground with a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. There was a huge deep pit in front of the body, which seemed to be scorched, and it continued to smoke. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wang Bufan smiled awkwardly. It seems that it is still not able to exert the power of the unity of humans and swords. Then he threw down the stick and bid farewell to Zephyr, turned around to leave here, and he wanted to continue to practice human sword integration. As for Zephyr to continue to attack him, he is not afraid at all. As a duel between masters, Black Arm Zephyr said that it was the last blow and would not continue to attack. This is something I trust Wang Bufan. Zephyr, who was thinking about accepting Wang Bufan as his apprentice, was shocked when he saw Wang Bufan's mouth was bleeding a little, but then Wang Bufan wanted to leave and he was shocked. How could he accept his apprentice after he left? Then he hurried to catch up. Little brother, don't leave. I don't know where you learned from. I was reckless just now. I apologize to you here. Wang Bufan, who was leaving, heard Zephyr chasing after him, and stopped. He still respects this kind of justice. My master's name is Master Promise Sword Saint Yi. He has traveled all over the world and wants to hone his heart through worldly things. In order to achieve a higher goal, he will talk to me before he leaves if he is destined. When I meet, I don't know when I can see him. Wang Bufan said all of his master's whereabouts at once, preventing Zephyr from continuing to ask his master's whereabouts. Oh? Master Promise Sword Saint Yi? Wandering around the quartet and practicing mental state? It seems that he is also a world's top hidden great swordsman. Zephyr was surprised by this master. Then I returned to the subject of accepting apprentices. I don't know if your master taught you physical skills? I think your physical fitness needs to be improved. Now you can't fully display all the realm of heart and sword unity. Your body will limit your swordsmanship improvement. When Black Arm Zephyr asked about his physical skills, Wang Bufan answered him honestly. No one taught me physical skills, my master only taught me swordsmanship, and then left me to travel around the world. Zephyr was immediately overjoyed when he heard that no one had taught Wang Bufan physical skills. This was an opportunity for him. As long as he could use Marine 6 styles as a bait to attract, he would not be afraid that the man in front of him would not be his apprentice. I wonder if you have heard of the world's most powerful physique Marine 6 styles. As long as you can learn it, I guarantee that you can break through the realm of human and sword integration, and even reach a higher realm. Marine 6 styles can be divided into finger pistol, shave, iron body, tempest kick, moonwalk, and paper arts. Specially created for the characteristics of stimulating the human body, unique to the legendary Marine, the physical skills that can greatly improve physical fitness. Wang Bufan asked rhetorically. Yes. It's this Marine 6 styles, as long as you learn it, you can fully control the realm of human sword integration. Marine 6 styles is really powerful, but I didn't have the chance to get in touch with it. And I don't want to join Marine. The current world government is no longer the original world government. I still rely on my own efforts to improve my strength. Chapter 8, Apprenticeship. Hearing that Wang Bufan didn't want to participate in Marine, the reason turned out to be the inaction of the world government. Zephyr felt like he had found a confidant in his heart. When he left Marine, he was very dissatisfied with the actions of the world government. You must know that the reason why he was able to stay in Marine before was to teach more outstanding soldiers from Marine so that they could go to battle and kill the enemy in the future. Killing all the pirates in the world, so that the people of the world will not live in the fear of the pirates, it can be regarded as a kind of promise to his dead family. But then the world government even dull-headed canonized the pirates as 7 warlords of the sea, and many of them were murderous pirates full of blood from the people of the world. Zephyr was very uncomprehending, and then led his students to leave Marine. This Neo-Marine was formed and was no longer under the jurisdiction of the world government, hoping to eliminate the pirates on its own. This young swordsman is so suitable to be his apprentice. Black Arm Zephyr exclaimed inwardly. Young man, I appreciate your attitude very much. As a man, you have to be able to understand the right and wrong. World government is no longer the previous world government. My name is Blackarm Zephyr, one of the previous generations of Admiral of Headquarters. But now I have quit Marine. I have formed this Neo-Marine that specializes in dealing with pirates. Wang Bufan was surprised to hear that Zephyr is the original Admiral of Headquarters. The original Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr? Marine Admiral from the same era as Roger One Piece and Iron Fist Garp. Seeing Wang Bufan's interest, Zephyr hurriedly hit the iron while it was hot. As long as the young swordsman was interested, he would not be afraid that he would not take the bait. Then I will be my apprentice obediently. Yes, I am the Admiral of Headquarters of that era. I have made a significant contribution to the capture of One Piece Roger. That is also the proudest thing in my life. Now Marine Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are all my former students. I taught all their Marine 6 styles. As long as you can worship me as a teacher, I guarantee that you can greatly improve your physical fitness. When you use the heart and sword, you will be handy. It seems that you still don't know armament haki. Then I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bufan understood the true purpose of the Blackarm Zephyr in front of him. He said so much to make himself worship him as a teacher. It seems that his comprehension of Kendo has moved Zephyr in front of him. After that, I thought about it carefully. Now that I just crossed here and I don't know where to go, it's better to worship this Blackarm Zephyr as a teacher. It's not bad to learn Marine 6 styles to make yourself stronger, and also to learn armament by the way. Haki, armament haki is still very strong. When you attach your haki and sword energy to the sword, you can increase the power to a higher level. And now if you want to continue to open the strongest lottery system, you must first find devil fruit. It must be intact and uneaten. The probability of finding this kind of devil fruit in pirate hands will be much higher. Follow Neo-Marine. Then you can provide yourself with a good opportunity to find devil fruit. After thinking about this, Wang Bufan bowed to Blackarm Zephyr. Disciple Wang Bufan meets teacher Blackarm Zephyr. Okay, you will be my last apprentice of Zephyr, Zephyr said excitedly after seeing Wang Bufan agree to worship himself as a teacher. Come, let me introduce your brothers and sisters to you, they are also the main force of our Neo-Marine. Bins, possessed by the lush fruit, can use his own ability to make the surrounding plants grow rapidly. He can control these plants to attack or defend. He is a very suitable person for fighting on the island. An, the fruit of backwardness is possessed. One touch can regress everything touched by 12 years, and those less than 12 years will disappear directly into the world. Touching multiple times can increase the backward time. Owning this fruit, it is equivalent to being able to be young forever. After hearing Zephyr's introduction, Wang Bufan began to introduce himself to them. My name is Wang Bufan. I come from a small village in East Blue. I am now a swordsman with great heart and sword. I have just realized observation haki. Yes, I have realized observation haki alone. I am worthy of my Blackarm Zephyr apprentice. I ordered all Neo-Marine to disembark and station here. I want to celebrate. After speaking, Zephyr led Wang Bufan to the open space in the distance and began to ask Wang Bufan how much he knew about Marine 6 styles. Going back to the master, I only know that Marine 6 styles can be divided into 6 styles: finger pistol, shaving, iron body, tempest kick, moonwalk, and paper arts. The potential of being is one of Marine's physical skills that Marine does not spread. Yes, it seems that you still know the basic Marine 6 styles, but those are just the most basic Marine 6 styles moves. Each of their moves has a special meaning and can provide different training programs for different parts of the human body. The first formula, shave, step on the ground dozens of times with both feet in an instant, use the explosive force generated by the reaction force to move quickly, and practice until ultimate can't see the trajectory of the movement with the naked eye. Can greatly increase the attack speed. The second formula, iron body through repeated training to accelerate the blood flow speed of the blood in the body, increase the speed of the muscles, and then infuse the strength into the exercised lean body, so that it can have the power of iron. Even no bullets or guns can penetrate your body. It is a defensive skill. The third formula, finger pistol. Gather the power of the whole body on the index finger, and then use the hardened index finger to release a blow between the electric flints. The fingertip will have a bullet-like attack power and can easily penetrate the human body. The fourth type, Tempest Kick. Use a super high-speed kick to turn the front air into a blade-like weapon for slashing, which can cause huge damage to the person in front of it, and has a strong destructive power. Fifth formula, Moonwalk is an upgraded version of the shaved movement technique, a footwork that can jump in the air. After training, it can compress the air under the feet in the air and change the trajectory of one's movement in advance without leaving dead ends. Attack in the air. The sixth formula, Paper Arts. After practicing, you can unload your whole body's power. Through the analysis of the changes in the airflow generated by the opponent's movements, you can easily change your own form, and easily avoid attacks towards yourself at the moment of the moment. It is a physical technique that corresponds to the iron body, which can dodge unmatched attacks. Chapter 9, Marine 6 Styles. After introducing the basic techniques of Marine 6 Styles, Zephyr decided to go forward and demonstrate it himself. Let his apprentice be more familiar with the power of Marine 6 Styles. Wang Bufan stood motionless by the side, and began to concentrate on watching Black Arm Zephyr show every move of Marine 6 Styles. Bufan, I'm a disciple, look good, this is the first style. Shave. Zephyr's feet were moving fast, and he rushed to 100 meters away in an instant, and then rushed back in an instant. The whole process did not exceed a few seconds. Even the current Wang Bufan could not fully see Zephyr's figure. Seeing such a fast speed, Wang Bufan was stunned. If he can learn to go back to the 100-meter race or bolt, then let them run 50 meters and they can easily catch up. Zephyr saw Wang Bufan stunned and was very satisfied. He wanted this kind of effect. Don't be distracted. There is also the second style. Look more at the way I use my strength. Iron body. After speaking, the muscles on Zephyr's body began to become fuller, and it was clear that the blood flow rate inside it increased, and within a few seconds his whole body was emitting a steel-like glow. It's like an iron body. When the muscles of the whole body were already like iron body, Zephyr suddenly slammed into the huge stone in the distance, and saw the whole stone burst into pieces and scattered on the ground, but Zephyr's body was completely broken. Lossless. The whole body gradually returned to its original state, and Zephyr began to show the next pose. Finger pistol. Zephyr stretched out his hardened index finger and attacked the rocks on the shore at a super high speed, and quickly attacked back and forth with his index finger a dozen times. I saw more than a dozen huge holes appearing in the stone, not bottoming out. Tempest kick. Zephyr quickly rushed towards the distant forest, kicked the air quickly with his right foot, and kicked towards the huge tree next to him. The trees in the whole forest seemed to be slashed, exposing a huge smooth fracture before falling down. It was on the ground, but after a while, the trees on the shore could not see the standing trees, and they all fell to the ground. When Wang Bufan saw this scene, he immediately hissed, "The destructive power is too terrifying, just using his feet to make such terrible moves. It is no wonder that those marine admiral who did not eat devil fruit can also deal with those who eat devil. The pirate of fruit, it seems that the body is the capital of the revolution." I didn't feel so shocked when I watched Sanji's legs in the manga before, and I only learned the horror of this legging on the scene. Next is moonwalk. After learning this move, you can temporarily escape from gravity and jump in the sky at a super high speed. After speaking, Wang Bufan saw Zephyr, who was still on the ground, starting to jump to the sky. Every time he jumped, a step made of compressed air appeared under his feet for Zephyr to exert his strength. When he stepped high enough, Zephyr rushed down, his body swayed from side to side, erratic, and the place where the compressed air steps under his feet appeared began to change, making it difficult to figure out where to launch an attack next time. The last trick is paper arts. Bufin, I'm a disciple. Pick up the branches and use your heart sword to attack me with great swordsmanship. Don't worry about hurting me. Wang Bufin was in the shock of moonwalk being able to jump into the sky on the air. Hearing that teacher Zephyr asked him to launch an attack, he hurried to pick up a wooden stick and used his heart sword to attack Zephyr in the direction of swordsmanship. Teacher Zephyr, be careful. After saying this, Wang Bufin took the wooden stick and rushed to the place where Zephyr was. He quickly used a few heart swords to shoot at Zephyr. Wang Bufin, who was still worried about Zephyr, saw a scene that stunned him. When his sword aura was about to meet Zephyr, Zephyr's body suddenly shrank in a very special way. The randomly deformed toy eluded Wang Bufin's sword aura by relying on the deformation of the body. Seeing Wang Bufin stunned, Zephyr began to explain the principles of this paper arts. Paper arts is the more difficult existence in Marine 6 styles. It needs to control the muscles of the whole body to achieve an amazing control, so that it can unload all the power in an instant to achieve a function that can change the body shape at will. Just now I locked the direction of the sword aura attack by the change of the airflow at the moment you attacked, and then used paper arts control over the body to dodge, so that I can dodge some powerful attacks. Practicing paper arts to ultimate can make your body bend and change at will like paper. It is a physical technique that theoretically can evade all directional skills. After watching the entire Marine 6 styles, Wang Bufin began to have a deeper understanding of Marine. It seems that Marine is different from what he has heard about only abusing power. At least these physical skills are really true and have a great effect. In the world of One Piece, it is difficult to exert great strength without a good physical skill. At the beginning, Luffy also established a good physical fitness from childhood under the special training of his grandfather. According to the current calculations in the world, Luffy should also go to sea. At that time, Wang Bufin really wants to have some contact with Luffy, who has many loyal partners, and it is best not to become an opponent with him. After figuring it out, Wang Bufin walked up to Black Arm Zephyr and said, "Master, I am going to learn Marine 6 styles now. I hope I can learn it soon so that I can avenge my brothers and sisters in the future. I swear I will kill Edward Weeaboo in the future." "Okay, good apprentice, with your aptitude to understand Kendo, you will definitely be able to become an eagle-eyed swordsman. Then you will be in charge of the Master's Neo Marine. Don't worry, your brother and sister. They are all kind-hearted people, and they will do their best to assist you in the future. Master is getting old, even his apprentice can't protect him." Hearing this, Wang Bufin knew that it was Black Arm Zephyr who was guilty about Edward Weeaboo's attack on the internship ship. At the time, his beloved students were killed and only gave birth to 2, but he failed to stay. Edward Weeaboo's head, this will be the sad part of his life. In order to cheer up his teacher Black Arm Zephyr, Wang Bufin said, "I have already discussed with Senior Eagle Eye in the past few days. At the realm of Heart Sword Dachin, I drew with him. I watched his strongest blow, and then I realized the essence of the realm of human sword unity. I was helpless. If you have poor physical fitness, you will not be able to fully display the realm of human and sword unity." Chapter 10, Practice Marine 6 Styles. Chapter 10 Exercise Marine 6 Styles. After hearing this, Black Arm Zephyr stood up and asked in surprise, "What? You have already discussed with Hawkeye? And you have reached a tie with him in the realm of Heart Sword Dachin?" "Yes." "Enchanting, enchanting!" Zephyr yelled excitedly in his heart. What kind of evildoer is this to be able to tie with Eagle Eye in the realm of Heart Sword Dachin at the age of 21? You must know that Eagle Eye has already become a swordsman in the realm of human sword integration. S understanding is no longer comparable to that of having just reached the Heart Sword Dachin. It's hard to imagine being able to get a tie with the Hawkeye at this time. This cheap apprentice of my own is really true. It's not easy. After that, why did Hawkeye leave? Zephyr continued to ask. Senior Eagle Eye picked up his black sword. After Ye performed the strongest blow, I entered the state of meditation. After that, I realized some insights about the realm of human and sword unity. After waking up, Senior Eagle Eye was gone. There must be something to leave first. Good. 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 Black Arm Zephyr excitedly said 3 good words. This kind of comprehension and aptitude can be my apprentice. It's a great help to me. Bufin is my apprentice. We will start practicing Marine 6 Styles first style now, so that you can fully display the realm of human and sword integration as soon as possible. After speaking, he led Wang Bufin to a waterfall on the island. Then Zephyr jumped directly into the pool under the waterfall. The water in the pool was already chest deep, and Zephyr kept lifting in the water. The leg kicked into the air, and every time the leg was kicked out of the water smoothly, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, only the waves in the water could be seen, and the lifting of the leg was not visible at all. Wang Bufin on the shore saw that Zephyr was able to kick his legs continuously without being affected by water pressure in the chest-deep water pool. He was also very impressed. You must know that it was difficult for him to raise his legs in the water before, although the qualification Dan asked him to physical fitness has improved a lot, but to do this action still requires a lot of practice. After Zephyr finished the demonstration, he walked ashore and looked at Wang Bufin. Apprentice, this is the shave training method. It needs to use the huge resistance of water to improve the muscles and explosive power of the legs. It is also an important foundation in the entire Marine 6 styles. Future Moonwalk and Tempest Kick will need this as a training method. Basics, you jump down and have a try. Hearing what the master said, Wang Bufin jumped into the water. Soon the pool water directly submerged Wang Bufin's waist, and it became difficult for the whole person to walk in the water. Wang Bufin tried his best to maintain his body balance in the flowing water, and after a while he was able to stand firm in the waist-deep water, and then continued to walk deeper, until he was chest-deep. In place, Wang Bufin started a slow kick. Due to the huge water pressure, Wang Bufin felt a state of hypoxia within 2 minutes. You must know that this is in waist-deep water. The water pressure has been able to compress the lungs, coupled with constant kicking. Wang Bufin his physical condition dropped rapidly, but he didn't give up. And he persisted in the water all the time. He knew that he wanted to achieve higher strength only through constant efforts. Although he has the strongest lottery system, it is just a foreign object, and if he wants to continue the lottery, he must first win Devil Fruit. To become the world's most powerful swordsman, besides opportunities, all he needs is hard work. Black Arm Zephyr on the shore saw that Wang Bufin did not give up and continued to practice kicks, and showed a knowing smile. It seems that this apprentice is not bad and can continue to persevere. After practicing for a long time, Zephyr called Wang Bufin out of the water. Master Marine 6 styles who wanted to succeed could not be successful at the moment. It took time and time to continue to increase physical fitness. In this way, Wang Bufin spent his first night of learning Marine 6 styles without being able to lift his legs. Early the next morning, Wang Bufin and Zephyr came to the pool early. Apprentice, compared with the exercise of the legs, the unacceptable practice is to concentrate the power of the whole body on the fingers, and then move forward at a rapid speed. Zephyr came to a tree around the pool and began to attack the tree in front of him with one of his fingers, only to see small holes gradually appearing in the trees. After a while, the entire tree was like a honeycomb, covered with finger holes, but Zephyr's fingers were not damaged. Seeing the master's demonstration, Wang Bufin also walked up to a tree and jabbed hard at the tree. He saw that his fingers instantly became red and swollen. Wang Bufin cried out in secret, and then continued to poke hard at the tree. Apprentice, these two styles are the basis for practicing Marine 6 styles. The first thing you need to do is to get familiar with these two moves. All future moves will be based on these two moves. After Zephyr finished speaking, he left the pool, leaving Wang Bufin to practice alone. In this way, Wang Bufan continued to practice Marine 6 styles on the unnamed island next to East Blue Log Town. Half a year later, Wang Bufan was practicing shaving in a familiar pool. At this time, he was already able to kick in the water proficiently. Although the kicking speed could not reach the speed of Zephyr, he was able to successfully overcome the pleural fluid. With great resistance, he quickly kicked his foot out of the water. The trees next to him are covered with finger-sized tree holes at night. This is also the result of Wang Bufan's practice over the past 6 months. Now he has begun to practice finger pistol on the stone. After half a year of hard training, the whole person began to become strong. The original height of only 1.8 meters has grown to 1.85 meters, and the body is no longer as weak as before, but becomes stronger. Especially the muscles of the thighs are no longer comparable. Seeing that Wang Bufan was already able to master the basics of master shave and finger pistol, Zephyr began to teach him other Marine 4 styles. The iron body needed Wang Bufan to improve his fighting ability. First, he was impacted by the waterfall every day under the waterfall, and then arranged for the crew on the boat to hit Wang Bufan's body muscles with wooden sticks. Make it as hard as the iron body. The practice of tempest kick is to keep kicking in the air, the direction of the master's air flow, and then the rapid flow of air can be used to form an air blade, causing huge damage to the enemy. Moonwalk allows Wang Bufan to continuously jump on the slippery cliff next to the waterfall. When that day, he can quickly form an air step under his feet and reach the summit without touching the stone. It is considered a success. The main point of paper arts is to be able to master the master's own muscles first, and then imagine yourself as a small tree. The direction of the opposite wind is the direction of the attack. When you can evade 10 ordinary crew members and attack at the same time, it is successful. Chapter 11, Evil Dragon Pirate Group. A year later, under the waterfall in the mountains of the nameless island, Wang Bufan is practicing moonwalk. At this time, he is already able to fly to the top of the cliff proficiently on the slippery reef. Although there is still a big gap from the compressed air step, he can start master Marine 6 styles in 1 year. I'm very satisfied. Then Wang Bufan quickly jumped down the cliff and came to the side of the 5 Neo crew members. The 5 crew members watched Wang Bufan come down and began to attack with the sticks in their hands. At first there was only 1 person, and then slowly increased to 3 number, and later increased to 5. From being covered with scars to being able to survive the attack of 5 people, Wang Bufan has experienced too much this year. After practicing paper arts, Wang Bufan was about to continue practicing tempest kick, and shouts came from a distance. Senior brother Bufan, it's okay, it's okay. Senior sister Bins and senior brother An were ambushed by the dragon pirates and captured back to Dragon Paradise. The master hasn't returned yet, let's go and rescue them. It was one of Zephyr's apprentices who ran over yelling for help. Wang Bufan only became a teacher, so he has always been called a junior apprentice. Originally, they heard that there was a dragon pirate group on East Blue who was doing no evil, and the leader was a great pirate with a bounty of 20 million Baileys. Recently, they found a devil fruit and immediately followed Bins and An. Prepare to destroy them and take devil fruit. It was only after they reached that sea area that they found out that it was a conspiracy. Devil fruit was taken away long ago, and the leader of the dragon pirates group hid there with others, before Neo Marine got off the ship. After their heavy blow, Bins and An were greatly reduced in strength due to the sneak attack, and then they were captured and returned to the Dragon Empire. Black Arm Zephyr did not follow Neo Marine to fight against the pirates this time. During the year he came to East Blue, he has been out to contact other old acquaintances, and seems to be brewing a big plan, except for teaching Wang Bufan Marine 6 styles is running back and forth around East Blue. The task of removing the pirates fell on Bins and An. With their strength in the current East Blue, it is still easy to defeat the little pirates, but this time they encountered the entire East Blue reward. The dragon and pirate group, which had the highest gold, was attacked without being prepared in advance, losing its combat effectiveness prematurely. Dragon Pirates, the leader is a former coder of the Pirates of the Sunday. After the death of the leader of the Pirates of the Sun, he moved to East Blue. As a fighter on the Grand Line, he quickly occupied East Blue. More than 20 villages, and transformed them into the appearance of Sabayati Archipelago, want to start a dominance plan in East Blue. This time it was because they discovered that Neo Marine had been staying on East Blue for a year, and they were afraid that the Black Arm Zephyr would destroy them. You must know that Neo Marine is not the ordinary marine who treats them with kindness, as long as they are stared by Neo. It will be wiped out, and many pirate groups have been wiped out in East Blue this year. After half a year of tracking, the evil dragon found that Black Arm Zephyr had been running outside, and did not follow Neo Marine to continue the crusade against the pirates. They took out the only devil fruit as a bait to attract other Neo Marine's arrival, and then suddenly attacked. They defeated the so-called Neo Marine, and he could become famous in the world at that time. After that, he caught most of the crusade against Marine, and only a few fled back to report the letter, but that didn't matter. East Blue Cocoa Village. Inside the Dragon Paradise. The dragons are drinking and celebrating with their men. They caught the famous Neo Marine this time. From now on, they will be the overlords of the entire East Blue, and no one can stop them. Arlong, who was already a little drunk with the wine glass, asked under his hand. How about the collection of protection fees for the 20 villages this time? If these villagers don't obey anymore, it seems that we will have to increase the price appropriately. Leader, the collection of the protection fee this time was not smooth. Originally, only a few villages paid the protection fee of 100,000 baileys a month. Almost none of the other villages paid enough, especially the Kakixia village. This time only 50,000 baileys were handed in. Oh! There are so many villages that haven't paid together. It seems that our deterrence is not enough recently. Order the dragon pirates to gather. I want to see for myself whether these lowly humans can meet all protection fees. If you can't pay, you have to use other things instead. The men of the evil dragon pirate group next to them were immediately excited when they heard that they replaced them with other things. Yes, that's right, this time they must be punished properly. You have to know that the human beauty from the last time has a really good figure, but I can't help but toss and be killed by my brothers in just a few days. Be sure to grab a few more to let them remember. When the evil dragon heard the human woman, he immediately stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. The humble human woman in his heart should be the existence of their murlocs for pleasure. Just as they picked up their weapons and wanted to go to the village to collect protection fees, a loud noise suddenly came out outside, and then they saw a murloc running in a panic. Lord Evil Dragon, this young man with a stick came in outside. The man named by name told you to kneel and go out to see him, saying that that would save your dog's life. No, life. When the evil dragon heard that someone could rush to his dragon paradise with a wooden stick, and threaten to take his own life, he was immediately furious. A humble human holding a wooden stick can't stop you. What's the use of you? After kicking the murloc who reported the news, he led the others to the gate of Dragon Paradise. The person who came was Wang Bufan. After he heard the news, he immediately sailed to Kakozia village and wanted to rescue Neo Marine. How to say this was formed by his own master himself, and he couldn't just let him disappear like this. Say, where is Neo Marine? Tell me that I can spare your life. Wang Bufan was asking a little murloc leader with a wooden stick. When the evil dragon saw that Wang Bufan had come to Neo Marine, he immediately laughed and said. It turned out to be a helper from Neo Marine. Why did he come here with a stick? What about Black Arm Zephyr? Why didn't he come? It's not too old to walk anymore, even his apprentice. Are you not here to help? The murloc next to him burst into laughter when he heard this. Yes, it is estimated that Black Arm Zephyr is too old. It was already defeated by Whitebeard too. Now it is estimated that he is recovering at home. Unexpectedly, his apprentice was caught by the pirate again this time. It's really miserable. Chapter 12, Fighting the Dragon. Seeing his subordinates began to taunt, the evil dragon instantly became interested. It's okay if you want to save them all by yourself. How about I let them go after I put out 100 million Bailey? Boss, I'm still inking with him, I will go up and kill him. The three leaders of the dragon pirate group, Kobo, rushed towards Wang Bufan's direction instantly. As the main cotter, he showed his face at this time. When? I don't know how high the earth is, remember my name is Kobo, come and try my murloc karate. Wang Bufan saw that the murloc did not use a weapon to compete with him in karate. He immediately became interested. He wanted to test his own practice results, so he threw the wooden stick in his hand on the ground, and then quickly stepped on the ground, toward Kobo rushed in the direction. Karate is only 40 stages, let you feel the power of Tempest Kick. As soon as the two met, they fought fiercely on the ground. Kobo used karate to quickly hit Wang Bufan's body in the air, but the human in front of him was like a loach. Every time he felt able to fight when this man came, he would easily avoid him. From the beginning until now, Kobo has not touched the human body in front of him. In the next moment, the human being who was still in front of Kobo suddenly disappeared, and he didn't find any man after turning around. He was already very impatient and yelled immediately, "Despicable human beings, where are you? Don't pretend to be fools, dare to come out and compete with me in an open and honest manner. Since you want to compete so much, then I will show you what a real physical skill is. Three chiefs, be careful, he is on your head." The members of the Dragon Pirates group who were watching the battle on the sea in the distance shouted out loudly. Two voices came out almost at the same time, and then Kobo hurriedly looked up to his head, and saw Wang Bufan thinking about kicking over his head at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! How come it came to my head? Then Kobo hurriedly used his hands as a defensive to protect his head. The human man in front of him was too weird. He had no desire to continue fighting. I just remembered to protect myself now? It's too late. After Wang Bufan finished speaking, he kicked towards Kobo's hands. The huge leg strength immediately kicked Kobo away. The two arms slumped weakly on both sides. The huge kick marks were clearly visible on them, and the blood was gone. Obviously has lost combat effectiveness. If it is not treated in time, I am afraid that both hands will not be able to keep it. The other murlocs who were watching the battle were surprised to see that the hands of the three leaders were abolished in the comparison with the humble humans. How is it possible that the three leaders are masters of murloc karate 40th? How can they be defeated by this humble human as soon as they fight? It must be this human using some shameful means. Yes, this human must be cheating. Wang Bufan saw that the murloc in front of him had been defeated with Tempest Kick for so long, and he sighed lightly. It seems that I still have to continue to practice. I still can't fully use the full power of Tempest Kick, otherwise I can kick that murloc off with just one kick, but the effort to deal with these three-legged cats is enough. Seeing his brother being kicked into the air by Wang Bufan, the evil dragon immediately went over to catch Kobo. Although the evil dragon is not friendly to humans, it was because of the original manager. He still has feelings for his companions. Yes, otherwise there would not have been so many murlocs who gave up the original pirate group and followed him to East Blue after leaving their homes. The third child, are you okay? Take a break first, you will be able to exert your mighty power in the water, and watch me clean him up. Arranged for Kobo, the evil dragon quickly walked to Wang Bufan, and he wanted to avenge his brother. Human kid, Marine 6 styles is good, but your playing time is over now, look at my iron tooth skills. After speaking, the dragon took out his teeth from his mouth, held it in both hands, and bit at Wang Bufan. Seeing that the dragon can take out the teeth as an attack weapon, Wang Bufan was also shocked. The feeling of facing huge teeth is still a bit scary. Did the dog jump over the wall in a hurry? No, it's because the fish is vomiting teeth. Looking at your teeth, I will help you pick your teeth. Heart Sword Realm should be enough. After that, Wang Bufan picked up the wooden stick on the ground, stomped on the ground quickly, and rushed forward. The wooden stick was covered with the sword energy of the heart sword realm. Human kid with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, wait a moment for me to break you into pieces. After speaking, he adjusted the direction of his teeth and bit towards Wang Bufan's head. In the blink of an eye, the two ran into each other, and the two used their own tricks. Wang Bufan used his heart-covered wooden stick to slash the dragon's belly with his own huge teeth. I bit Wang Bufan's shoulder. It was originally bit against Wang Bufan's head, but because Wang Bufan reacted too quickly, he only bit his shoulder. After each used a trick, the two exchanged positions with each other. The evil dragon clutched his stomach and turned to face Wang Bufan's back. There was an obvious sword mark on his stomach. Human kid, I don't think you are still a swordsman. You can break my defenses, but it's just a skin injury. You will recover after a few days. It's uncomfortable to be bitten by my teeth. Your shoulders must have been shattered. Come on, if you surrender now, I can spare your life. If you don't surrender your shoulders, your life will be useless. Oh? Really? My shoulders are very hard. I don't know if your teeth are good. If you lose a few teeth, it's hard to put them back. Wang Bufan turned around slowly, looked at the dragon in front of him with a grin, and touched his undamaged shoulder with his hand. You must know that the defense power of the iron body in Marine 6 styles is unparalleled. Captain Evil Dragon. You have a few broken teeth. The evil dragon was surprised why the shoulder of the man in front of him was not injured. Suddenly he heard that his subordinates seemed to be discussing his teeth, and then quickly glanced at the teeth in his hand. The original neat and sharp teeth have been broken in half, and they are full of broken teeth with cracks. How is it possible? How can your shoulders be so hard? Impossible, impossible. How could you, a humble human being, have harder skin than our Murloc race? Chapter 13, Killing. When Wang Bufan saw the evil dragon looking at the teeth in his hand grieving at the moon horn, he began to mock. I have reminded you that your teeth are not working well. Who told you not to listen? It's okay this time. I'll see how you bite me if you lose your teeth. Despicable humans, don't think that you can defeat me by breaking my teeth. You must know that our dragon and pirates are not vegetarians. Little ones, let's go down to the sea and let the humble humans take a look at the Murlocs above the sea. How strong is the dominance? Let them know who is the ruler of the sea. Our dragon pirates dominate East Blue is not in vain. After speaking, the dragon took the lead and jumped into the sea inside the dragon paradise. Part of the reason for the design of this dragon paradise was to use the facilities in the dragon paradise to fight against the powerful enemy when they came. Seeing the evil dragon boss enter the water, the Murlocs next to him immediately jumped into the water shouting together. Let this kid who doesn't understand anything take a look at what is the power of Murlocs. That's right, the water is our world, and he will beg for mercy and call Dad in pain. In an instant, there were only 3 leaders, Kobo, who had just broken his arms, looking at Wang Bufan with vicious eyes, as if saying that you were about to die. Wang Bufan saw the Murlocs running into the water and took the wooden stick in his hand. He knew that the fighting power of these Murlocs on the shore and the fighting power in the water were not the same level, and then the wooden sticks were slowly covered. The sword aura of a layer of human sword integration, and seeing and hearing the color domineering aura is also released to ultimate, constantly monitoring the situation under the water. It's time for him to show his full strength, to see what his current strength can achieve. After a while, the Murlocs under the water formed a special queue, began to slowly surround Wang Bufan, and then suddenly rushed out of the water together, rushing towards Wang Bufan's place with the huge impact accumulated in the water. Come over. Hey? Do you want to win with the advantage of the number of people? It's too simple, right? It's the first time to use the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration in actual combat today. Let's take your sword. The human sword is 1, the sword energy tornado. A kind of sword gas tornado formed by Wang Bufan using his super high speed and ability to control airflow, which can cause huge range damage to objects around him, and is most suitable for dealing with this kind of more than less. Scene. Before the hundreds of murlocs in the sky could attack the human beings in the middle, they found that a huge sword energy tornado centered on that human suddenly appeared in front of them. The murloc in the air couldn't avoid it in time, and was immediately swept in by the huge tornado. When the sword air tornado ended, all the murlocs who attacked together in the air fell down. There were murlocs on the shore and in the water. Each murloc was cut by countless knives, covered with blood. Although the injuries did not cause them to die immediately, they have completely lost their combat effectiveness. It seems that with my current body reaction, I still can't display all the human swords. It seems that I will have to contact more in the future. Wang Bufan said slowly, looking at the fish people on the ground. The murloc dragon who stayed underwater and commanded saw that all of his subordinates were knocked down, and they were still knocked down by the huge tornado of human sword combined with sword energy, and his heart was astonished. It turned out to be a swordsman in the realm of human and sword integration. What is the origin of this young human? You know that there is no such a swordsman genius in East Blue, why not go to the Grand Line to break through? There are only so few swordsmen in the world who have reached the realm of human and sword integration. It seems that this time is a hard stubble. I can't think that my dragon will count others all his life. This time I didn't find this man in front of me so uncomfortable. Although the evil dragon knew that the young man in front of him was not easy to provoke, he did not back down. As the leader of a pirate group, he would not watch his men being bullied. Young swordsman, let you taste the power of my big saw blade. The evil dragon quietly came directly under Wang Bufan, with its entire head up and a huge jagged nose on it. This is also one of the evil dragon's secret weapons, and its destructive power is still above the destructive power of his teeth. Coupled with the huge impact force accumulated in the water, it can easily destroy a huge warship. On darts. The dragon has accumulated huge power and rushed towards Wang Bufan's feet like a torpedo. If he can successfully sneak into Wang Bufan, then he will be able to win the final victory. When Wang Bufan felt the movement under his feet, the evil dragon had already arrived at his feet, and Wang Bufan, who was surprised, quickly stepped on his feet and moved towards the air, providing some space for himself to launch a fatal blow. When the evil dragon saw that he could hit Wang Bufan immediately, he mocked. Young swordsman, the reaction speed is not bad, but if you can only hide, you will lose this time. It seems that the ultimate winner is my dragon. Oh? Really? Then let you see what is called the real human sword unity. While talking, Wang Bufan had already set his posture, and then the sword chi in his hand rose greatly, and it was no longer as thin as the thin layer of the sword chi tornado. This time he was attacking a target. What you have to do is to use all the Marine 6 styles you have learned and your understanding of swordsmanship, and see to what extent your strength has reached. The moment the two met, the huge jagged nose of the evil dragon was cut off by Wang Bufan's human sword, and then the evil dragon lay on the ground, clutching the remaining nose and screamed. How about it, evil dragon? It looks like you have lost this time. Is there anything else to say? I can spare your life if you say something useful. The evil dragon saw that the man in front of him didn't mean to kill himself, so he immediately asked Wang Bufan's origin. Who are you? Since you have understood why the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration is still in East Blue, Grand Line is your world. My name is Wang Bufan. I am a closed disciple of Black Arm Zephyr. I am now in East Blue for some disappearing history. I heard that you got a devil fruit a few days ago. I can spare you by calling him out. After taking out 100 million Baileys, these are the names of the Murloc men who bought you. If I don't call them out, I will kill them. When the evil dragon heard Wang Bufan's origin and purpose, he knew that the man in front of him was not someone he could easily provoke. After tax, he chose to agree to Wang Bufan's request. Chapter 14, eternal nightmare. After a war, Wang Bufan found that his combat power was able to crush East Blue's largest pirate group, the Dragon Pirate Group. This feeling of strength is very good. However, East Blue is now recognized as the weakest sea area. Since Roger's death, there has not been a pirate with great influence. The main activity area of Red Hair is no longer in East Blue. At the time, if you want to exercise yourself, you still have to go to the Grand Line, where he will be his world in the future. Looking at the Howling Murloc, Wang Bufan clenched his fists and looked in the direction of the Grand Line, his eyes full of determination. It seems that this year's training has been very effective, but Marine 6 Styles still has to continue to practice. It is not yet able to fully exert the ability of the realm of human and sword integration. Withdrawing his gaze into the distance, Wang Bufan seemed to think of something interesting. I don't know what happened to Luffy. In terms of time, he should also go to sea now. As a bet of the D family and many big guys, I guess his improvement speed will not be slower than me. I will definitely fight him in the future. I want to let the whole world know who is the real protagonist in this world. Subsequently, Wang Bufan was led by the evil dragon to the prison where the soldiers of Neo Marine were detained. Due to the sudden appearance of Wang Bufan, all the Murlocs had gone up to participate in the battle, and there were no more Murloc guards. Binz and Anne are locked in the bottom of the prison, locked on the wall by huge sea stone containing locks and cannot be moved. Seeing that the Murloc guard hadn't returned for a long time, Binz and Anne also began to feel strange. Senior sister, did you think it was the master who came to rescue us? Or why the Murlocs haven't come back yet? It shouldn't be the master who came to save us. Before leaving, the master told us that the old friends he was going to see were very important. These old friends knew a powerful weapon in the legend. I can avenge our brothers. If it weren't for the master to rescue them, who else would be able to save them? Binz suddenly thought of a mysterious person again. Senior sister, do you think it is Bufan junior brother? Master said that his strength is no longer below us. Hearing Binz mentioning junior brother, Anne didn't know why he had a very heart-warming feeling, and a figure began to emerge in his heart, a figure holding Mugen Tenten training hard. That little junior brother suddenly came to them like a surprise. Wang Bufan's understanding of swordsmanship gave them hope of revenge for the junior brothers. In less than a year, they had initially mastered Marine 6 styles, as if this little junior is the spokesperson of the surprise, and even the master Black Arm Zephyr looks much better. Is that him? It seems that the master's vision is as accurate as before. After a while, Wang Bufan was led by the evil dragon into the prison. Binz saw that the person who came was really Junior Bufan, and immediately shouted loudly. Senior Brother Bufan, it's really Junior Brother Bufan. Sister, look at it, Junior Brother Bufan has come to save us. Junior Brother Bufan, we are here. Hearing Binz's call, Wang Bufan immediately asked the dragon to open the door that closed the two and the handcuffs containing sea stone. As soon as he was let go, Binz rushed to the side of the dragon and beat the dragon violently. While beating violently, vent the anger in his heart. Let you sneak attack on our ship and use weapons containing sea stone against us. You deserve your nose to be cut off by Junior Brother Bufan. Wang Bufan and Anne next to Binz smiled at each other when they saw Binz's reaction, and their mood improved a lot with Binz's trouble. Seeing that the dying dragon was about to be killed, Wang Bufan stepped forward to stop it. Brother Binz, don't fight anymore, you will die if you fight again. I want him to be of great use. Now you take the key to release the other Neo Marine. Then go to the top and wait for me, the Murloc above. I have solved it. I will let you go this time, and I will kill you next time. After kicking the dragon fiercely, Binz and Anne took the keys to rescue other Neo Marine. Looking at the dying dragon on the ground, Wang Bufan kicked it forward and said, Don't pretend to be dead. Take me to Devil Fruit. If you find it, you can spare your life. Hearing what Wang Bufan said, the evil dragon quickly got up and took Wang Bufan to the secret room where Devil Fruit was hidden. Wang Bufan walked in alone. Just opening the box containing devil fruit, the sound of the strongest lottery system came out of Wang Bufan's body. Ding! A mysterious power source is detected, and the strongest lottery system can be activated. 2 lottery draws can be performed. 2 more times? Wang Bufan didn't know his lottery chances, but he must be right after listening to the system, and then took devil fruit into his own hands. After a while, the real devil fruit disappeared in his hands, and Wang Bufan knew that the system had absorbed it. After the test, the mysterious energy source belongs to the devil fruit energy. It can be said that the host provides 2 chances to draw a lottery. May I ask whether the host opens the lottery right away? Turn on now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the Eternal Nightmare secret art. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the Demon Blade Village Masaru. Hearing these 2 items, Wang Bufan was a little confused. Eternal Nightmare? Is it the hero in the League of Legends? He has heard of the Demon Sword Village many times. It seems to be one of the famous swords in Japan. He has reached the realm of the combination of human and sword, and now he can control weapons. Seeing that Wang Bufan didn't understand 2 items, the strongest lottery system was opened and Shikai released it. The Eternal Nightmare secret art, a mysterious skill from the League of Legends, the Ruler in the Dark, has 2 well-known moves. 1. Control the darkness. The nightmare can use its powerful understanding of the dark to easily integrate into all dark places. At night you can hide your body in the dark without being discovered, and you can hide in the moving shadow when you practice ultimate. 2. There are many ghosts and shadows. The nightmare can rush into the designated location in the nearby area. The stronger the strength, the longer the distance. At the same time, it can plunge the opponent's vision into darkness. It is one of the strongest assassination skills. The Demon Sword Muramasa, one of the top 10 famous swords in Japan, has strong hardness and destructive power, and at the same time has a strong hidden skill in the knife ignore the enemy's defense. It can crack the defense of opponents that are not as strong as the user. The disadvantage is this skill. It requires a long cooling time, cannot be used continuously, and can only be used against one opponent at a time. Chapter 15, Take It All. Hearing that the strongest system introduced the 2 items, Wang Bufan almost jumped up happily. One can ignore the defenses of the demon knife Kunzen, and another can blend into the darkness of the Eternal Nightmare mystery. This is simply an excellent skill for killing and escaping. What? If he learns the secret of the Eternal Nightmare, he will be the master of the night, and he will hide from the front, and wait until the night to give him a fatal blow. Thinking of this, Wang Bufan seems to think of the tragic end of the person who has offended him. However, it is still in the evil dragon paradise, which is not suitable for Wang Bufan to learn the secret of Eternal Nightmare, and he will return to the island to learn later. Then he put away the Eternal Nightmare secret art, hung the Demon Sword Village on his waist, and walked toward the secret room. When the evil dragon saw Wang Bufan coming out of the secret room, he didn't hold anything in his hand. He didn't care about the Demon Sword Village zhang on his waist. As long as he didn't take the treasure, he just took the weapon. Then he hurried into the secret room. After a glance, only the box containing devil fruit was missing. Fortunately, this human only took devil fruit. He didn't move the other treasures in it. Anyway, I can't eat devil fruit, so I assume I haven't found it. Just as the evil dragon was happily still having many treasures in his heart, Wang Bufan suddenly turned his head and asked, "Evil dragon, am I ready for the ransom you prepared?" "My lord, 100 million Baileys are ready, and they are now at the gate. Your senior is watching from there." Taking a meaningful look at the other treasures in the secret room, Wang Bufan thought of a bad idea. The ransom was paid, but the mental damage fee seems to have not been paid yet. So many treasures need to be placed in their own hands to be able to display their value. Then he smirked in his heart and followed the evil dragon back to the gate. "Before I got close, I saw Binz and a group of neo-marine soldiers cheering around 100 million Baileys. A group of wounded Murlocs looked at the Baileys with jealousy, but they worked so hard to save them. When they think that their savings for so many years will soon become other people's spoils, their hearts start to ache, and then they turn their heads and no longer look at those Pele. This feeling is really worrying. Wang Bufan walked over to see Neo Marine surrounded by 100 million Baileys, and immediately frowned. This is not good for extortion. Although these people are pirates, they have always acted upright, justified and justified. How can you rob the pirate's treasure? What is the difference between that and the pirate? Seeing Wang Bufan approaching, Binz and other neo-marine soldiers hurriedly approached the hero who rescued them, and happily reported the seized spoils. Junior brother Bufan, this is 100 million Baileys. The first time I saw so many Baileys in so many years, it is enough for us to spend many years. When the other neo-marine soldiers heard these words, they began to shout, Bufan mighty! Bufan hacky! Hearing these words, Wang Bufan turned his head and looked at the evil dragon next to him. Evil dragon, I'm still very satisfied with your preparations this time. The 100 million is your redemption of the Murloc's life money. I, Wang Bufan, will tell the truth. From now on, I won't bother you. The evil dragon was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. As long as the plague god can leave, he still has a part of his savings and can restore his evil dragon and pirate group. Hurry up and thank you very much. My lord has always kept his promises. I have no doubt about this matter. Neo Marine next to him heard that Wang Bufan wanted to let these pirates go and immediately jumped out and wanted to stop it. You must know that this was the pirate who attacked them. How could it be so easily let go, even under the leadership of Black Arm Zephyr? They have never killed pirates, only sent them to marine prison, which couldn't be released so easily. Seeing the reaction of Neo Marine next to him, Wang Bufan knew that his goal was achieved, and immediately followed the evil dragon's words and said, Evil dragon, although you have paid for the lives of other Murlocs, do you still forget one thing? These Neo Marines of mine were attacked by you for no reason, and they were kept in jail for such a long time. You must know that this caused a huge irreparable harm to them, are you? They should be compensated for their mental losses. After saying that, I immediately took a look at Neo Marine with a look you know. Binz and the others could not understand the meaning of this look, and immediately all Neo Marine lay on the ground and began to cry. My head is already delirious, and it seems that it won't take a long time to recover. My hands are also useless. I can't move after being handcuffed for so long. My heart was also frightened by the sudden attack. It's still beating very fast now. I guess I won't be able to continue fighting in the future. I'm sorry, Teacher Zephyr. The evil dragon saw Marine who was standing on the ground just alive and yelling around Bailey, and suddenly lay on the ground and began to wailing and felt very speechless. This human named Wang Bufan is really ruthless. This is a naked blackmail. Ah, but the fish is under the eaves and dare not bow their heads. Once gritted his teeth, he agreed to the request for compensation for mental damage. I will pay. Oh, let's figure out how to pay it. I think Neo Marine is a bit more than the number of Murlocs. I have a little loss, so I will count the same amount and lose 100 million Baileys. The evil dragon is extremely speechless, and you have suffered a bit, and you have caused me to suffer. After thinking about it, he said, there are not so many Pele in the Dragon Pirates group now. Oh? There isn't that much Bailey anymore? It's okay, isn't there still so many treasures, can be converted into Bailey, let's go and calculate it now. Seeing the dragon hesitating, Wang Bufan went on to say, don't worry, I am a trustworthy person, and I will definitely not let you lose. As long as I make up 100 million Baileys, I will not take more stitches. We will leave immediately after we are done. Well, as long as you let us go, this time I will admit the dragon. Half an hour later, all the gold and silver jewels were placed in front of the gate of the Dragon Paradise. After Bin's, the statistics, he ran over with a notebook to report the situation. Brother Bufin, the total of gold and silver jewelry converted into Bailey is 80 million, which is still 20 million to 100 million. When Wang Bufin heard it, he pretended to be furious. How did I tell you? I am a very trustworthy person. I will not take more if I say that one stitch and one thread will not take more, but besides a needle and a thread, other things are valuable. Can you take away all of the things? I still need to teach you. Chapter 16, Learning Secret Art. Half an hour later, the evil dragon stood dumbfounded at the gate of the evil dragon paradise. Wang Bufin was instructing to take away various things to pay for his mental damage. This seat is not made of good materials at first glance, but now the situation is special. It is estimated that 100 Baileys will be taken away. There is also this door frame. It is not a good wood at first glance. Forget it. If it is not useful, take it away, or it should be less than 100 million Baileys. Dragon, that's my expensive custom-made seats and door frames made of the best wood. An hour later, together with the pirate boats parked on the shore, finally made up 100 million Baileys. The evil dragon has experienced something he never wants to experience again in his entire life. I saw that the originally built very beautiful and magnificent evil dragon paradise now has one gate left, and other places have been removed under the command of the evil man Wang Bufin. It was converted into Bailey and taken away. Don't look at these Neo-Marines when they didn't have such high enthusiasm during the battle. The speed of demolition TMD was faster than that of professional demolition teams. After Wang Bufin finished his command, he came to the evil dragon's side. His face was full of seriousness, no smile could be seen. Brother evil dragon, these subordinates are really unwilling to work, and I have to direct them personally. Don't worry, I didn't let them take away the extra stitches and stitches. We will go back now. Goodbye in the future. Inside the evil dragon, you didn't take away every needle and thread, except for the needle and thread. However, the evil dragon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the evil man in front of him was leaving. At least this time, the lives of him and the evil dragon pirate group were saved, but I don't know how long it will take to recover. Then he gritted his teeth and said goodbye to Wang Bufin. Easy to leave. I hope I never see you again. Okay. Dragon. After nearly half a day of sailing, Wang Bufin and Neo-Marine returned to the original unnamed island. When they went out, there were only a few ships. When they came back, they had become nearly 10 ships with various resources and materials. Only Wang Bufin left. After 100 million Baileys were placed, they can be carried with you when they change to Bailey's deposit tickets, and the other gold and silver jewelry will be distributed to other Neo-Marine. The Neo-Marine soldiers who received these gold jewels cheered and called Wang Bufin as the young captain. Binz and Anne didn't say much. In their hearts, the young captain belonged to Wang Bufin. This little junior is better than them, just like they may also work under the younger junior in the future. Sometimes the talent can't be caught up with the hard work of the day after tomorrow, especially those who are talented and work hard. But fortunately, this little junior knows that he is considerate of other people. Under Binz's suggestion, Neo-Marine used the newly seized items to have a bonfire party. All the Marines were drunk, and Wang Bufin also succeeded in getting involved with them. This has friends and family. It feels really good to come to this strange planet alone. From then on, Neo-Marine is his home, and no one is allowed to invade. When almost everyone fell asleep, Wang Bufin came to Anne, who was not drunk. His senior sister was like a wise man. It might be that she has the fruit of regressing master's time, which makes her look more mature and more mature. Stable, no one can see what she is thinking. Looking at Anne face to face, Wang Bufin had the same feeling. Although the elder sister in front of me can't be said to be a beautiful face, she is also very attractive, like the sister next door. Then Wang Bufin took out an unusually exquisite necklace behind him, which was also a jewel he found in the evil dragon. looked very nice and put it away. Now, senior sister Anne, this is for you. I found it in the evil dragon. It looks very suitable for you. After speaking, Wang Bufan turned and left to go to sleep. After a day of tiredness, he was a little sleepy. Anne, who was quietly watching Wang Bufan, suddenly saw an exceptionally exquisite necklace appear in front of him and was surprised. No one could understand the girl's obsession with jewelry. Accessories have a huge attraction to girls, even she is no exception. Taking the necklace in Wang Bufan's hand, Anne stared at Wang Bufan's back in the same place. Give it to me? It seems like this is the first time someone has given me a gift. Anne suddenly smiled and said, however, this feeling is really good. A good night dreamed. When Wang Bufan woke up, it was noon. The garbage from the bonfire party had been cleaned up by other Neo-Marines. As Marines under the Black Arm Zephyr, they were still very self-disciplined. Thinking of the Eternal Nightmare secret art just obtained yesterday, Wang Bufan confessed and found a hidden place to start learning the Nightmare secret art. As soon as the Divine Consciousness entered the Nightmare secret technique light group, Wang Bufan felt his head dizzy, and then saw himself being chased and killed. There was endless darkness in front of him, followed by a large number of chasing soldiers, as if he had already died for death. Bureau. Is this the test of the Nightmare secret art? But in my current state of mind, I won't be trapped by this darkness. Then Wang Bufan took out the demon blade Kunzen who was pinned to his waist, and launched his strongest blow to the darkness in front of him. Human sword is one. The entire dark sky in front of him was divided into two under a sword, revealing the long-lost daylight, and the chasing soldiers behind were also dispersed by the daylight. It turned out that it was just a heart demon formed by darkness. Congratulations on passing the test, you can learn the Nightmare secret art. The eternal nightmare hidden in Wang Bufan's shadow suddenly said this sentence. Wang Bufan was shocked when he saw the voice coming from behind him, and at the same time he became more interested in this secret technique. Then, the entire eternal nightmare figure formed in front of Wang Bufan. Outside was a black light ball, isolated from the view of the Divine Consciousness. Can't see the real situation inside. Young man, congratulations on passing the test, now I will teach you the secret of eternal nightmare. After an hour, Wang Bufan mastered the essence of the eternal secret technique and was able to hide himself in the dark initially, but because of the insufficient understanding of the dark, he would be easily discovered. There is still a long way to go if you want to reach the realm of being able to hide and move in the shadows. As for the ghostly heavy skills that can burst into the specified range, Wang Bufan is not yet able to use it. This skill requires Wang Bufan to understand the darkness too high. If you want to participate in the battle, you need to practice more. The power will follow. The increase in practice time gradually becomes stronger. After practicing overnight, Wang Bufan was even more shocked by the secret technique of the eternal nightmare. He could clearly feel that if he practiced this secret technique of the eternal nightmare, he would be the king of the night. Chapter 17, Iron Fist Garp. Chapter 17 Iron Fist Garp. 10 days later. On the unnamed island next to Logue Town, Wang Bufan is practicing Marine 6 styles by the familiar waterfall. His activities are very single these days. He goes to the waterfall during the day to practice Marine 6 styles and at night by the water pool to practice the secret technique of eternal nightmare. In order to facilitate him, he set up a small tent next to him, so he can have more practice time. At noon, Wang Bufan was still practicing kicks in the pool, and then he heard senior brother Bin's yelling and running over. Brother Bufan, Master Zephyr is back, and he also brought back Garp Vice Admiral. They are waiting for you to pass. Woolen cloth. Hearing that Master Zephyr came back, and brought Luffy's grandfather Garp Vice Admiral, Wang Bufan quickly changed his clothes and headed to the base camp on the island. All the way I thought about it was the introduction of Garp, Luffy's grandfather. Garp Vice Admiral, known as Iron Fist Garp, can throw huge cannonballs at great distances with his hands, and its power is no less than that of a cannon. It is one of Marine's important combat capabilities. Although it is only Marine Vice Admiral, his strength has long been comparable to Marine Admiral, but because he doesn't want too much combat exploits, he has always been the title of Vice Admiral. Tekken Garp is a character from the same era as Black Arm Zephyr. He once played a very important role in capturing Roger. It can be said to represent Marine's top strength. However, due to the increase in age in these years, they have gradually withdrawn from the stage of history. As soon as he walked into the living room, Wang Bufan felt a powerful observation haki acting on him, and wanted to see through his physical condition. But he didn't resist, and immediately let go of his body and mind. He knew that it must be Iron Fist Garp who was investigating him. After the investigation, Garp said with satisfaction, "Marine 6 styles learned well, observation haki can also practice, is a good seedling, Zephyr, it seems that your vision is still very accurate." Zephyr heard that the old friend hadn't noticed the real power of the man in front of him, and said to Garp, "Did you see the long knife on his waist? His power is his understanding of swordsmanship." Although I was a little surprised that a long knife suddenly appeared on Wang Bufan's waist, he had to know that his apprentice used wooden sticks before, but Zephyr didn't care too much, because Wang Bufan said that he would find one when he reached the realm of human and sword integration. Famous sword, because at that time he was able to control the famous sword perfectly. Oh! The understanding of swordsmanship? The famous sword on his waist is not bad, but what realm can he reach at this age? At most, it is the realm of heart sword. Hearing these words, Black Arm Zephyr laughed immediately. What he wanted was this kind of effect, and his purpose was to see how Garp's teeth were shocked. "Haha, Garp, this time your eyes are wrong. My closed disciple understood the swordsmanship of the human sword 1 year ago. Now after learning Marine 6 styles, he has been able to display the human swordsmanship. One realm is half the power." Garp, who was drinking tea, heard that the young man in front of him had realized the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration a year ago. He almost threw the teacup in his hand in fright, and slowly asked in surprise, "Human sword unity realm? I realized it a year ago? You know that Eagle Eye hasn't realized the swordsmanship of human sword unity realm at this age." Garp doesn't doubt Zephyr's words. Years of life and death have allowed him to complete it. Trust this old man in front of you, and ask questions more because of shock. Eagle Eye? My apprentice fought against Eagle Eye. At the time in the realm of Heart Sword Dachan, he was tied with Eagle Eye. Then after seeing Eagle Eye's strongest blow, he entered into a stable state and woke up. Later, I understood the swordsmanship of the realm of the unity of humans and swords. Garp, who was still in the last shock, was shocked one by one, and could not speak. He was able to tie with Eagle Eye in the Heart Sword Dachan realm. After that, he could see the big move and realize that other people could not comprehend it for a lifetime. The realm of human sword unity. What kind of evildoer is able to have such a comprehension? Garp was silent for a short while before slowly saying, "This comprehension of Kendo is really terrifying. Black Arm Zephyr, you really have a unique vision. Mutual each other, your grandson is also good, as many big bets, his strength and talent will probably not be low." Seeing Tekken Garp praised his apprentice, Zephyr hurried back to praise Garp. "Grandson, old friends like them just want to exchange politeness, so that everyone has face." When he heard Zephyr mention his grandson, Garp's face was full of smiles and pride, and then he said proudly, "Luffy's talent is much better than his father. Ishin wants to be a pirate. Now he has been saved from Windmill Village. The purpose of my visit this time is to see him. It's so good to be a Marine honestly. Garp, the current Marine is no longer the previous Marine, so we should not intervene in the choice of the younger generation. We must know that the next generation will be theirs." Wang Bufan saw that the two had talked about Marine, and knew that the next thing was beyond his reach, so he said a word and said goodbye. Seeing Wang Bufan had left, their faces suddenly became serious. Garp spoke first. Zephyr, are you really going to look for that thing called dynamite rock? You know, that thing has great destructive power. If you are not careful, you will accidentally injure Marine soldiers. Garp, if Marine can still deal with these pirates, I will definitely not look for this thing, but now Marine and world government have changed. From the moment they canonized the pirates as 7 warlords of the sea, they are not the same. Marine, they are at best the puppets of celestial dragons. Hearing these words from Zephyr, Garp fell into deep thought. He had already discovered the problems inside Marine, so he hadn't improved his rank for so many years. Yet, Marine has changed. Otherwise, I can't let my grandson be a pirate. It's all about having a son to be a revolutionary army. Now there is another grandson of a pirate. Who knows what will happen in the future? I feel that the world is not peaceful anymore, Zephyr said slowly. Upon hearing this, Garp suddenly thought of an important question. Zephyr, how is your disciple's temperament? Don't be arrogant or impetuous. A few days ago, I rescued the rest of Neo Marine who were captured by the dragon pirates, but they didn't kill the dragon. They robbed all the equipment and money of the pirates and returned. I think someone will catch these pirates in a few days. Marine is not willing to give up this duck. If this kind of xingxing can be cultivated vigorously, coupled with this kind of talent, it will become a great weapon in the future. Chapter 18, I Passed Through. Chapter 18 Sabayati Archipelago. 1 year later. Grand Line. Sabayati Archipelago, also known as the Special Island of the Soap Bubble Islands, is directly under the jurisdiction of celestial dragons. The island is made up of many large trees, and the ground is the roots. At the same time, due to various reasons such as climate, the trees on the Sabayati Archipelago will emit a special natural resin. The resin forms bubbles due to air expansion, and then flies towards in the sky. This kind of bubbles can be made into bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, bubble houses. It can be said that bubble culture has penetrated every place in Sabayati Archipelago. Sabayati Archipelago's regional division is also very clear, based on the number on the tree. GR 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. GR 30 to 39, there are mainly soap bubble parks. GR 40 to 49, mainly include tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. GR 50 to 59, mainly include shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. GR 60 to 69, mainly have marine station, government entrance and exit. No 70 to 79 GR, mainly hotel street. On GR 59, Wang Bufan followed the Master Zephyr and came here from East Blue. Zephyr wanted to repair his Neo Marine boat, and by the way, he could apply a film so that he could go to New World in the future. Hearing from Zephyr, he has mastered almost all the news about explosive rock, and what he has to do now is to wait for the opportunity, a time that can wipe out the pirates. After a year of special training in East Blue, Wang Bufan has completely mastered the essence of Marine 6 styles. Now the realm of human sword integration can also be used handily, but he does not have the ability to challenge Hawkeye. Hawkeye, I don't know what realm of swordsmanship has reached, at least it will be the realm of human sword integration. The masters are always hidden, or it is not until they have tried their best to get out their cards. When it was possible to fully display the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration, Wang Bufan began to learn one of the 2 great tricks in the original Promise swordsmanship Alpha Assault, which can combine the extremely fast speed with the swordsmanship of the human sword. Merge together to achieve the effect of taking the enemy's generals in the army. Coupled with the demon knife Muramis's ability to break defenses, Wang Bufan is now confident that he can kill opponents like the dragon in an instant, without giving the opponent a little room for resistance. In addition to Marine 6 styles, Wang Bufan did not let go of the practice of the Eternal Nightmare secret technique. Now he can perfectly blend into the darkness in the night, and the ghosts can also fly to within 100 meters nearby, and can make the vision of those within the range plunged into darkness. Seeing the special coding technology and ship repairing technology of Bubble Island, Wang Bufan came to GR42 in the tourist area alone. As a 21st century Earthling, everything here makes him feel so novel. Especially for the various amusement equipment made of bubbles, Wang Bufan couldn't help sighing the beauty of the Grand Line. When he first came, he was on the unnamed island next to Logue Town. There was no place to entertain except the sea and trees. In the past 2 years, Wang Bufan, in order to improve his strength, except for going to the Dragon Paradise to rescue Neo Marine, he basically practiced Marine 6 styles, Promise Swordsmanship, and Eternal Nightmare Secrets by the waterfall at the other time. However, the effort has paid off. After several years of training, he has been able to perfectly control Marine 6 styles, and the Promise Swordsmanship and Eternal Nightmare Secrets have also been greatly improved. Let's relax today. After saying that, Wang Bufan came to the Bubble Park. After paying enough Pele and buying the tickets, he walked to the front of the bubble coaster. You must know that he didn't ride on the earth before. Once a roller coaster, this time I must have enough. Not to mention, you don't need to worry about your safety when you play in the bubble park. Even if you accidentally fall on the ground, you will be caught by the bubbles from the ground. Bubble coaster, bubble bumper car, bubble jumping machine. Almost all the amusement equipment that can be played were played. Wang Bufan left the bubble park contentedly. When he came to the dining area, Wang Bufan saw a familiar man appeared in front of him, with a long scar on his chest, and 3 knives on his right waist. He was walking towards a small shop next to him, as if to buy something. Zoro. Wang Bufan still shouted the name he wanted to confirm to the familiar figure. Unexpectedly, Straw Hat Crew was about to reach Sabayati Archipelago. As a former pirate fan, in his heart, Zoro's charm is not inferior to Luffy. He also wants to compete with this great swordsman of Straw Hat Crew. Hey! Someone called me. Zoro immediately looked back when he heard someone calling him, and saw a man with a knife standing on the road behind him. With a powerful swordsman aura, the sword seemed to be a famous sword, and I didn't know what purpose this man had. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Zoro held his saber in his right hand and looked at the man in front of him nervously, without a moment of relaxation. Although Zoro has been specially trained for a long time, his own kendo has also been greatly improved. However, he still felt a deep threat on the man in front of him. He hadn't found his companion of the Straw Hat Pirates yet, and didn't want to do anything before that. Seeing that Zoro was so nervous, Wang Bufan introduced himself. My name is Wang Bufan, I am the apprentice of Black Arm Zephyr, and also a swordsman. I heard that Senior Kojiro has met a kendo master and I want to try kendo with you. Hey? Senior Black Arm Zephyr's apprentice? Okay, I agreed to your request. How do we compare? Hearing that the other party is Zephyr's apprentice, Zoro let go of his doubts, knowing that Zephyr and his teacher are a good friend. His teacher Kojiro not only mentioned Black Arm Zephyr once, but also admired him as a man of integrity and one of the people he admired most among Marines. Although Zephyr later withdrew from Marine, it was also love. Excusable. We both used our best move, and then we stopped, regardless of the outcome. Wang Bufan continued. Zoro agreed with this request. Okay, just do it. Then the two of them took out their own weapons. Zoro was wearing a big sharp knife 21 work Underworld Chu Shui, and the 3rd generation ghost and a big sharp knife 21 work and the word, crossed the sword with both hands. Come to pinch the opponent left and right, the knife in the mouth is to block the enemy's escape gap. This is also the strongest posture of Zoro's 3 swords. Wang Bufan stood in the middle of the road, raised the demon knife Kunzan at his waist with both hands, and at the same time used Marine 6 styles, secretly exerting force under his feet. Chapter 19, The Strongest Strike. The people around saw that the two swordsmen were about to take action, and immediately gave up the road in the middle. This is Sabayati Archipelago. They don't want to be injured by these two people. They have to know that many supernovas with a reward of over 100 million have come to Sabayati recently. Archipelago, although most of them are on GR 1 to 29, it doesn't mean that there are no pirates in other GRs. If you are not careful, you will get a bad temper. These people are used to the pirates who suddenly start fighting in the middle of the road, so they are not too surprised. Just letting out an area allows these fighting people to have a place where they can do their best, and all they have to do is find a safe place to watch the excitement. Look, there are people fighting again. They look like two swordsmen. This time there is a good show. Why is the man with 3 knives on the right so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. A person next to him suddenly remembered who the man holding the 3 knives in the middle was, and suddenly said loudly, that's Zoro the pirate hunter. The swordsman of Straw Hat Crew, who is offering a reward of 120 million supernovae, is now in these supernova pirates ranked 10th. After this reminder from him, others immediately remembered Zoro's appearance in the reward order. Although it was a little different from what it is now, the huge scars on the chest and the rare 3-sword flow made them recognize them. Of this man, Pirate Hunter Zoro. It really is him. Recently their Straw Hat Crew has been a big show. Knowing that the one who was fighting was Zoro, they began to discuss the swordsman opposite. Who is the man opposite? Why didn't they meet him in the reward order? I don't know, no one has seen this person before, but he must be able to formally compete with Supernova Zoro in Kendo, and he must be a great person. Don't say it, the 2-person test is about to begin. After reading it, you will know who is better. Hearing this, the people present immediately stopped the discussion and looked nervously at the 2 people in the middle of the road. 3 swordsmanship, Ghost / Alpha Raid. Wang Bufan and Zoro ran towards each other almost at the same time. Wang Bufan used the extremely fast explosive power provided by his Marine 6 styles and the perfect combination of the sword aura of the human sword to launch his strongest blow. Without using the ignoring defense skills directly above the Demon Blade village, the competition between swordsmen is more important than personal strength, not the strength of the weapon. Compared to Wang Bufan, Zoro's moves are much more complicated. The 3-sword flow requires all-round blocking. The 2 long knives in the hand are placed crosswise, which can attack the opponent's left and right directions for the first time. The long knife in the mouth can effectively block the opponent's escape direction, and the 3-sword flow is almost insoluble. In an instant, the bodies of the 2 people crossed together, and only a sound of weapons crossed. I don't know how many moves the 2 people had played against each other. Then they separated immediately. The 2 exchanged positions and stood motionless with their backs to each other. Only they know the victory or defeat. The onlookers next to them watched the 2 exchange positions and stood still, discussing and wanting to know who won. How is it, who won? Why didn't I see how many battles they fought? That's right, their movement speed and the speed of the knife are too fast, it is impossible to see who won. In a small shop next to him, an old man with silver beard and hair, glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye, sat near the window and stared at the 2 figures in the middle of the road. If Wang Bufan could see this old man, he would be able to recognize that this was the right arm of the famous One Piece Pluton. Rayleigh. As a subordinate of the former One Piece, although Roger is dead, Rayleigh has not given up for so many years. Maybe he is unwilling, maybe there is some unfinished mission waiting for him to complete. Rayleigh has been hiding in the Sabayati archipelago. This time I heard that the supernova Luffy who got the Roger hat has come to Sabayati archipelago, and he walked out of his store to see how far this redhead has reached. Despite all these years I often see news about Luffy, but he still wants to see for himself what kind of person this big bet is. Unexpectedly, before he saw Luffy, he saw a duel of 2 swordsmen on the road. One of them was a swordsman from the Straw Hat Pirates, the 10th-ranked pirate hunter Zoro in Supernova. Although the person on the opposite side did not I have seen it before, but I can still feel the powerful sword aura on my body. Seeing the two fight against each other, Rayleigh instantly stood up calmly. Two swordsmen in the unified realm of swords. How is this possible? Is this era really about to reach the top? So many geniuses can appear all at once. Zoro has realized the realm of human swords. The subordinates of the world's top swordsman Kojiro can be forgiven for reaching this level at this age. Then who is the person opposite him? He can surpass Zoro in the comprehension of Kendo. Thinking of this, Rayleigh suddenly had a name in his heart, a young man who was mentioned to him by the red-haired Shanks a year ago. In his heart, the mysterious East Blue swordsman with sword Dachin realm and eagle eye tied with each other, Wang Bufan. Will it be him? If it weren't for him, then the world would be even crazier. The moment the two separated, Rayleigh knew that Zoro had lost, not only because of his understanding of swordsmanship but also his own strength. He had lost to the man in front of him. Suddenly, the clothes on Zoro's chest, who was standing at the opponent's position after the match, suddenly shattered, only to see that there was another scar on the chest that had only one scar, and there was still blood on the scar. I lost this time. What is your name? I will continue to challenge you in the future. Zoro didn't care about the scar on his chest and said to his opponent Wang Bufan. Hearing Zoro asking his name, Wang Bufan also turned around. He also felt the power of Zoro in this test. If he hadn't been a complete master of the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration, plus the past 2 years the devil trains Marine 6 styles, and it's not so easy to think of defeating the Zoro of the three swords. Even if he cut out a scar on Zoro's chest, it only hurt the skin and did not hurt the bones. It must be a few days with Zoro's resilience to restore combat effectiveness. My name is Wang Bufan. I am from East Blue just like you. I am always waiting for you to challenge. Chapter 20, Pluton. When the onlookers saw Zoro voluntarily surrender, they all began to discuss in shock. You should know that Zoro is one of the new supernovas. Although it only ranks 10th, it is also a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million. A newcomer no one knew was defeated. And it was defeated by the crush on swordsmanship. This will be the next big news of Sabayati Archipelago. Hearing that the man who defeated Zoro was called Wang Bufan, people from various organizations hurriedly wrote down this name secretly, and told his friends that he must not provoke this man when he returned. You must know this. The one who defeated the supernova with one sword. As soon as Zoro heard the name Wang Bufan, he immediately realized that his master Kojiro once told him that a young swordsman named Wang Bufan once drew with eagle eye in the realm of heart sword Dachin, and was later sent to East Blue to look for clues. Black Arm Zephyr was accepted as an apprentice. At that time, he secretly compared his swordsmanship with Wang Bufan, and regarded Wang Bufan as an opponent, because he wants to become the world's most powerful swordsman, and the first one to defeat is the current #1 swordsman. Hawkeye, I heard that Wang Bufan was able to tie with Hawkeye. Later, due to various reasons, he did not fight against Wang Bufan. He slowly forgot the existence of Wang Bufan. He did not expect to be able to meet him here now. Wang Bufan from East Blue? I heard Master mentioned about you, an existence that was able to level with Hawkeye, and was later adopted by Black Arm Zephyr as an apprentice. You are very strong, and I will definitely challenge you in the future. After finishing talking, Zoro took the sword and left. Now that he knows the name of the man who defeated him, he must work harder to practice swordsmanship. He wants to become the strongest swordsman in the world, and he will not fail once. Just give up easily. Just like he insisted on challenging Hawkeye. Seeing that Zoro was leaving, Wang Bufan didn't want to stay too much. Now they can be regarded as acquaintances and become friends in swordsmanship. He knows that Zoro is not in the strongest state now, and they will definitely have another battle in the future. Send my greetings to Senior Kojiro. I will ask him for questions about swordsmanship in the future. Wang Bufan said loudly to Zoro in the park. Zoro didn't turn his head to answer, but he had silently remembered this matter, and he would talk to the master when he returned to Master Kojiro in the future. The onlookers next to them were already so surprised by the conversation between the two that they couldn't speak. What kind of existence is this? One is the apprentice of the top swordsman Kojiro of the previous generation, and the supernova pirate hunter Zoro with a bounty of up to 120 million. It simply subverted their cognition. The backgrounds of these two people are so deep, horrible. It's horrible. Hurry up and inform the captain that these two people must not be offended in the future, especially the Wang Bufan in front of me. With the strength that Wang Bufan has shown now, I am afraid that he will be able to enter the top 5 of the supernova strength list. Fortunately, he is not a pirate. I can't stop it. With his strength, he should be in the top 3. Who knows if he still has a whole card? Ignoring the discussion of the people next to him, Wang Bufan walked into the restaurant next to him. The purpose of his visit this time was to eat something. He was already hungry for a long time. And the restaurant he walked into was the restaurant where Pluton Rayleigh was. Seeing Wang Bufan walking slowly towards his restaurant, Pluton Rayleigh had no idea of going out to get to know him. He already knew by the window that this man was the Wang Bufan whom the red hair and himself had mentioned, but what surprised him was black. Zephyr has accepted this man as an apprentice. This surprised him a little, and at the same time he began to admire Zephyr's vision. This bet seems to be very worthwhile for Zephyr, at least it can bring him back a lot of gaps with other bigwigs. Without thinking too much, Rayleigh took another look at Wang Bufan and left the restaurant. His purpose this time was to come to Luffy. Although the episode on the road surprised him a bit, it was not yet the moment when he appeared in the world. His whole cards have not yet appeared. Wang Bufan was eating the delicious specialties on Sabayati archipelago there. Then he saw a man with silver beard and hair and a vertical scar on his right eye leaving, with a strong breath on his body. This kind of breath has only been felt in Eagle Eye and his master Zephyr. Pluton Rayleigh? Wang Bufan questioned in his mind, and did not use observation haki to observe. You must know that these big people do not like others to use observation haki to observe them, because that would be disrespectful to them. However, according to Wang Bufan's memory, this man is almost always him. It's worthy of being a subordinate of One Piece. The hidden aura on this body is really powerful. I must have come to see Luffy. Luffy wears the straw hat of his former captain Roger. Maybe Luffy is also Pluton Rayleigh's bet, but Ace is also probably. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Bufan continued to eat there. After a while, he would go to GR23 for a stroll. There is an auction there, and almost anything can be auctioned anywhere. He now has 100 million Baileys on him, but he still captured it from the evil dragon. I don't know if he can buy a devil fruit. If he can buy one, he can draw a lottery again. After that, Wang Bufan set off to the GR auction on the 23rd. Unfortunately, there are no large auctions held these days, and there will be no such thing as devil fruit in those small auctions. However, Wang Bufan did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked the receptionist of the auction about devil fruit. When is your last major auction? About the end of this month, we will make an announcement at that time. Then how much can the previous devil fruit be auctioned? According to previous auction records, the lowest price is 250 million Baileys, and the highest may be 400 million Baileys. We must know that the current devil fruit government is becoming more and more strict, and the prices on the black market are also increasing. Hi, you need to prepare enough Bailey if you want to buy it. 400 million Baileys? It seems that the Bailey in my hands is not enough now. It seems that I have to find a chance to earn some Bailey. As expected, I can't do without money in that world. With a light sigh, Wang Bufan walked out of the auction. Before leaving, the receptionist mysteriously said to him, "Guest, you can sell to us anything you can't handle. Our background is here. It's big. So big that you dare to accept everything." When Wang Bufan heard it, he smiled, "Do you dare to accept everything? Then it depends on your courage. Chapter 21, Gambling. As soon as he walked out of the auction, Wang Bufan saw a group of pirates coming from a distance. The leader was a young pirate wearing a blue and white striped mask with countless small holes and holding 2 sickles. Looking at this costume, Wang Bufan recalled for a long time and didn't remember who this man was, but being able to lead a group of pirates on the Sabayati archipelago so arrogantly walking, it seems that it is also a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million. Before Wang Bufan turned and left, the pirate on the opposite side walked over and looked at Wang Bufan a little proudly. I heard that you defeated the pirate hunter Zoro? It seems that Zoro is really a waste. It can make an unknown new. People have been defeated, it is really a shame for our supernova. Hearing the slightly mocking inquiry from the other party, Wang Bufan did not respond to him. He had to figure out who the man in front of him was. If he was not even in the mood to do something, he didn't want to waste too much time on this. Who are you? Hearing Wang Bufan's question, the little pirates on the opposite side began to laugh, as if they didn't know who the man in front of them was a joke. He doesn't even know the killing warrior Kira. It seems that he is really a newcomer. He must have used some shameful means to defeat Zoro. I don't think so, it must be that Zoro is too weak. It seems that the Straw Hat Pirates is really weak. It can't even beat a newcomer. How can we compare with us? The sea will be the world of our kid pirates. That's right, the one who came was Kira, the killing warrior from the South Blue Kid Pirates. His captain is now the captain of Bailey, who is now the #1 bounty of 315 million in the supernova Eustace Kira. Just now Zoro and Wang Bufan's swordsmanship test was seen by his little brothers. Hearing that a swordsman defeated the supernova Zoro, he immediately became interested. His favorite thing in his life is to defeat powerful swordsmen and collect their hands. The famous sword, the feeling of holding an opponent's weapon is really cool. Especially this kind of swordsman who can defeat Zoro, although he doesn't think Zoro's swordsmanship is so strong, but the supernova's name cannot be ruined by this newcomer. In the Pirates, he had told Kid a long time ago that all the swordsmen had to come out and solve it. I wanted to find this swordsman, but I saw this swordsman named Wang Bufan on GR23 before I was there. It seemed like a coincidence. This time you know who I am. If you still don't know, I will introduce it in detail. My name is Kira and I am from South Blue. The bounty is now 162 million Baileys, ranking no among supernovas. 7. How about it, unknown newcomer, didn't you scare you? I haven't heard of it. If nothing happens, I will leave. Wang Bufan didn't pay attention to the clown in front of him. He still has to find a way to make money to buy devil fruit. Now there is no time to waste with him. Seeing that Wang Bufan in front of him didn't respond to him, Kira immediately walked in front of Wang Bufan to block the way he wanted to leave. He still wanted to defeat Wang Bufan and get the famous knife in his hand. Look at Wang Bufan's waist. That famous knife is very good, and it must be a famous knife in the world. This kind of weapon is just his collection, and it is a waste to put it in the hands of this newcomer. Young new swordsman. Do you want to leave in such a hurry? I just heard you want to buy a devil fruit at the auction. I wonder if this is what you are looking for. After speaking, Kira took out a yellow devil fruit showed off. He just got the purpose of Wang Bufan coming to the auction from the receptionist of the auction. I want to use this devil fruit to let Wang Bufan learn from him, and then he can defeat Wang Bufan openly and make the famous knife one of his collections. Facing a new swordsman from East Blue, even if he defeated Zoro, he would not care. Although the auction has strict regulations on guest privacy, Wang Bufan is not yet a customer, and after Kira's enlightenment, the receptionist quickly stated Wang Bufan's purpose and inquiries. He didn't dare annoy the man in front of you. Wang Bufan, who was about to turn away, suddenly saw Kid take out a devil fruit, and stopped leaving. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the clown, but now the benefits of sending it to the door are not in vain. What do you want to do? Wang Bufan asked rhetorically. Seeing Wang Bufan's heart moved, Kira knew that his plan was successful, and then slowly stated his purpose. What are you doing? Of course I defeated you, and then handed over the knife on your waist. In that case, I can spare your life. What if I win? Hearing that Wang Bufan still wants to win, the Kira brothers next to him immediately laughed and mocked. You win? The unknown new swordsman from East Blue? Still want to win, Lord Kid? I really thought that after defeating Zoro, he would be invincible in this world? It seems that he still doesn't know the power distribution in this world. You must know that East Blue is recognized as the weakest sea area in the world. Zoro can't pass a single move in front of Lord Kira. Will die. Kira was very happy when he heard the ridicule of the younger brothers, but still raised his hand to signal the younger brother next to him to stop talking. Not only does he have to defeat the swordsman today, but the most important thing is to prove that the Kid Pirates from South Blue is the one. The strongest supernova pirate group in the world, the Straw Hat Pirate Group is simply not qualified to compare with them. Thinking of this, Kira confidently said. How about giving you this devil fruit if I beat me? As soon as he heard that the other party wanted devil fruit as a bet, Wang Bufan immediately made the move to prepare for a fight. This was the devil fruit that was sent for nothing. Originally, I wanted to work hard to earn Bailey's auction. You only need to defeat the arrogant pirate in front of you once. It's so easy. Seeing Wang Bufan immediately prepared for battle, Kira was taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly, the young swordsman in front of him was so eager for devil fruit. Then he immediately took out his 2 sickles, so that's good. When he defeated the swordsman who defeated Zoro, he could use this opportunity to become famous as Sabayati Archipelago. Oh? It seems you are eager for devil fruit? But today I will show you the rotating scythe of Killer Warrior Kira. Stop talking nonsense, I'm still anxious to get the devil fruit lottery. After Wang Bufan finished speaking, he rushed towards Kira with the Devil Blade Village. Chapter 22, Beating You to Not Pretend to be Forced. Seeing Wang Bufan on the opposite side rushing over, Kira hurriedly prepared. Although he has absolute confidence, he should not be too careless. Not only will he lose face when the ship is overturned in the gutter, but the devil fruit will also run to him. In the hands of Wang Bufan. You know that devil fruit doesn't belong to him completely, it's just that their boss kid kept it with him, and in a few days he wanted to exchange it with Marine for a companion who was in the prison. For this, Kira's boss kid has made a lot of preparations, just a few days away with devil fruit to exchange with Marine's people. Because I trusted Kira to put him there, I didn't expect that Kira, who is usually stable, would be today. I saw that the famous knife couldn't move, and wanted to use devil fruit as a bet to take a gamble. In fact, Kira wanted to challenge Zoro. He has always looked down on this kind of swordsman, especially the swordsman from the weakest East Blue. He can't accept the title of a supernova like the weak, even if he doesn't have his own reward. Jin Gao is not good either. Looking at Wang Bufan who rushed up, Kira yelled and greeted him. My Kira will not lose. Look at my spinning sickle. Alpha Raid. The two ran into each other in an instant, and the two separated in place between a burst of electric light and flint. Wang Bufan stepped back 3 steps, while Kira stepped back nearly 5 steps. Originally, Wang Bufan wanted to hit the front with a single knife. This arrogant new star is dealt with. Wang Bufan didn't expect that this Kira's attack power is not good, but his defensive power is indeed very good, especially the ring sickle in his hand, which should also be made of precious metal, can form a defensive ring to protect Wang. The sword energy of the demon sword in Bufan's hand was removed. It seems that Lord Kira has fallen behind. The first fight turned out to be Kira backing 5 steps, while the swordsman named Wang Bufan only backed 3 steps. How could it be possible? It must be that Lord Kira is not ready to let this young swordsman named Wang Bufan sneak attack. A group of pirates gathered behind Kira, discussing with each other in a low voice, for fear that Kira would hear it. Kira also had some surprises when she saw that she had fallen under the wind during the first match, but Kira knew the reason when the voice of the discussion came over. Then he shouted to Wang Bufan loudly, trying to regain some face. "Young swordsman, it seems that your swordsmanship is okay. Now that you have the qualifications to compete with me, let you see what a real swordsmanship is." Seeing that Kira was about to make a real move, the pirate boys next to him immediately shouted, "Master Kira, don't give face to the newcomer anymore, use the strongest trick to solve him. Kira-sama will win." Wang Bufan was still thinking of defeating the proud pirate with a single move. Although his defense is a bit strong, he is weak in other aspects. As long as he can find a flaw, he can be defeated. At this time, when he heard that Kira was still pretending to be B, Wang Bufan immediately became unhappy. "Then I will crush your confidence in one fell swoop, and see how you pretend to be forced." Then he said to Kira, "Hey? The real sword technique? Then I really want to meet. I also have a dog sword technique here. I don't know if we are strong. Arrogant young boy, now let you see what the real swordsmanship is." Scythe strangling is Kira's skill. He can quickly swing the sickles on his hands while advancing, forming a strangling appearance. As long as he can touch the opposite body, he will be strangled with a large piece of meat. If it can be strangled above the neck, the opponent will immediately be cut off by half of his head. Kira has used this stunt to kill countless challengers, and every time he can conceal his giant Minos Grand's glory. The moment Kira rushed over, Wang Bufan moved quickly on the ground using the Marine 6 styles he had learned over the years. Although Kira's skills seemed a bit powerful, he was not interested in face-to-face confrontation. What he has to do is to use his speed advantage to keep humiliating Kira. Dog knife. After talking, Wang Bufan quickly moved left and right while avoiding Kira's scythe and strangling. At the same time, he gave him a few knives when Kira was not paying attention. At the beginning, Kira was able to find Wang Bufan's location, but slowly Kira's speed and responsiveness slowly declined. Kira was stabbed with severe pain until the first time he was hit by Wang Bufan's Demon Blade Village, and then he was hit many times by Wang Bufan. There were already many wounds on his body. Although not very deep, they brought them. The pain made Hila unable to bear any longer, so she started to yell at Wang Bufan while she was in a defensive state. "Despicable swordsman, dare to come out and fight in a fair manner, don't be so sneaky if you have the ability." "I'm sorry, I'm a despicable swordsman, of course I must be despicable. My dog fighting technique hasn't been completed yet," and then Wang Bufan continued to attack Kira after he said that, and he no longer had the heart to fight. Kira no longer had the power to resist, and began to passively defend in place, but it didn't work. The first method of hitting the dog knife, hitting the dog leg. The second way of hitting the dog with the knife, hitting the back of the dog. The third way of hitting the dog with the knife, hitting the dog's head. Fourth style of hitting the dog knife, hitting a dog's tail. "Hey? Why don't you have a tail? Fighting bullshit. It's finished." As Wang Bufan yelled his last words, he returned to the place and put away the demon sword village Masaru, silently looking at Kira, who was already inhumane and full of bloodline yelling there. His sword technique had reached the entrance. The realm of flesh 3 points without hurting the bones and muscles. This situation can make Kira want to live and die. Then Wang Bufan took away his bet, devil fruit, in full view. Before leaving, Wang Bufan came to Kira and lowered his head silently, took devil fruit and smelled it, then said his last words to Kira. "Hey, devil fruit smells so good, thank you." Kira, who was originally wailing on the ground, immediately stopped wailing when he heard these words. He wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. Then, a mouthful of blood fell on the ground unconscious. Wang Bufan, who was walking away, saw that Kira had fallen, and he smiled and said to the pirate entourage next to him, "There are so many 120 calls, please call, or I won't be there in a while." Kira lying on the ground twitched again, and then he didn't move at all. Chapter 23, Transformation Technique, Transmission Diagram. Ignoring Kira on the ground and his silly little brothers, Wang Bufan returned to GR-59. This is the base camp of their Neo-Marine. Now his master Zephyr is looking for an old friend to repair the boat and give vessel coating. It seems that I want to go to New World in the future. Going back to his room, checking the situation in the room, Wang Bufan locked the door, and finally can go to the lottery draw again. I don't know what will be drawn this time, but based on the situation of the previous few times, it will definitely be. It's a very good thing. As soon as I took out Devil Fruit, I heard the sound of the strongest lottery system. Ding! The strongest lottery system perceives the mysterious energy source and starts to activate the system's ability. The mysterious energy source is the Devil Fruit energy source. It can be said that the host provides 2 chances to draw a lottery. Does the host start immediately? When Wang Bufan heard that there were 2 more chances to draw, he hurriedly called to start. He couldn't wait to get these 2 things. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the teleportation map. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the transformation technique. Upon hearing the teleportation map and the transformation technique, Wang Bufan knew that the result of the draw this time would make him very satisfied. These 2 things are the 2 most powerful things in the fantasy world. Unexpectedly, the strongest lottery system can be used in one piece. It's incredible that 2 things came out of the world. Then Wang Bufan quickly let the strongest lottery system begin to introduce the functions of these 2 things. Back to host. The teleportation map is a special existence from the fantasy world that allows people to change their position. If the host is powerful enough, theoretically the host can be teleported to any place in the pirate world. There is a light spot on the picture, and it is not convenient to transmit if there is no light. However, every transmission requires a period of time for the host to prepare, and it cannot be transmitted instantaneously. I hope the host will bear in mind. Transformation technique is able to change the physical shape and temperament of the host, so that the host can become another person. The transformation time also changes according to the strength of the host. The cultivation technique can completely become another person, if it is not the person. No flaws will be found at all. When Wang Bufan heard that the transformation technique and the teleportation map had such a powerful purpose, he immediately absorbed the light blob where the teleportation map was located. As for the transformation technique, he would learn later. After absorbing it for a while, a special map like the One Piece world map appeared in Wang Bufan's mind. It was vaguely visible that there were many light clusters flickering, but compared with the dark part, the area occupied by the light clusters was still very small. Based on years of research on the One Piece world, Wang Bufan clearly saw the area where the entire East Blue is lit up, indicating that he can transmit it anywhere within East Blue, and the next part is the Red Line Twin Strait. Sabayati Archipelago plus a large area around it, including the Amazon lilies of the Calm Belt where the Empress is. However, New World hasn't lit up yet. It must be that the current Wang Bufan is not strong enough and cannot be directly transmitted to the nearest the Fishmen Island under the seabed. When Wang Bufan's thoughts about sending to East Blue were past, there was a response on the teleportation map, and then Wang Bufan felt his whole body felt like he wanted to fly. It didn't take long for Wang Bufan's circles of light began to appear under the solace of the feet, until the entire light surrounded Wang Bufan. Then Wang Bufan realized that his eyes were dark, and when he opened his eyes, he was already on the unnamed island in East Blue Log Town when he had just crossed over. Seeing the pirate boat dumped on the familiar coast and the familiar pool where he practiced Marine 6 styles for a year, Wang Bufan spit in silence. FK, come back so soon. You must know that they had gone through a lot of hardships when they went to Sabayati Archipelago from here. If it weren't for the people inside Marine who still had deep feelings for their former Black Arm Zephyr instructor, they would not have opened up convenient conditions for them everywhere. So smoothly arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. Once again, he secretly sighed the power of the teleportation map. Wang Bufan took out the teleportation map again and wanted to return to Sabayati archipelago, but when he saw the teleportation map again, he felt something was wrong. It has become grey and dark, especially the place of Sabayati archipelago is completely dark, which proves that the teleportation map can no longer be transmitted. When Wang Bufan saw this situation, he called out the strongest lottery system, which must have caused this kid to do something sneaky. Seeing the emergence of the strongest lottery system, Wang Bufan began to educate it. Small draw, the last 2 times we have worked together pretty well, I will give you devil fruit, you gave me the things from the lottery, why did you lose the chain this time? You look at this teleportation map, it became like this just after using it once, and you can't go back at all. Did you sneak into something? The strongest lottery system, back to the host, this is because you used too much transmission energy at one time, resulting in insufficient energy reserves in the transmission map, so now you can't send it back right away. How long will it take? Wang Bufan asked slowly after listening. Since Sabayati archipelago is too far away from here, it is estimated that it will take 3 days and 3 nights to recover enough energy for transmission. When Wang Bufan heard that it would take 3 days and 3 nights to go back, he immediately gave the lottery system a Byakugan. You are a naked master. Next time there will be such a thing, tell me earlier. This time I will spare your life. Go on. The strongest lottery system. Knowing the reason why he couldn't send it immediately, Wang Bufan settled down by a pool he was familiar with. As the first place he came to One Piece World, Wang Bufan still had a deep affection for this place, and then he regarded himself as I wandered around the places I have stayed, and it was full of memories. Until the evening, Wang Bufan has been reminiscing about his previous life. Lying on the ground eating roasted rabbit meat and looking at the stars in the night sky, Wang Bufan felt the beauty of this one-piece world. There is no need to think about how to make money every day. And there is no need to think about it. To be busy with life every day for the family, just practice every day. But the saddest thing is that he is not accompanied by his family. If Wang Bufan hadn't met the Black Arm Zephyr group, he still doesn't know what a person will become. Maybe no one understands and loneliness is the maverick. One of the reasons for it. Chapter 24, Leaving. Good dreams all night. The next day Wang Bufan woke up early in the morning and stretched his waist. This may be the best sleep he has ever had when he came to the world of One Piece. There are still 3 days and 2 nights before you can leave. Use this time to learn transformation technique. Wang Bufan then took out the light group of transformation technique from the lottery system. As soon as he took it in, an introduction about transformation technique appeared in his head. Transformation technique is mainly a secret technique that can change the body shape through a person's control of his own body muscles in a special way. If you learn it successfully, you can change the whole person's temperament, even the way of speaking. Change, even if an acquaintance is standing by your side, you will not notice it. After reading the introduction of transformation technique, Wang Bufan understood the main method of this secret technique, so it seems that he can easily get started, because learning Marine 6 styles is to control the muscles of the whole body before being able to display it. Various moves. In a short while, the entire transformation technique light group was absorbed by Wang Bufan, and Wang Bufan also fell into the mystery brought by transformation technique. One by one, the way to further control the body made Wang Bufan both curious and surprised. He had no idea that a person could control his body to that extent, from controlling the muscles in the throat to change the voice, to changing the chest muscles to change gender, and even easily he could make himself the most people in the world. Like the look. An hour later, Wang Bufan slowly woke up from the mystery of transformation technique. Then I saw that the muscles on Wang Bufan's face gradually began to change, and the whole body became stronger, and the original clothes looked a little smaller. It directly becomes another person's appearance. The face is very similar to the original Earth star Huo Jianhua. This is already the look of the most handsome person Wang Bufan can think of. Although he looked handsome before, but after his troubles in Sabayati archipelago, people in the whole world will know what he looks like in a few days. Then it will be more difficult to do what you want to do. Only by changing one's identity can we act. Although he is not afraid of other people's revenge, he still has to consider for Neo Marine and Zephyr. At least he has done something extraordinary that he will not let his friends be innocently implicated. In this way, Wang Bufan spent 3 days on the unnamed island next to Logue town. 3 days later, he returned to the room of Sabayati archipelago via the teleportation map. It's so fast. It would be great if I could bring this teleportation map back to Earth. Then I won't have to squeeze the train for the spring festival where I want to go. It feels really painful. Back in the room, Wang Bufan realized something was wrong. He did not hear any noise from other neo-marine houses next to him. Before Wang Bufan left, the yard was very lively every day. Now the whole yard it's much quieter than usual. It was useless to read more. Wang Bufan found on the table an autograph letter left by Black Arm Zephyr. Bufan, I'm a protagonist. I didn't expect that I would meet you, a talented little apprentice when I went to East Blue. Later, I took you as an apprentice with a heart of cherishment. I have been with you for nearly 2 years. I can see your hard work and talent in my eyes. It can be said that in a short time, you will be able to become the top swordsman in the world. I have heard of your deeds in Sabayati archipelago these days. It is the dragon that will fly in the sky. This decision I have been thinking about with your brothers and sisters for a long time. As a father, I have experienced the brutal murder of my family by pirates. As a master, I did not protect my apprentice, and I can no longer feel at ease. Living in this world, I will not avenge my family and apprentices in this life, and I will have no face to face them after death. Tell you about my purpose of going to East Blue in the past. I should tell you now. Since the world government blocked 7 warlords of the sea, I have felt the changes in the world government. They have now become like pirates. The existence of the pirates completely ignores the feelings of those who have been hurt by the pirates. At this point, I thought of a previous legend. There is a powerful explosive in this world, dynamite rock. As long as enough dynamite rock is collected, the pirates can be wiped out. I visited many older generations who knew it existed from East Blue. I have roughly mastered the location of dynamite rock, somewhere in New World. Once this trip is gone, there are countless dangers. Your brothers and sisters and I have already declared our determination to die, so we went to New World first. As for you, with your qualifications, you can break out of the world on your own, and there is no need to take risks with us. There is a token on the table. With him, you can go to Kojiro in East Blue to ask about swordsmanship. The realm of him and Hawkeye has now surpassed the unity of human swords. He will definitely do his best to guide you when he sees the token. Bufan, I'm an apprentice, don't blame me and my brothers and sisters for leaving you cruelly. Everyone has their own mission. If it is destined in the future, we will see you again. After reading the letter, Wang Bufan put down the letter in his hand. The corners of his eyes were already moist. Although he knew Zephyr had done nothing to get revenge, he still didn't want to see this separation. He had long regarded Neo Marine as his home. Put the letter back into the envelope and put it away. Wang Bufan picked up the token on the table. It was a feather of a special bird. The whole feather looked very beautiful. Presumably, this feather also represents a section of Senior Kojiro and Master Zephyr. Deep feelings. As for the swordsmanship of Senior Kojiro, he has already surpassed the realm of human sword integration and reached the next realm. He has already guessed it, but he has not had the opportunity to continue practicing. When there is a chance in the future, he will return to East Blue to ask for advice. What he has to do now is to make himself strong, so strong that the world government dare not continue to bully his master, and so strong that celestial dragons will also act according to his color, and then he will no longer be separated from the master. Putting away the feather tokens, Wang Bufan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and left his house. Looking at the empty houses around, Wang Bufan felt lonely for the first time. What he needs now is to strengthen his own strength. Then build his own power, and then go to help Master Zephyr. Celestial dragons? World government? Since you can't manage this world well, let me take charge of it for you. From now on, the master of this world will be called Wang Bufan. Chapter 25, Daughter Arrives. After receiving the envelope and feather tokens left by Zephyr, Wang Bufan immediately activated the transformation technique, and after a while, he changed his appearance. Coming to the GR auction on the 23rd, Wang Bufan wants to find the receptionist who received him at the time. He wants to know the latest auction with Devil Fruit auction. Because now he knows that as long as he gets a Devil Fruit, he can increase his whole cards. The strongest lottery system is still very useful. With the increase of strength, the things that can be drawn are better. No one will dislike his whole cards. Many. He wants to increase his whole cards as much as possible now, and later go to his master to give them a surprise. Seeing the original receptionist, Wang Bufan walked up. Because Wang Bufan changed his appearance and voice, the receptionist did not recognize him. After leaving some Baileys casually, Wang Bufan asked slowly. Tell me about a recent auction with a Devil Fruit auction. If it is detailed enough, there will be a big reward. When the receptionist saw the Bailey thrown by Wang Bufan, his eyes were straight. Although you can usually see the customers who reward Bailey, those are the privileges of some female receptionists. It is difficult to treat them like male receptionists. Rewarded, especially for leaving so many Pele customers at one time, this is simply a local tyrant. The receptionist next to Wang Bufan saw that Wang Bufan was so generous, and regretted why he didn't receive Wang Bufan just now. That was Pele, who was paid close to 1 month's salary. Without much thought, the receptionist began to introduce Wang Bufan to the recent large-scale auction. My lord, the most recent large-scale auction was held at the end of the month 10 days later, mainly to attract these supernova pirates on the Sabayati archipelago. You must know that they have just come from various sea areas. The money on their bodies, there are many special products everywhere. As for Devil Fruit, our auction has already announced that there will definitely be a Devil Fruit for auction, and the price will start at 100 million Baileys. This is also one of the highlights that attracts these people. After listening to this, Wang Bufan thought in his heart secretly, 10 days should be enough. All he has to do is find someone to exchange some Pele. As for who this person is, he has already thought about it. After that, Wang Bufan dropped some Baileys to the receptionist again, then turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing that the local tyrant in front of him once again dropped some Baileys, the receptionist hurried to catch up. You must know that the person in front of you is a big benefactor, and you may come to buy Devil Fruit in the future. You must know about a Devil Fruit auction. It costs about 300 million Baileys, even if you give him 1% of Chengdu, it is more than what he earns for a year. My lord, go slowly. This is my business card. My surname is Zheng. From now on, you can call me Xiao Zheng. If you have anything to come to the auction, please come to me. I'll be here for you at any time. Seeing that Wang Bufan didn't react much, the receptionist walked up to Wang Bufan and whispered. My lord, if you have anything that is difficult to sell in the future, you can come to me. The person who manages the collection is my relative. As long as you can bring it, we dare to accept it. No matter who it is. And I will definitely give you the price. The highest price. Hearing these words, Wang Bufan stopped, turned around and took the business card of Xiao Zheng receptionist. He was a little surprised that he dared to accept this, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could open an auction on Sabayati archipelago. Yes, there will definitely be the participation of celestial dragons. Presumably the celestial dragons behind this is also a celestial dragons with enough energy. And he can't avoid dealing with celestial dragons in the future, and it would be nice to be able to find a dirty spot. Xiaozheng, yes, I remember you, you can call me Dongfang from now on. Then Wang Bufan turned around and left the auction. Master Dongfang, go slowly. Leaving the GR auction on the 23rd, Wang Bufan returned to his room. Next, all he had to do was to make money. After staying in his house until the sky started to turn dark, Wang Bufan started to make money. By the way, also go and see one of the most beautiful people in this One Piece world, Empress Boa Hancock. Grand Line. Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. Also known as Daughter Island. Daughter Island is in the middle area of the entire Calm Belt. Since there is no wind in the Calm Belt and there are huge sea kings living in it, it has always been a restricted area for navigators. When there is no power inside, it will become very dangerous. The people on the pirate ship that got here by mistake were either starved to death by a living astray or attacked by the huge sea kings in the sea. The world-famous deep-sea prison and Daughter Island are both in the Calm Belt. And this Daughter Island is the place under the jurisdiction of Boa Hancock, the empress of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She is the supreme leader of the entire Amazon Lily fighting nation Hydra and the captain of the Hydra pirates. Demon Fruit Power, who also eats sweet fruits, can use his beauty to attract and petrify his opponent directly, and is known as the world's #1 beauty. He even owns Conqueror's Haki. A few years ago, the Empress was named 7 Warlords of the Sea, but she didn't care about this title very much in her heart, because she always had a secret hidden in her heart. The 3 sisters were once slaves of celestial dragons, and they have the mark of celestial dragons on their backs. This is also a shameful memory that the 3 female emperor sisters cannot erase in their lives. Therefore, when they take a bath, they must be under martial law throughout the city and never be seen by others. At the beginning, I agreed with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea because of the strong suggestion of the previous generation of Daughter Island emperors to rescue their 3 sisters, Granny knew. At that time, the female emperor did not have the ability to fight against the world government, or because she did not have the bargaining chip against the world government, she reluctantly agreed to join 7 Warlords of the Sea under the persuasion of Granny Nu. However, in the heart of the Empress, she has always hated celestial dragons. After the transformation, Wang Bufan opened the teleportation map. After a few days, there were countless bright lights on it. After finding the location of Daughter Island, the teleportation started. When the whole body was covered with bright light, Wang Bufan disappeared in place. And then he found himself teleported into a sea area. Not far away, he could see an island standing on the sea surface with many buildings and lights on it. Saw someone walking above. I felt it carefully, and there was no sea breeze around the sea. Seeing this, Wang Bufan understood that he was being transported to the Calm Belt next to Daughter Island. Chapter 26, Can you communicate with it? 26 Can you communicate with sea kings? Without thinking about it, Wang Bufan knew that there must be another problem with the transmission map. TMD, you get out of the small draw, and you dare to call yourself the strongest lottery system. I think you are the most pitted lottery system. Tell me why you didn't send it to the island. After seeing him for a long time, I didn't see the strongest lottery system responding to him. Wang Bufan knew that he was too scared to come out. Looking at the Daughter Island in the distance, Wang Bufan started to swim slowly. Fortunately, after coming to the world of One Piece and studying Marine 6 styles, his physical fitness has greatly increased. If he hadn't passed before, he would be exhausted. After a while, Wang Bufan realized that a strange thing was approaching behind him, and slowly got closer and closer. Although the observation haki can tell that the number is not very large, the things behind it are huge. God, Sea Kings! Wang Bufan yelled and began to swim forward desperately, thinking silently in his heart that next time you see Xiao Su, you must kill it, and immune to death will also scold it to death. Can a group of Sea Kings behind chase him be afraid of him? If on the ground he could still have a bit of strength to fight back, how could he fight back in the sea now, this would not be swallowed in minutes. After swimming for a while, Wang Bufan realized something was wrong. These sea kings had surrounded him, why didn't he attack him? Are you enjoying a big meal with your companions? Then I thought about it again, and it didn't feel right. Just this bit of meat is not enough to eat, and it is not enough to call other companions. While Wang Bufan continued to think, a sea king next to him had quietly come under him, took a big sip of water and vomited towards the place where Wang Bufan was, and then saw Wang Bufan flying into the sky. "Mom, help, I'm afraid of heights." Wang Bufan flew out and shouted loudly. He has no choice now, and he has no strength to use moonwalk. If it's really dangerous for a while, you have to use the ghosts in the Eternal Nightmare secret art. Then you can fly to the island at once, but the secret art requires too much money. When you get to the island, there will be too many things. Too big will definitely be discovered by the people of the 9 Snakes Pirates on the island. If you don't have the ability to resist, then you can't continue to implement your plan. The Wang Bufan who flew to the sky fell down after a while. Before falling to the surface of the sea, Wang Bufan was continuously knocked into the air by the new water column. After flying up and down several times, Wang Bufan was completely speechless. This TMD is playing with himself as a toy. I had no choice but to shout to the bottom of the sea. "Stop spraying water, I will fly away after spraying water, you can play by yourself." Just after shouting, Wang Bufan didn't see the surface of the water anymore, spraying water, and then fell into the sea with a splash. Wang Bufan. When he fell into the sea, Wang Bufan saw the sea kings in the water. They were a few round sea kings that looked like whales. They were stubborn and looked at him with big eyes, as if they were looking at one. Novelty. The body is much larger than the whale, but it can be clearly seen that these sea kings are still juvenile forms. "Can you understand me?" Wang Bufan asked tentatively. He always felt that the eyes of these sea kings were not right at him, as if they had seen the same kind. Just after asking, Wang Bufan realized that he could hear a special sound in the sea, like a few children chatting, and he had been swimming on the sea before he didn't hear the sound. "Look, the little thing in front of us is asking us questions, but he is really small." "Yes, my mother said that his name is Human. There are good people and bad people. I don't know if the person in front of me is a good person or a bad person. Just now he said he should play with us. It must be a bad guy. He ate it in a while. I'm a good person, I'm a good person, don't eat me, I know you are sea kings, and I will play with you in the future." When he heard that he was about to eat himself, Wang Bufan quickly replied. When the little sea kings heard Wang Bufan's answer, they hurriedly swam to Wang Bufan and stared at Wang Bufan with big eyes, but Wang Bufan was not as big as one of their eyes. "How can you be a human being able to understand us?" "Yes, my mother said that humans cannot understand what we say, only we can understand what humans say. Maybe I have a fate with you. This shows that we are good friends. Don't eat me." Wang Bufan didn't know why he was able to communicate with these sea kings, but after thinking about it, maybe he was sent over, just like the original one. If you can read and understand the notes in the pirate group, you will know something about this One Piece world in advance. After thinking about it, he felt fortunate. You must know that the only people in this world who can communicate with sea kings are the Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishmen Island and a few people. They will surely become a means of their own in the future. At least Shirahoshi has not yet awakened to summon sea. The ability of kings. After chatting with a few little sea kings for a while, Wang Bufan called them brothers. These little sea kings were as innocent as children. They followed Wang Bufan's and called elder brother one after another, and played for a long time. Wang Bufan faintly heard a particularly deep voice coming from the sea, as if calling for something. Before Wang Bufan could hear it clearly, several little sea kings began to discuss. "Mom, let us go home again. It's boring to let us go back as long as we just came out. That is, today I finally met a human being who can talk to us, and I have to go back before I have a good time. Human brother, we are going home. Mom called us. We will come here to play with you again in a few days. We must wait for us here. Seeing these little sea kings leaving, Wang Bufan waved goodbye to them and promised to come here to meet them again in a few days. At that time, Wang Bufan has other things to ask. After a few little sea kings wandered, playing with that, Bufan continued to swim in the direction of Daughter Island, and at the same time scolded Xiao Chuan in his heart. Within 10 minutes, Wang Bufan swam to the shore of Daughter Island. It was not easy to come here this time, but fortunately, he met a group of little sea kings. And found out that he could communicate with sea kings, which is a blessing in disguise. After tidying up his clothes, Wang Bufan walked towards the highest place in the middle of Daughter Island. He didn't use his ability to blend into the darkness to sneak into the palace. This time he came to help the Empress to solve her heart disease. Chapter 27, Login. Wang Bufan did not encounter any obstacles on the way from the coast to the palace. Just when he was suspicious, he saw that the palace in front of him had been surrounded by heavy soldiers, and it was surrounded by the heavily protected fighting ethnic Hydra. Nothing in the palace was seen. Seeing this situation, Wang Bufan thought of something that makes people bloody. This TMD is not that the Empress is taking a bath. When I saw Luffy flying into the Empress's bathroom, Wang Bufan was envious for a long time. I didn't expect myself now. Just ran into this situation. Before he had any bad thoughts, Wang Bufan was discovered by a female soldier outside. Then Wang Bufan heard the sirens all over the city, and almost all the soldiers leaned over here, looking like they wanted to catch him. Taking a look at the female soldier of the Nine Snake clan who had discovered him, Wang Bufan was very sad. He still wanted to use his ability to hide into the dark to see how his younger brother was taking a shower. He didn't expect to be caught before he could act. NS. Why is my life so bitter? Without the master, now I don't even have the opportunity to take a look at the Empress. Who? How dare to approach the palace while the Empress is taking a bath, and report her name quickly. Countless lights began to shine on Wang Bufan's body, and he slowly regained his vision after blocking it with his hand. There is already a circle of female fighters from Nine Snake Island. They are facing Wang Bufan in the center of the light with various weapons. Seeing this posture, Wang Bufan knew that he was going to be encircled, but this time he came to cooperate with the Empress, and he didn't have any bad thoughts, so he immediately opened Shikai and released it. Hello, all the beauties of Nine Snake Island, I'm here to find the Empress Boa Hancock this time. There is no malice. Please tell me about it. The female warriors on the Snake Island nearby were also very curious to see this human being. Many of them had not seen a man. Only the pirates of the Nine Snakes and pirates who followed the female emperor had the opportunity to come into contact with men. Hearing Wang Bufan's words, I became more curious and began to discuss it next to him. Look at this human being, he is so small, and he speaks so funny, he called us beautiful women. This is the first time I heard someone call us that. It's a man. This is the first time I have seen a man. I don't know how he is different from us. Yes, the Empress said that human men are liars, I don't know if this man is. It's interesting that Wang Bufan is standing there and listening to these female fighters. More female fighters don't want to hurt his mind, but are very curious about him. If they don't know whether Wang Bufan is dangerous or not, they all want to come and touch him. Click it. However, there are also some female fighters who continue to maintain a state of vigilance. These must be the female pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates. They have seen humans in this world when they go out, so their curiosity is not that heavy. They look like they are waiting for the commander to arrive, but they keep a distance from Wang Bufan to control Wang Bufan and prevent him from doing other actions. After standing awkwardly for a while, Wang Bufan heard a welcoming voice coming from a distance, as if someone had arrived. Then I saw a passage made up of female fighters on Nine Snake Island. At the end of the passage, Two huge snake men slowly crawled over, and the female fighters on both sides began to salute. "Welcome to Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold adults." Hearing these two names, Wang Bufan knew that the two people who came were the second and third sisters of the Empress Boa Hancock. At the beginning, the three of them were enslaved by celestial dragons together, and they all had the name Flying Dragon's Hoof on their backs. Branding. When the two came to Wang Bufan felt that the gap between being sisters could be so big. The eldest sister is the world's #1 beauty, and the second and third sisters can't see it at all, and the body with a snake is even more impressive. Can't go down. Originally, the third sister of the Empress, Boa Marigold, was also a big beauty, but then she ate Chanko hot pot in order to become stronger, and she slowly became what she is now. Seeing two people walking in front of him, Wang Bufan directly explained his intentions. "I'm here to find the Empress. I have something to discuss with her. I don't have any bad thoughts." The cunning humans dare to sneak into the palace while the Empress is taking a bath, and they also pretend to ask the Empress to discuss things and see if I will kill you. After speaking, the second sister Boya Sandersonia rushed up directly, trying to tie Wang Bufan with her huge python body. This is also one of her famous stunts. As long as she is trapped, there is basically no chance of escape. She will be strangled immediately afterwards. Seeing that the second sister of the snake man in front of him was so violent, Wang Bufan was also shocked. He had already said that he was here to discuss the matter with the Empress, but she did not expect that she rushed up directly. It seems that the snake man on the daughter island is right. Their human impression is really bad. After thinking about it carefully, Wang Bufan also felt that it was also possible that he came at the wrong time. You must know that the three sisters of Gorgong are most afraid of being known by others that they were once slaves of celestial dragons, so they are prohibited from taking a bath. Strict. I'm afraid that others will see the marks on their backs. The second sister of the Empress controlled the huge python body and came to Wang Bufan in an instant. Seeing this situation, Wang Bufan didn't dare to neglect, and quickly used Marine 6 styles and left the place immediately, while facing the second sister of the Empress. Shouted. "Don't do it, I really came to discuss the matter with the Empress, and I can prove it by calling the Empress out." When the second sister of the Empress heard that Wang Bufan still wanted to find the Empress, her anger rose immediately. "Cunning humans still want to deceive us, I see when you can run, young ones, give it to me." The third sister of the Empress next to him immediately joined the battlefield after hearing this. Although he thought that the man in front of him might be true, she still compromised with the second sister in order to ensure that their secrets would never be discovered. At that time, after catching him, he would not hurt his name, so he was imprisoned and waited for the eldest sister and the emperor's heir. Feeling the sudden increase in the number of people chasing him, Wang Bufan began to loudly explain his intentions. But the female fighters behind 9 Snake Island seemed crazy and kept attacking him. Especially the body of the giant python, the second sister of the Empress. Wang Bufan almost felt the giant tail hitting her on several occasions. Fortunately, his body is more sensitive and his joints are always easy to avoid with Marine 6 styles paper arts. Chapter 28, Fighting the Two Sisters of Gorgong. Chapter 28. After being chased by the female fighters on 9 Snake Island for 10 minutes, Wang Bufan has already circled the entire palace. No matter how he explained it, the chasing soldiers would not listen. More female fighters on Snake Island seemed to take chasing Wang Bufan as fun, and they even laughed while running behind. Wang Bufan. Feeling that he no longer had the need to continue to explain, Wang Bufan put his foot down, and since they couldn't speak well, they beat them until they were honest and obedient. Turning his head, Wang Bufan took out his Demon Blade Village Zheng. During this time, he found that the Demon Blade Village could be placed in his strongest lottery system warehouse. He was happy for a long time and was thinking about putting all of it in the future. All the treasures you get are stored in the warehouse, so you don't have to work hard to carry them with you. But when he went to put Pele, he found that he couldn't put it in. Later, he was reminded by the strongest lottery system to know that only the objects drawn from the lottery system can be placed in the system warehouse. In desperation, Wang Bufan could only deposit all Bailey in the special Bailey bank, and then took the deposit slip. Seeing Wang Bufan stopped and took out the weapon, the second sister of the Empress knew that this human being was about to do it. Despicable human beings, do you really want to expose your purpose of coming to Daughter Island? Stop talking nonsense. Since you can't call the female emperor out, then I will hit you until the female emperor comes out. After saying that, Wang Bufan rushed up. This group of snake people is really unreasonable, and he doesn't need to continue. That makes sense. Sword Chi Tornado. A whirlwind composed of sword aura formed in Wang Bufan's side. The more and more gathered, and then swept towards the snake man female warriors in front of him in an instant. Seeing that Wang Bufan used such a powerful skill at once, the second sister of the Empress immediately used her huge python body to withstand a large number of sword energy tornadoes. If these sword energy tornadoes were blown onto ordinary female warriors, they would definitely be seriously injured. However, although the python's body is huge, it can't stop all the sword energy tornadoes. I saw that hundreds of snake men female warriors were blown away in an instant. Those who stayed in place were also stronger who had experienced war. The female soldier, also covered with scars, was obviously about to lose combat effectiveness. After one move, Wang Bufan showed his great strength, and only the second and third female emperors and a few more powerful female warriors were left standing opposite. Twisting her huge python body, the second sister of the Empress directly roared and rushed up. Just now Wang Bufan's sword energy tornado made her very uncomfortable. If her own defenses were not strong enough, she would probably lose combat power now. Despicable humans, I want you to see what it is called Sister Gorgong of the 9 Snake Pirates. Third sister, seal his escape route, I will use my tail to kill him. The voice just fell. Wang Bufan saw the Empress sister in front of her swinging her giant python tail from behind. The whole tail was like a meteor hammer, smashing the air around her. He rushed towards the place where Wang Bufan was. The third sister of the Empress, Boya Marigold, was still standing there. After hearing what the second sister said, she suddenly opened her mouth, revealing 2 huge fangs, which immediately sprayed towards the place where Wang Bufan was. Venom. These venoms are unique to the king cobra. Basically, they can corrode humans dry and quiet when they touch the human body, and even the entire air in the sky will be corroded, extremely poisonous. Seeing the perfect cooperation of the two, Wang Bufan also jumped. As expected, the 9 snakes and pirates of 7 warlords of the sea are still very strong. Not dare to neglect, Wang Bufan stepped on the moonwalk towards the sky. His surroundings were almost surrounded by the venom of the king cobra, and the venom would corrode his body in any direction, so he could only leap towards the sky. Well, Wang Bufan has already mastered the moonwalk in Marine 6 styles, otherwise it's hard for ordinary people to avoid the cooperation of these 2 people. Seeing Wang Bufan leaping into the sky, the second sister of the Empress immediately threw her giant python tail towards Wang Bufan in the sky. She could not have hit this despicable human being on the ground, but now she is like a living target in the sky. You were able to escape the venom attack of my third sister. It seems that your Marine 6 styles moonwalk is pretty good. I didn't expect the people from Marine to be so shameless now that they have sneaked into our daughter's island, but in the air I think you still how to avoid my attack. Python Tail Cannonball. The second sister of the Empress, Boya Sandersonia, threw up her huge tail with all her strength, and slammed it against Wang Bufan's body like a cannonball. Wang Bufan, who was in the air, saw the huge python tail attack, and quickly used the paper arts from Marine 6 styles. After that, his whole body was able to deform at will, evading most of the python tail, but was still caught by the small part of the python tail. The strength of the tail was thrown onto the open space next to it. Haha, Despicable marine spy, it feels uncomfortable to be hit by my python tail shell. Although you have learned paper arts in Marine 6 styles, you can only escape a little attack in the air. Wang Bufan, who fell on the ground, smiled softly when he heard these words. They had all used up their moves, and it was now their turn to make moves. Really? It seems that I'm going to be serious. You little female snakes, just lie on the ground and shut up. Alpha Raid. Wang Bufan took the Demon Blade village and rushed towards the two sisters quickly. The speed was too fast and even surpassed the speed that the eyes could see. The third sister Boya Marigold saw Wang Bufan rushing over with a long knife. The sword energy of the human sword unity state above made her feel very dangerous, and she couldn't let the second sister's python body resist it anymore. He immediately raised his sword and rushed in front of the second sister, trying to take this trick for the second sister. Due to the huge difference in strength, and Wang Bufan used the strongest swordsmanship he can now use. Just now, the sword in the hands of the third female emperor flew out, and then the whole body fell to the ground, causing a shock on the ground. Seeing her third sister fell to the ground with serious injuries to block the knife, the second sister immediately rushed to the front like crazy, wanting to continue to defeat Wang Bufan to avenge her sister. However, under Wang Bufan's human sword and sword aura, within a few rounds, the Empress and the second sister were knocked to the ground by Wang Bufan. The entire giant python tail was also covered with sword marks. The wound was not very deep, but it seemed very scary. Chapter 29, The Empress. Seeing that the two sisters in front of Gorgong no longer had the ability to fight back, Wang Bufan sat on the ground and looked at the two huge snake bodies in front of him. He didn't expect that the world of One Piece is really amazing. The existence of half human and half snake surprised him a lot. The second sister of the Empress on the ground was repairing her body on the ground. When she raised her head, she saw Wang Bufan looking at them with abusive eyes, but now she can't beat her, so she can only stare at Wang Bufan with her eyes. That look was like trying to kill him. Why isn't the Empress here yet? Is the person who just ran to report the letter run so slowly? Wang Bufan asked slowly. Despicable Marine, don't be too arrogant. When the Empress comes, she will kill you and avenge us. Hearing that the two people on the ground regarded him as Marine, they must have misunderstood them by using Marine 6 styles. Wang Bufan shook his head and explained. First, I'm not Marine. As for Marine 6 styles, I didn't learn it from Marine. You have to figure it out. Also, this time I came here to discuss a deal with the Empress, not here to steal any secrets. I have known your secrets a long time ago. After speaking, Wang Bufan walked in front of the two of them, walked to them with his head down, and whispered a word to them. The secret is on your back, isn't it? The two sisters of Gorgong on the ground heard what Wang Bufan said, and their eyes widened in shock. They must know the secret behind them and they protect them most closely. Few outsiders can know it all, and those who know are already old people who had participated in rescuing them. The people who knew this secret on their daughter's island were even more pitiful, only the 3 of their sisters and 4 of them knew about it. And the young man in front of him even knew the secret, which made them feel a deep panic. You, how do you know? Who told you? The second sister of the Empress asked in a panic. No one told me, but don't worry, I've said that I came here to do business with you, so I won't talk about it. Because we are on the same front, and on the other side is celestial. Isn't dragons? Hearing that Wang Bufan said celestial dragons, the two on the ground knew that he really knew what the secret was, and then they fell on the ground and stopped talking. The next thing is not something he can handle, and only waits until the female emperor comes over. You can continue to talk about it. If they still have the ability to fight, they will definitely kill the man in front of them, because that is the safest way, but now that they can't beat the man in front of them, they can only give up. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps not far away, only to see a tall woman walking with a team of soldiers. Without much thought, Wang Bufan knew that this was the Empress, Boa Hancock. About to walk in front of Wang Bufan saw the real look of the world's first beauty in front of him through the moonlight. The height of 191 centimeters, coupled with a jet black and bright G hairstyle, looks very luxurious. The deep blue eyes and the flawless golden ratio face are even more imaginative. A pair of big long legs can make all women envious. The temperament of the whole person is as arrogant as an emperor, worthy of being called a female emperor. The world's #1 beauty is really beautiful. If the earth that can be brought to the 21st century is definitely a world-class beauty, no one else has any chance. Those stars can only serve as foils. The Empress saw her 2 sisters lying still on the ground, and immediately walked to them to check their injuries. Did you see them? When her life is in danger, she sends someone to take care of them, and all she has to do is to avenge her sister. A human man, he dared to break into Daughter Island privately and injured my sister. Today I want you to die without a dead body. Marrow marrow mellow. Before Wang Bufan could open Shikai, the Empress posed a gesture of love with her hands, slowly letting in a lot of love-shaped rays of light inside, and blasted it towards Wang Bufan's direction. As long as Wang Bufan is attracted by her beauty, he will be petrified by the light of love, and then he will be able to petrify Wang Bufan directly on the ground, and then kick him to pieces. After releasing the heart-shaped light, the female emperor raised her head high, and with her beauty, this skill would not be unsuccessful for these human men. When the concubine does not fail, what the concubine does is right. Really? Empress, these rays of your light seem to be useless to me. Wang Bufan moved his body mischievously, indicating that he was not petrified. How is it possible? How can you, a human man, not be petrified by the concubine marrow marrow mellow? The Empress looked at Wang Bufan inconceivably. She didn't understand why the man in front of her could not be petrified. Seeing the surprised eyes of the Empress, Wang Bufan waved his hand gently. Although he felt that the Empress was really beautiful, it was not to the extent that he could be infatuated. Empress, I admit that your beauty is unique in the pirate world, but this is far from enough to make me obsessed, so your marrow marrow mellow is useless to me. Hearing Wang Bufan's explanation, the Empress was obviously surprised, but then she reacted. When the concubine does not fail, kiss the gun. Seeing the Empress touch her lips with her finger, a small peach-colored heart-shaped substance slowly appeared on her mouth. Wang Bufan saw that the female emperor had developed this skill, and he quickly explained his intentions. You must know that this skill can't even be avoided by Luffy. With his current ability, it would take a lot of energy to avoid it. It may be injured, he doesn't have to fight against the Empress right now. Don't do it, I am here to cooperate with you this time. The concubine wants to avenge her sister, no matter what you say is useless. The Empress then put her hand on her lips, and after a while she will be able to release the skill of kissing the gun, and then the human man on the opposite side will regret it. Came to Daughter Island. Seeing that the Empress did not stop, Wang Bufan became anxious. She didn't want to be hated by the Empress for no reason. I know that you have the mark of a flying dragon hoof on your back. I'm here to deal with celestial dragons with you. Wang Bufan controlled his volume so that the voice could only be heard by the Empress, and he knew that the Empress didn't want too many people know this secret. Chapter 30, Negotiating Conditions. The female emperor was stunned when she heard the 3 words celestial dragons, and even her hand movement slowly stopped, and the kiss gun skills that were about to take shape gradually disappeared from her fingers. The 3 words celestial dragons are so important to her, they have been buried deep in her heart. The thing she wants to do most in her life is to find the celestial dragons of her own slave one day, and then kill them with her own hands to make up for the sufferings of her 3 sisters. How do you know the relationship between the concubine and celestial dragons? Who are you? The Empress put down her hands and asked Wang Bufan flatly. You can call me the undefeated East. When the Empress asked her name, Wang Bufan answered the name he had already thought of. He is still in a state of transformation, and he will not easily reveal himself when his power is not strong. His true body can only be claimed by the name of the Invincible East. As for why I know about the relationship between you and celestial dragons, don't you feel that this is not a place to talk? I repeat, this time I am here to find you to cooperate with celestial dragons, and it will not do you any harm. And those of your sisters, I didn't kill them. I can recover all of them after a few days of rest. The Empress has also found out about this. Although her sisters and the soldiers from Daughter Island are lying on the ground, it can be seen that most of them have just received skin injuries. Although her second sister looks scary, she has the recovery ability of the python body can be fully recovered within a few days. After taking a deep look at Wang Bufan, the Empress chose to agree to Wang Bufan's request. She didn't dare to bet whether the man in front of her said the cooperation was true or false, because the incident of celestial dragons shocked her too much. Can choose to believe Wang Bufan's requirements. The East is undefeated, right? Come with your concubine. Then the Empress turned and walked towards the palace. Wang Bufan knew that he had made the most difficult first step now, and what he had to do in the future would be much simpler. After a while, Wang Bufan followed the Empress into the secret room of the palace. Only Wang Bufan and the Empress were in the secret room. There were no other Daughters Island warriors. Even the second sister of the Empress was driven by the Empress if she wanted to stay here. Go out because she can feel that Wang Bufan can be restricted by her ability. And Wang Bufan is not afraid. He has all the secrets about the Empress. If he fights, although he can't beat the Empress yet, if Ishan wants to escape, there are few in this world who can find him. After all, the eternal nightmare secret art is not for blowing. After everyone had walked out, Wang Bufan sat on the chair generously, with a relaxed look. Now he is the master with the initiative, and shouldn't be used if he doesn't make good use of it. Seeing Wang Bufan sitting down, the Empress spoke in advance. The hatred of celestial dragons in her heart can no longer keep her waiting. Now she must understand Wang Bufan's true purpose. Why do you say you can work with your concubine against celestial dragons? It's very simple, I kill celestial dragons, and you pay me. When I become stronger in the future, I want you to leave Shishibukai and join my pirate group. Then I will take your 3 sisters to kill the celestial dragons who were slaves to you. Wang Bufan said slowly. You mean you can kill celestial dragons? Now celestial dragons are protected by layers of world government. It's hard to get close to them. Once there is a little movement, Marine Admiral will come forward. How do you assassinate them? Hearing this sentence, Wang Bufan knew that the Empress was already tempted to assassinate celestial dragons. All he had to do was to show his ability to assassinate celestial dragons. Then Wang Bufan smiled and got up and walked to the place where the lights were controlled. The lights in the secret room were turned off at once, and the whole secret room was plunged into darkness. The Empress was not too shocked by Wang Bufan's move, because she has enough confidence in her own strength. She can now clearly feel the existence of Wang Bufan, so she can deal with all emergencies. But out of curiosity, she still asked. What are you going to do? Can you still feel my existence now? Empress. After saying that, Wang Bufan activated his ability to blend into the darkness. Not only the body can blend into the darkness, but even his own breath can blend into the darkness, just like as the whole person disappeared. This is also his most important skill to prove himself. After hearing the last words of Wang Bufan, the Empress clearly felt that the man in front of her had disappeared. Not only the body disappeared, but the breath of the whole person also disappeared. How is it possible? I can't feel your breath at all in my concubine body, how could this be? Seeing the reaction of the Empress, Wang Bufan was very satisfied. He wanted this effect, but it was not enough. He wanted the Empress to believe him completely. Then Wang Bufan slowly moved behind the Empress through the darkness, but the Empress did not notice at all. If she does something to the Empress now, the Empress will be seriously injured even if she does not die. But he doesn't have to do this. What he wants is that the Empress can help him deal with celestial dragons, and only cooperation can achieve a win-win situation. Having completely reached the back of the Empress, Wang Bufan spoke softly to the ear of the Empress. Do you think I can kill those waste celestial dragons and get out of it? The female emperor left the place as soon as she heard these words, and then raised her vigilance to the highest level. She didn't feel Wang Bufan's approach at all. The place where the sound just came out was behind his head. If she reacted a little slower, she might be killed directly. This is terrible. How is it possible that the concubine body can't feel the breath of your movement at all? This kind of ability is really terrifying. Seeing that the Empress was shocked enough, Wang Bufan slowly walked to the place where he controlled the lights. Now he has no need to go invisible anymore. He has done everything he wants to do, and the desired effect has been achieved. The next thing to do is to negotiate terms with the Empress. Turning on the light in the secret room, Wang Bufan's entire body was fully revealed. On the other side, the Empress looked at Wang Bufan with shocked eyes. She has not been able to understand that ability until now. Now can we continue to negotiate terms? Wang Bufan returned to his original seat without hurriedly and continued to ask after sitting down. Chapter 31, Let's get 500 million first. The East is undefeated. You can really assassinate celestial dragons easily with your abilities. What do you want to do with your concubine? The Empress no longer doubts that Wang Bufan can assassinate celestial dragons. The next step is to ask the question before him. What a man wants her to do, if the conditions are too harsh, she will not easily agree. It's very simple. Now you only need to provide me with 500 million baileys, and I will promise you to kill one of the celestial dragons on the Sabayati archipelago. Hearing this answer, the Empress was visibly stunned. She had already thought of all kinds of harsh conditions, and even thought that the man in front of her would threaten her with himself in exchange, but she never expected such a big thing as the assassination of celestial dragons. Just need her to pay. I only need my concubine to give you 500 million bailey? No need to do other things. The Empress asked Wang Bufan with a slight suspicion. Seeing the reaction of the Empress, Wang Bufan knew that the Empress was suspecting that what he said was true or false, but now he really can't think of other more important things, because what he wants to do now is auction the devil fruit, carefully. After thinking for a while, he continued. If I find that devil fruit is going to be sold to me, I will buy it at the original price. Other things are gone now. Well, my concubine is going to prepare bailey now. The Empress walked out and walked back in a short while. There were a few bags with bailey in her hand. Without thinking about it, Wang Bufan knew that the other party had prepared bailey. The Empress, besides bailey, what I want more is to cooperate with you to deal with celestial dragons, and even in the future I want you to join my eastern pirates, because then I will have to face the celestial dragons in this world. Chance, I hope you can understand this. Wang Bufan changed his original joking appearance and looked at the Empress in front of him with a serious expression. He is in urgent need of some powerful friends now, and he will be effective in the future. This is also the main purpose for him to find the Empress, because he knows that if anyone in the world hates celestial dragons the most, the Empress must be one. This is also the biggest reliance on which he dares to negotiate terms with the female emperor who has the strength of 7 warlords of the sea alone. When Wang Bufan said this sentence with a serious face, the Empress also fell into thought. She also knew that she wanted to deal with celestial dragons. She could not touch celestial dragons at all with her strength of 7 warlords of the sea, in order to protect her daughter island she had to join 7 warlords of the sea. And now, she has a great opportunity, a chance to eliminate her inner hatred of celestial dragons, and even kill those hateful celestial dragons by herself in the future, which makes her almost lose her sanity, or she wants to go crazy with Wang Bufan. The concubine promises you that if you need a concubine one day in the future, I will definitely quit 7 warlords of the sea and join your eastern pirates. After speaking, the Empress looked in a certain direction in the palace, her brows frowned a little bit. Where was the residence of the previous generation of Daughter Island Emperor, Granny Nu? Although she usually has a bad attitude towards Granny Nu, it's because Granny Nu has kept her as Shishibukai. She is an ambitious person and doesn't want to follow anyone's orders, especially those of the world government serving celestial dragons. Order. Granny Nu is the savior of their three sisters. She has great wisdom and can look forward to the future. She has always been a military commander of the 9 snakes and pirates. It can be said that the female emperor's identity as 7 warlords of the sea has a huge relationship with Granny Nu. Now she promised that the man in front of her would quit 7 warlords of the sea, and she also wanted to listen to mother-in-law Nu's opinion, but this time she had no chance. I can only agree to the request of the man in front of me, and wait until later to talk to Granny Nu about this matter. Hearing the affirmative reply from the Empress, Wang Bufan knew that his purpose of coming this time had been completely successful. Seeing the Empress frowning and looking in a certain direction, he also had a little suspicion in his heart for people in which direction. No hurry, now I am still planning, and I need your 7 warlords of the sea identity to inquire about the news for me, but presumably that day will not come too late, then you will be able to see the Eastern Sea. With the rapid rise of the thieves, you will also be one of the veterans. And the direction you are looking at is the place where Granny Nu lives, if I didn't guess wrong. How do you know that I am looking in the direction of Granny Nu? The Empress opened her eyes wide, and now she really admires the mysterious man in front of her more and more. Seeing the reaction of the Empress, Wang Bufan knew that he was right this time, but think about it carefully. There is really no one on this daughter island who can show the Empress with that serious expression and look, except Granny Nu. N.S. My master used to have a relationship with mother-in-law Nu. He heard that I was coming to Daughter's Island and told me about her deeds. So I know her very well. What Wang Bufan said is half true and half false. It is true that his master Zephyr and mother-in-law Nu have a relationship. What is false is that Zephyr has not told him about mother-in-law Nu's deeds. In order to be able to explain, I can only say that first. Master Dongfang, who is your master? The female emperor immediately asked. Even the name of Wang Bufan had become an adult. The man in front of him was almost omniscient, and had completely surpassed her imagination. I can't tell you who my master is now, but you will definitely know in the future, and you will definitely know. As for mother-in-law Nu, I also have some things to talk to her later, but I have to wait until I kill celestial dragons, because then I can convince mother-in-law Nu. You know, if her temper doesn't have enough bargaining chips, it's not easy to negotiate. My concubine follows the advice of the Eastern Master. The female emperor said this to Wang Bufan in a slightly submissive tone. She has now completely believed in the abilities of the man in front of her, and the next step is to go crazy together. It made the world tremble, and the celestial dragons, who were slaves and their sisters, had no good life. All things have been discussed. Wang Bufan walked towards the door. He is going back to prepare for the auction. The devil fruit at the auction, he is determined to win. Walking to the door, Wang Bufan suddenly remembered an important thing. If you find devil fruit in the future, you must tell me that I want that thing to be of great use. After speaking, he took a deep look at Granny Nu's room, and then left the palace without looking back. The concubine understands. Chapter 32 The Leader of Sea Kings Found. When Wang Bufan left the palace, an old woman leaning on a snake head stick came out from the other side of the secret room, holding a newspaper in her hand, standing outside the secret room watching Wang Bufan's back slowly leaving. If Wang Bufan turns around, he will definitely find that this old woman is what he calls her mother-in-law Nu. Seeing Wang Bufan's back completely disappeared from her gaze, Granny Nu turned her head to look at the Empress. Emperor, you are doing your own thing again this time. There is nothing wrong with the concubine body. No matter what the concubine body does, he will be forgiven, because the concubine body is as beautiful as an immortal. Without continuing to pay attention to the Empress, mother-in-law Nu looked at the newspaper in her hands. She was more concerned about the changes in the world. On the left side of the newspaper are photos of 11 supernovae and rewards, and on the right side is the news that Zephyr's apprentice Wang Bufan defeated 2 supernovae. Luffy, the grandson of Garp, appeared before, and then Wang Bufan, the apprentice of Black Arm Zephyr, and now there is a mysterious man named Undefeated Oriental who wants to assassinate celestial dragons. It seems that this world is really not peaceful. That's it. And this mysterious man named Dongfang Undefeated actually said that his master knew me. According to his moves, Marine 6 styles and swordsmanship in the realm of human sword integration, is it the apprentice of East Blue Kojiro? Empress, can you feel someone like him? The Empress frowned when she heard Granny Nu's question. She was also very curious about which man she had just now, but she didn't feel who Wang Bufan resembled. I can't feel the concubine body, I can only feel that this man is very strong god-tier secret, and very confident, as if everything is in his master. As for his swordsmanship, according to his concubine's 2 sisters, he is very powerful, and he has completely mastered the swordsmanship of the realm of human sword integration. The female emperor continued. Mother-in-law Nu was not surprised when she heard the empress's answer. This man was really confident, especially when she was not tempted by the world's #1 beauty like the empress. It was really abnormal as a man. If it is really Kojiro's apprentice, it would be interesting. I didn't expect East Blue to have 3 world-class newcomers all at once. Empress, you have to seize the opportunity to rise this time. After that, mother-in-law Nu took away Wang Bufan's gaze and slowly returned to her room. As for the strength of this man named Dongfang Undefeated, whether to cooperate with him depends on his performance in the future. Seeing mother-in-law Nu leaving from the back, the Empress also strengthened her mind even more. She must make a name for herself in this new era. The concubine body will surely rise successfully, the Empress shouted at the back of Granny Nu, her tone full of firmness. Wang Bufan left the palace and returned to the shore where he had landed at the time. Before he opened the teleportation array, he faintly heard the calls of sea kings. There were also several small sea kings' voices, especially the ones who found him. Wang Bufan then stopped the movement in his hand, and he faintly felt that the cry seemed to be calling him. After a while, Wang Bufan saw that many large mountains appeared slowly on the distant sea, or the backs of those huge sea kings. At the front were a few smaller backs, and then I saw 3 big pairs of eyes protruding from the sea. It was the little sea kings who used him as toys when they found him. Then Wang Bufan hurried into the sea, only then could he communicate with sea kings. Human brother, we have come to play with you again. This time our patriarch also followed, and after hearing us that you can communicate with us, he will see you. Yeah, the patriarch said that he must see you, so we came back to you as soon as we got back. Hearing a few little sea kings chattering in the sea, Wang Bufan knew the purpose of their coming this time. It must be that the patriarch heard that the human beings who could communicate with them began to doubt. We must know that in their world of sea kings, there is a special kind of people who may be able to communicate with them, and that kind of people has not appeared for too long. But what surprised Wang Bufan was that sea kings came so quickly. It was only a little more than midnight after he landed on Daughter's Island and left now. After the 3 little sea kings had finished speaking, Wang Bufan saw that a pair of huge sea kings' eyes suddenly appeared on the sea behind them. The first sea kings had an eye bigger than a house, and Wang Bufan was in his. It was like an ant in front of him. Wang Bufan was shocked when he saw so many huge eyes popping out of the sea. The sight was too unacceptable. FK, this is too big. No wonder Sea Kings is the master of the sea, no wonder the world government and celestial dragons are so afraid of Princess Shirahoshi, this is really too threatening. When Wang Bufan was surprised in his heart, the biggest Sea Kings in front of him suddenly spoke. Human, why can you understand our Sea Kings? His voice was thunderous and immediately shook Wang Bufan back in shock. Hello, Sea Kings, I don't know why I can communicate with Sea Kings, but I know some news about Poseidon. You can call me hungry. Wang Bufan answered, neither humble nor overbearing. With his knowledge of sea kings and Poseidon, if he wanted to, he could reproduce the sea kings who were deceiving him and let them fight for himself. But he doesn't want that now. What he wants more is to reach a cooperative relationship with these sea kings so that these sea kings can help themselves willingly. Human. What did you say? You know about Poseidon? Yes. I do know some news about Poseidon. Wang Bufan continued to reply. Hearing that this human being in front of me knows about Poseidon, this makes the leader dare not neglect. You must know that the most important thing they need to do for the leaders of sea kings is to find a new generation of Poseidon. The main feature of Poseidon is the ability to communicate with sea kings. When I heard the description of the three little guys, the sea king's chief thought he was going to find their true king, so he rushed over. But after hearing Wang Bufan's explanation, he had known for 100 years that the human in front of him was not their new king, but just a guide. According to records in their clan, before sea kings appeared, there would be a guide who would guide sea kings and Poseidon to meet. Chapter 33 Sea King's Lair. Subsequently, the Sea King's leader did not continue to doubt that the appearance of this human must mean that Poseidon will be reborn in this world. Dear human leader, I already know your identity, but it is not safe here. I want to take you back to our lair to carefully discuss the news about Poseidon. This matter is too important for us Sea Kings. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Wang Bufan knew that the collaboration with Sea Kings was interesting. It seemed that the identity of the human leader was still very useful. Even if new guides appear in the future, it doesn't matter, because Wang Bufan can do everything the guides can do, and Wang Bufan knows some things they don't know. Sure enough, information is the most basic requirement for survival. No wonder Granny New cares so much about outside news. Seeing that the human guide in front of him acquiesced to his request, the Sea King's leader gave Wang Bufan a special thing that can be submerged underwater, much like a fish airbag, which allows Wang Bufan to get in. It can resist water pressure, and you can breathe and communicate freely inside. Seeing the magic of this thing, Wang Bufan tightly grasped the body of the Sea King's leader, and under the leadership of the Sea King's leader, he quickly swam towards Sea King's lair. In the first half of the road, the leader of Sea Kings has been diving, and the bubbles where Wang Bufan is located have gradually shrunk, slowly approaching Wang Bufan's body, which shows that the seabed water pressure is gradually increasing. The distance that Wang Bufan can detect through observation haki has also become closer and closer, and his surroundings have also begun to turn dark. Due to the existence of the Sea Kings group, Wang Bufan has not seen any fish. After half of the journey, the entire airbag shrank to the minimum, and then it began to gradually expand, and Wang Bufan's perception of color and perception distance also gradually enlarged. It's still rising? It seems that the nest where Sea Kings lives is not on the bottom of the sea but near the sea. It must be that these Sea Kings also need sunlight, because their eyes have not degenerated. Wang Bufan muttered in his heart. After diving for more than an hour, Wang Bufan can clearly see the sunlight coming through the sea. Unexpectedly, it is already daytime. After spending 3 hours on the way, it is still one of the super fast swimming speeds of the leader of Sea Kings. Arrived next. It seems that the place where the Sea King's lair is located is really hidden. When Wang Bufan surfaced, he saw the whole picture of Sea King's nest in front of him. There are several small islands above the sea, and many trees can be seen above. The sun is also hanging high in the sky. It is not an artificial light source like the Fishman Island, indicating that this is the real sea. In the distance, there are several little Sea Kings swimming towards here quickly, as if welcoming the leader of Sea Kings who has just returned. After finding his own teleportation map silently, Wang Bufan began to find his own location. As long as he can find his own location, he can know where it is. But to Wang Bufan's surprise, the location he showed on the teleportation map was still near Daughter's Island, not elsewhere. It turned out to be near Daughter Island? How is this possible? There is no such place near Daughter Island as there is such an island, and looking at the performance of these sea kings, they seem not afraid of being discovered by humans, or they will not be discovered by humans at all. Seeing where he was, Wang Bufan chose Sabayati Archipelago to start the teleportation. What he didn't expect was that the teleportation map could not be opened at all. Where is this place? Even the teleportation map can't be teleported away. Is it that this place can't be teleported, or is the location where the space barrier is too thick? Seeing the doubt on Wang Bufan's face, the leader of Sea Kings opened Shikai to release it. This is a secret space that our Sea Kings discovered a long time ago. Only our Sea Kings can dive deep enough to the bottom of the sea, and then swim here according to a specific route. If humans are not led by Sea Kings, they will find it. Not here. So here Sea Kings can survive as they please. What a paradise! Wang Bufan exclaimed after listening. Seeing that the human guardian in front of him had no other questions, the leader of Sea Kings began to ask the questions he wanted to ask. Human guardian, can you tell us where Poseidon is now? According to our records, as long as you find the guardian, you can find Poseidon. She is in the Fishmen Island. Wang Bufan directly told the Sea King's leader Shirahoji where he was, which was one of his sincerity to show. Hearing Wang Bufan's reply, the Sea King's leader obviously hesitated. The Fishmen Island? I didn't expect this generation of Poseidon to appear on the Fishmen Island again. It seems that our Sea Kings and the Fishmen Island really have an unstoppable connection. Forget it, I will look for that in a few days. The old Dragon King went to ask someone. Wang Bufan was wondering whether to tell the leader of Sea Kings that Shirahoji is Poseidon. When he heard the news that he was going to the Fishmen Island dignitaries, he hurriedly stopped. Now Poseidon has not fully awakened, even if you are coming now, it is useless. This amount can make Poseidon the target of celestial dragons in advance. You should know how much celestial dragons attaches importance to Poseidon. Poseidon. I'm afraid I haven't waited here for Poseidon. Poseidon will be intercepted by them. Hearing that it is still impossible to find Poseidon. Poseidon, the leader of Sea Kings immediately became angry, not at Wang Bufan, but at the celestial dragons. Then what should I do? Know that Poseidon will only appear for hundreds of years, and we have been waiting for too long, those damn celestial dragons. What you have to do now is to help me become strong. When I am strong enough to compete with celestial dragons and world government, I can go to the Fishmen Island to rescue Poseidon. Poseidon and let her rise completely. After listening to this, the leader of Sea Kings began to think. Although he had a good impression of the human man in front of him, he had to consider his own race before he fully believed him. What can I do to help you become stronger? Chief Sea Kings asked Wang Bufan. It's very simple, as long as I need your Sea Kings to help me, just help me, such as destroying world government warships, destroying world government military bases. It will not take too long, but I can go smoothly in a few years. The rise of. Just need us Sea Kings to do these things. After listening, the leader of Sea Kings asked immediately. This condition seemed a bit too simple. Chapter 34 The Treasures of Sea Kings. Yes, what I want is a partnership with Sea Kings to protect Poseidon from growing up. Then we can have enough strength to deal with celestial dragons and world government. Also, I will assassinate a celestial dragons in a few days. They are used to being at ease these years, and it's time for them to toss and toss. Wang Bufan made a motion to wipe his neck. His eyes firmly looked at the leader of Sea Kings in front of him, and his appearance was beyond doubt. Since ancient times, the hero has been a young man. The old man is considered to have taken it this time. Not only did he dare to break into the Daughter Island where 7 warlords of the sea existed alone, he even planned to assassinate celestial dragons. The leader of Sea Kings couldn't help but said this sentence with the admiration in his heart. After so many years in the Calm Belt, if you dare to come to Daughter's Island alone and successfully leave, only the world's first swordsman Hawkeye has done it. Now there is another young human in front of him. However, the leader of sea kings who dared to assassinate celestial dragons hadn't heard of it yet. How could this not shock him? Seeing the actions of the leader of sea kings, Wang Bufan burst into laughter immediately. What he will do in the future is a major event that can cause a sensation in the world. Assassinating a celestial dragons is just the beginning. This world has been at ease for too long. Someone has to do something to make him change, right? I wonder if there is any truth in what the younger generation unbeaten said. The East is invincible? Good name, what you say is right. This time I will bet with you. In order to welcome Poseidon and welcome the new era, we sea kings should also make some moves. Okay, it's settled. The younger generation will stay soon. If there is something to do in the future, I will come to you for help. Then Wang Bufan turned around and left. There are still many things to prepare. It is not so easy to assassinate a celestial dragons protected by the world government group. Seeing Wang Bufan was about to leave, the Sea King's leader hurriedly retained him. Although he had negotiated with the man in front of him, he had other things to say. Wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry, I still have something to give you. When Wang Bufan stopped, the Sea King's leader took Wang Bufan and swam towards the island a little further away. Along the way, Wang Bufan also has a deeper understanding of the place where the Sea Kings live. The whole sea area is divided into two parts by several islands. The larger one on the left occupies 2/3 of their activities and a place to survive. On the right side of the island, Wang Bufan saw some huge bones not deep in the sea bottom. The whole skeleton was huge and exuded a frightening atmosphere. After a long time of accumulation, a submarine forest composed of bones has formed under the seabed. It seems that this is the place where the sea kings who died in the past generations were buried. Swim past the place where the skeleton of sea kings was. Wang Bufan saw many huge caves under the water surface in front of him, and many large shells and coral corpses could be seen outside the caves. It seems to have been put here on purpose by these sea kings. Swim into the cave. Wang Bufan reached the final destination. FK, what is this? How can there be such a big pearl, and this coral, how much Bailey does this fineness cost? Before the leader of Sea Kings could speak, Wang Bufan was shocked by the sight in front of him. There are many sparkling night pearls on the ground, the largest of which is the size of a fist, and the others are bigger than eggs. Beside the pearls, there are many living corals. The color is gratifying and the texture is crystal clear. This is listed as the 3 organic gemstones alongside pearls and amber. It is usually difficult to see. Only in the deep sea can you pass 10,000 years. Only precipitation can form such a good coral. After Wang Bufan was surprised, the Sea King's leader put a special crystal-like conch in Wang Bufan's hand. What is this? It can calm my mind. Wang Bufan asked, touching the conch in his hand. Although the texture of this thing resembles crystal, it has a much better texture than crystal when held in the hand. A very comfortable feeling, it can make Wang Bufan calm down. Vaguely Wang Bufan also found that his observation haki detection distance has improved. This is the jade of the deep sea. It is a special kind of jade that the corpse of a special sea snail will slowly form after tens of thousands of meters under the seabed after several 10,000 years. It can calm your mind and increase your humanity. As far as the observation haki distance is, carrying it on your body can make your practice twice the result with half the effort. Is such a great thing given to me? Wang Bufan started to wonder a little, knowing that if this thing is put at auction, it will be worth at least the price of devil fruit. It is a rare existence. Well, it was given to you, but the important reason I gave it to you is another function of him. As long as you blow it on the sea, the nearby sea kings will perceive it, and then we will help you. Hearing the answer from the leader of sea kings, Wang Bufan tried to blow the conch in his hand, only to hear a particularly deep sound coming from the conch, as well as what Wang Bufan had heard calling for the little sea kings to go home. The sound is a bit similar. Before Wang Bufan finished blowing, he heard the responses of many sea kings not far away, and the voices continued one after another. The leader of Sea Kings then responded, which voices slowly disappeared. Sure enough, I will accept this gift. It will be easier to contact you later. Then Wang Bufan put the conch in his arms, and he can contact Sea Kings through this in the future. The leader of Sea Kings saw that Wang Bufan had collected the conch and planned to take him away. However, he saw Wang Bufan standing still, without any intention to leave, his eyes fixed on the objects on the ground in front of him. The undefeated little brother from the east, I have nothing else to do. I can take you away now. After a period of contact, the Sea King's leader has completely accepted the human leader in front of him, and even the title has become a little brother. But Wang Bufan didn't want to leave, but the pearl and coral in front of him had entangled his feet, leaving his heart here deeply. He had never seen such a beautiful object before, and he had no resistance at all. The younger generation has a small request and the leader agrees, can I take away the pearls and corals in front of the two, this is really beautiful. Chapter 35. Seeing Wang Bufan's performance, the leader of Sea Kings smiled slowly. He didn't expect that the person in front of him who was going to overthrow the world would have this hobby, but those gadgets are really beautiful, or they can't be them. The favorite toys of those little Sea Kings in the clan. As for how much Bailey is worth, the leader of Sea Kings doesn't have that concept. They don't usually use Bailey, and they collected these pearls and corals. This was what the little Sea Kings asked for. They couldn't meet them in the deep sea. We'll bring it back. Yes, you can get it if you like it. It's okay to get more. Thank you, the chief. Then I'm not welcome. Wang Bufan said happily and then came to the pearl and coral. The two gems shone in the sun and exuded charming charm. No wonder people in the world like this kind of things so much. No one can resist this charm, especially women who love beauty. Wang Bufan thought secretly. After taking a few fist-sized pearls and a coral that looked very beautiful, Wang Bufan closed his hand. Although these things are beautiful, they can't be taken away. If you know that these things are worthless if they are too many. After collecting the pearls and corals, Wang Bufan expressed his intention to leave. The Sea King's leader did not continue to stay, and there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. Back on the Island of Daughters, Wang Bufan opened the teleportation map and looked at the light spots lit up on it. Wang Bufan expressed sincere admiration for the person who invented this thing. It would be great if we could bring this thing back to Earth. I thought about my family and friends on the Earth, and thought of those friends of Zephyr and Neo Marine. Wang Bufan felt deeply missed. As expected, people are still emotional animals. Exist, and Zephyr and Neo Marine are his lifelong relatives. After receiving his thoughts, Wang Bufan began to send back to Sabayati Archipelago. His dynasty has not yet been established, and he needs to continue his efforts so that he can better protect his family and friends. There was no error this time. Wang Bufan went straight back to his room at GR 59. The room here was previously booked by Zephyr for Neo Marine. When he arrived at Sabayati Archipelago, Wang Bufan never left. It can be said that this is left for him. He has many memories. After taking a deep look at the house here again, Wang Bufan left a letter and a lot of Bailey enough to buy here, and then left. The letter stated that he would come back again in the future, and he must keep this. The house is sealed. When I find the Master Zephyr and other Neo Marine, I will definitely take them back to this place, but their identity will surely shock everyone in Sabayati Archipelago. Without continuing to stay longer, Wang Bufan walked towards GR 23 with his own things on his back. The auction at the end of the month will come within a few days, so I can check the auction news in the past few days in advance. Another reason is that GR number 23 belongs to the illegal area, where there is a mixture of fish and dragons. Even if the world government finds his trail at that time, it is easy to avoid it. Since going to the Fishman Island, Wang Bufan has not changed his appearance, so his current appearance is still the undefeated appearance of the East. This will be his usual identity before he became stronger. Nothing happened along the way. Wang Bufan went to GR23 smoothly, found a more remote place and rented a house again. Wang Bufan went to the Bailey Bank to get 500 million Baileys from the Empress. Save it, knowing that it's too ostentatious to bring those Baileys on your body. Counting the 500 million Baileys he got from the Empress, Wang Bufan already has nearly 600 million Baileys in his body. It shouldn't be that difficult to take a devil fruit. Putting everything in place, Wang Bufan took a good rest all night. In the past few days, he was negotiating with the Empress and the leader of Sea Kings. He hardly rested and finally encountered the bed. It's better to have a good night's sleep. A good night's dream. When I woke up it was noon. Wang Bufan simply cleaned up, and walked out as the unbeaten in the East. What he has to do now is to collect information, and collecting information here is the easiest. The place is the pub. Walking into the largest tavern in this area, Wang Bufan glanced at it. It was very lively. Various voices were mixed with shouts of drinking. The waiter rushed to and fro to each guest as much as possible. They are all attentive, and you must know that these pirates are not easy to mess with. Most of these are new pirates who have just arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. They have not yet forgotten the joy of being able to successfully break into the Grand Line Sabayati Archipelago. Where did they start to show off their various experiences loudly? It seems he is the man who wants to become One Piece. Randomly found a place near the corner to sit down, Wang Bufan ordered a few dishes and some wine, and then started sitting there and started eating alone, while paying attention to the various information next to him. Sitting next to Wang Bufan was a group of new-looking pirates who looked fierce and kept showing off how NB he was. Wang Bufan listened to them attentively, let alone these pirates. The strength is not good, the bragging ability is really not small. Boss, the chicks just now are so good looking, why didn't we snatch them over? We haven't seen any fresh chicks for many days. The girls in the brothel are all too expensive, and the inexpensive ones are too old. The girl we played in South Blue, Shuiling, has been holding me down these days. Don't be silly, don't forget that this is GR23 of Sabayati Archipelago. There are pirates everywhere. Since these chicks dare to walk upright on the avenue, they are people with backgrounds. We don't want to go to such people. Provoke, if you get into trouble, you won't be able to go to New World. By the way, boss, we are now at Sabayati Archipelago. I heard that the 4 emperors in New World are very powerful, even stronger than those of Marine Admiral. Except for the smaller scale of Red Shank's pirate group, the other 3 everyone in the Emperor masters a huge pirate group. Do we also want to join a 4 emperors pirate group? Wang Bufan still agrees with the question that the pirate in front of him said. After passing the Sabayati Archipelago, it means reaching the New World. After that, it is indeed the world of 4 emperors. It will be difficult if you don't join a 4 emperors. Stay alive. Chapter 36 I can't see you to pretend. The front and back half of the Grand Line's strength is simply the existence of 2 levels. This is also one of the reasons why Marine Admiral spends most of the time in the first half. The world government has to take some thoughts to deal with the 4 emperors, because a little carelessness may cause Marines huge losses. None of them can bear the responsibility, and even Marshal Marine can't easily decide. But in the first half, it was different. Most of the pirate groups acted alone, and the powerful ones were at most a few hundred million in bounty. It was easier to deal with them. Hearing the conversations of his subordinates, the one-eyed man with only one eye with a scar on his face sitting at the wine table stood up immediately. The wine glass in his hand was wiped out in an instant, and then he began to talk about it. Big talk. Lao Zi is a big pirate with a reward of 60 million. Those supernovas are just killing more people than me. If it weren't for my kindness, the top 3 would still have their business. As for the 4 emperors, it was just a time spent on the Grand Line. I have grown a lot, and then I will show them how powerful my Cyclops are. The captain's Cyclops speech made the crew members who were obviously drinking too much immediately excited. The wine glasses in their hands kept on, and they praised the Cyclops while toasting to the Cyclops. The strength of the boss can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among those supernovas. They just do more evil things, or how can they exceed the boss's bounty? Yes, those 4 emperors are just a little longer than our time as pirates. If we give us enough time, we must develop stronger than them. Hearing the crew's flattery, the Cyclops began to get excited, then stood up and raised the wine glass in his hands high. When we get to the New World, the first thing is to destroy the power of the 4 emperors. I heard that East Blue's red-haired Shanks is very strong, so I will take him to the pirates and show them the South Blue pirates. Awesome! Seeing the captain raised the wine glass, the small pirates around immediately raised the wine glass in his hand, and screamed after toasting. Wang Bufan was drinking next to him, listening to the pirates bragging with great interest. Unexpectedly, the bragging of these pirates was getting bigger and bigger, making him spit out the wine in his mouth without restraining it. The direction of vomiting is unbiased, and it happens to be the table of a group of pirates. Who? The drunk pirates who were drinking were a little sober after being sprayed with alcohol, and they took up their weapons and shouted at Wang Bufan. After accidentally spraying these pirates, Wang Bufan also expressed deep apologies. Although people are pretending to be forced, they can't spray them. I'm sorry, the first time I saw someone so bragging, I couldn't help but vomit it out. How about treating me as a treat this time? After speaking, Wang Bufan looked at the pirates in front of him with interest. He wanted to see how powerful these pirates from South Blue could be. I think you are looking for death. A person dare to be so arrogant, see if I don't chop you to feed the dog. Without hesitation, the one-eyed dragon directly picked up the long knife placed on the table, held his hands high, and slashed towards Wang Bufan's head. The garbage speed. The garbage knife method, no wonder it's only worth 60 million Baileys. Wang Bufan was indifferent to the attack of the man in front of him, and didn't even have the idea of moving to avoid it. It is a shame to let him out with this kind of knife. Seeing that Wang Bufan didn't dodge, the other little pirates immediately became excited. How dare not to hide from the captain's knife, this man is dead. I was so frightened, the captain hacked him to death. While Wang Bufan did not dodge, the Cyclops also secretly laughed, and the speed of the knife in his hand has also been faster. He has killed too many people with this big knife in his life, and he has never encountered such a person who is not afraid of death. But fortunately, this time let him have a long memory. However, in the next second, everyone in the tavern was stunned. I saw Wang Bufan stretched out his palm seemingly slowly, and immediately knocked the big knife in the hands of the Cyclops to the ground. Hiss! The sound of inhalation accompanied by the sound of the long knife falling in the tavern alternately sounded, and no one could speak. How is it possible? Is it the new demon fruit power? Even the supernova ranked number 1 kid can't have this kind of power. No comment, Wang Bufan doesn't want to answer them, just let them guess. The one-eyed dragon stood in shock and looked at Wang Bufan in front of him. The original drunkenness disappeared completely. The hands holding the knife were still trembling. Just now, he also felt the tremendous power in the opponent's hand, and then asked slightly nervously. Who are you? Why are you here to deal with me? Wang Bufan smiled slightly, ignoring the issue of the Cyclops. You just shot me, now it's mine. Before the Cyclops could answer, Wang Bufan shot directly. The right hand changed from the palm to the fist, and at the same time the leg exerted force, gathering all the power of Marine 6 styles, and the right hand blasted towards the Cyclops in front of him at a super fast speed. Take me a punch, and you will have the capital to talk to me if you survive. The people in the tavern have only one feeling for Wang Bufan now, that is madness. An insurmountable madness, deeply shocking everyone's heart. But for the Cyclops, who was already surprised and couldn't be surprised anymore, the moment his fist came over, he seemed to have experienced death. He couldn't do a complete defensive posture at all, so he was blown out by the huge punch. With a punch, the face of the Cyclops was slightly deformed, and the whole person flew out directly, knocking down countless tables, and spilling drinks and food on the ground. "Captain!" The little pirates nearby shouted and looked at the place where the Cyclops had landed, their eyes full of hatred for Wang Bufan. And some pirates even ran out, taking advantage of the chaos when the Cyclops flew out. "Hey! I didn't expect that the sword technique is not good, and the body is actually good at training." Seeing the Cyclops fly out, Wang Bufan did not continue to catch up. It would be too simple if he wanted to kill these people. Before Wang Bufan could make the next move, he sensed some danger through observation haki. A pirate attacked his chest with a sword. "Dare to hurt my captain, go to death, young man." Seeing that the long sword was about to pierce the body of the stranger in front of him, the pirate who attacked was very proud. And his face also showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 37 I'm sorry. Know that the strength of this world is not the only thing that determines victory or defeat, go to hell and repent. The next moment, the smile of the attacking pirate immediately disappeared from the corner of his mouth, and then he saw the most terrible thing he had seen in his entire life. Ding! There was an intimate contact between the long sword and Wang Bufan's back, as if the sound of gold and stones colliding with each other, and then the long sword bends with an extremely exaggerated degree of curvature. How is it possible? Is this man's body made of metal? Even a long sword can't pierce it. Seeing that the attack was unsuccessful, the pirate who attacked immediately retreated, trying to avoid Wang Bufan's counterattack. Before the long sword completely left Wang Bufan's body, Wang Bufan immediately turned around, smiled playfully, and he shot the long sword on the ground. The defense of the iron body in Marine 6 styles is really strong. Wang Bufan sighed inwardly. Looking at the person in front of the attack, Wang Bufan didn't even mean to kill him. Instead, he felt that this person was very affectionate. You must know that not only did he not escape at this time, but he was able to show up to help the Cyclops with revenge. A crew like this. The crew is worthy of respect. You will follow me in the future. After Wang Bufan spoke to him, he turned to look at the Cyclops, leaving behind a bewildered pirate attacker in the wind. What the hell? I assassinated him and let me follow him. Is this man ill? At this time, the Cyclops had slowly stood up, and his eyes were full of horror. Who are you? Why did you come to deal with me? Cyclops had red eyes and a fierce tone. He couldn't think of when he had offended the man in front of him. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bufan finally answered him with a playful smile. My name is Dongfang Undefeated. From now on, you pirate group will be under my control. And you, will also be in my control. Hearing this, the tavern was silent for a moment, and these people couldn't even believe their ears. What kind of character this was, dare to directly take over this pirate group? There is still a pirate group with 60 million Bailey bounties. Dreaming, eat me a bomb fruit. I saw the one-eyed dragon yelling and took out a fruit from its back, with a vaguely ruinous atmosphere on it. What? Wang Bufan didn't dare to neglect, and immediately pulled out the demon knife Kunzen. He felt a dangerous breath on the fruit. Don't be careless at this time. He didn't expect the Cyclops in front of him to have this hand. Human sword unites one sword chi to release. Holding the demon sword village in both hands, Wang Bufan slashed in the direction of the fruit of the bomb. After such a long time of contact, the sword energy of the human sword unity realm above the demon sword village has been able to be released for a long distance. The fruit of the bomb exploded as soon as it touched the sword chi, and immediately released a huge shock wave, but the shock wave did not reach Wang Bufan's location. The sword energy he released from the realm of human and sword integration seemed to form a huge protective cover, which had been opposing the shock wave generated by the fruit of the bomb. The two mysterious powers formed a huge barrier in the middle of the tavern. The two colors above stood against each other, waiting for a long time before slowly dissipating. It took a long time for the entire tavern to recover from the chaos of the explosion, and saw that the originally neat and clean tavern formed two different scenes. On the Cyclops side, because the bomb fruit exploded too close, half of the tavern had already been bombed. Cyclops and his little brothers were too late to escape and were affected by the immense power of the bomb fruit explosion. They all began to lay on the ground and wailed. Their bodies were covered with large and small wounds, looking very painful. However, the tavern on Wang Bufen's side has not changed much due to the protection of the sword chi in the realm of human and sword integration. The people behind him looked at the back of Wang Bufen in front of him in surprise, as if they were looking at a monster. Cyclops is even more terrible. He could retreat back after throwing the bomb fruit, and then he could avoid the damage of the bomb fruit, but he did not expect that the man in front of him had learned to release the sword energy in the realm of human and sword integration. The fruit exploded before he could escape. The huge shock wave overturned his whole body in an instant. The body that had not recovered before was severely damaged. Now it is very difficult to move, so I can only lie on the ground and look at the opposite side. Wang Bufen. What kind of monster am I provoking this time? Not only is the body strong, but it also has the sword energy of the realm of the union of humans and swords. Seeing that the Cyclops in front of him had fallen down, Wang Bufen walked over slowly and walked in front of the Cyclops. Wang Bufen raised his head of the demon sword village facing the Cyclops, and it was instantly covered with swordsmen. Jian Qi of a realm. Are you convinced? At this time, Wang Bufen was like a god descending from the earth, covered with haki, making people involuntarily want to surrender. The one-eyed dragon who fell on the ground was also a man, and at this time he could still maintain the arrogance in his eyes. Wang Bufen was also surprised to see this situation. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be able to control his arrogance at this time, and he couldn't help but admire him. This adds to Wang Bufen's idea of wanting to conquer them, so that such pirates are worthy of his Eastern pirate group. After reorganizing his thoughts, Wang Bufen raised his aura to ultimate, and the sword aura in the realm of human sword unity reached the greatest extent. Are you convinced? This time, the sound was like thunder, and it immediately hit the minds of everyone present. The Cyclops was the closest, and it was the most shocked, slowly wiping out the arrogance in his eyes. I took it. This time Cyclops really said this sentence sincerely, and he could no longer hold on with the momentum of playing Wang Bufen. We are also served. Seeing that their boss had surrendered, the pirate boy next to him said this directly. Since they can't beat the boss, let alone their strength. Seeing this, Wang Bufen walked up to the Cyclops and gently lifted him up. Cyclops will be his partner in the future, and his attitude should be better. I will surrender earlier and I won't do it again. Wang Bufen raised the one-eyed dragon and smiled and said to him. You said you were so powerful and I wouldn't do anything to you. Cyclops obeyed Wang Bufen's words on the surface. And complained a little in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. The complaint will disappear after a while, at least the one in front of him. Men are still very friendly. Chapter 38 Celestial Dragons News. Maybe it is the right choice to follow the man in front of me. Who knows if this is a chance for me to rise? The Cyclops suddenly thought of this. It seems that the mysterious young man in front of him will be his biggest backer in the future, and he can also become stronger through the man in front of him, so that he can return to South Blue to protect himself and his family in the future. Hatred. The one-eyed dragon covered his injured eye, which contained all his reasons for wanting revenge. As a pirate captain who can break through the first half of the Grand Line, he still has some ability, especially for the judgment of the situation. The words that he said to his men while drinking were only for himself and his men. Get a little gas, and enliven the atmosphere by the way, otherwise it would be boring if a group of big men stay together all day without any topic. After tidying up the entire tavern, Wang Bufen gave the owner Bailey enough to open another tavern and asked them to leave temporarily. He wanted to ask the Cyclops about something. Seeing Bailey left by Wang Bufen, the boss left the tavern temporarily with the guys in the tavern without saying a word. He is an acquainted person. It is fortunate to see this situation. He has heard of it many times before. The pirates fought in the tavern and caused everything in the tavern to be destroyed, and then they drove away. When everyone left, Wang Bufan asked the pirates to close the doors and windows and called all the pirates who remained on the scene together. Originally, there were nearly 20 people in the Cyclops pirate group, but because of Wang Bufan's performance just now, half of the people were scared off, leaving only 10 people. But even if those people come back now, Wang Bufan and Cyclops will not let them return to the pirate group. People can be afraid of death, but cannot discard their brothers who are born and die in times of crisis. Since everyone will be brothers in the future, what happened just now has been offensive. Wang Bufan first apologized for his previous behavior. My name is Eastern Invincible. I come from East Blue and I am also the captain of the Eastern Pirates. You will be my brothers from the Eastern Pirates. My name is Cyclops, the boss of this group of pirates. I will follow you in the future. Cyclops also stood up and said. My name is Akamoto. I'm from South Blue. My name is Yamazaki, and I am also from South Blue. My name is... All the pirates present started to introduce themselves one after another, and the atmosphere that was originally inactive suddenly became alive. When everyone was introduced, the pirate who assassinated Wang Bufan stood up. He was originally a Cyclops military commander, and he collected almost some intelligence information. He bowed his hand to Wang Bufan and asked directly. The undefeated captain of the East, as a military commander of the Cyclops pirates, we have investigated many pirates, and almost all the pirates that have reached the Sabayati archipelago have been included. However, we have never heard of the name of the Eastern Pirates. After listening to it, Cyclops seemed to have thought of something, so he stood up directly. Yes, with your strength, Captain Eastern, the Eastern Pirates can at least rank in the top 3 among those supernova pirates. I don't know where the other brothers of our Eastern Pirates are now and can they come out to follow. Let's introduce it. After playing Wang Bufan, I was a little embarrassed after listening to the questions of the two. Brother, I haven't looked for it yet. You are the brothers of the first batch of Eastern Pirates. Cyclops. Little pirate. Is there no brother? Where is our pirate ship? Cyclops continued to ask. Wang Bufan heard this question, thought about it, and answered casually. Don't you have a pirate group? Just use yours. I don't mind. The heart of the Cyclops in a group of little pirates has completely collapsed. They originally wanted to join a large pirate group, and they will be able to fake their power in the future. They did not expect that this Eastern pirate group was not only empty, but even a pirate ship. No. A few people look at me, I look at you, and there is a pitted look in their eyes. That meaning cannot be too obvious. This TMD has never seen such a tricky captain. Seeing the performance of several people, Wang Bufan hurriedly coughed. He was indeed a bit cheating, and then he quickly changed the subject. Don't talk about this for now, you will know how powerful our Eastern pirate group is. After speaking, he looked at the pirate who assassinated him. If he heard it right, the pirate was a military division and also mastered a lot of Sabayati archipelago's latest news. Is there any news about celestial dragons in the news you collected recently? The few people present were still using their eyes to communicate about the Eastern pirates. As soon as they heard the 3 words celestial dragons, they stopped immediately. You must know that celestial dragons is the master of this world. Even the world government is for them. Serve, you usually have to hide from them when you see them, otherwise, even if you are the #1 supernova, you will be directly handled by Marine Admiral. Moreover, the whereabouts of celestial dragons are uncertain. There will always be marine protection. It is difficult to hear from them at ordinary times. This is where Wang Bufan is troubled. You can't go back without killing one after receiving the reward from the Empress. It hasn't been auctioned yet. The military master was silent for a while, and then immediately said to Wang Bufan. There will really be celestial dragons coming to Sabayati archipelago these days. Really? Wang Bufan couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart and stood up excitedly. This matter is too important to him, or he will go to the top sacred place of Red Line to kill celestial dragons. If it is like that, Wang Bufan can indeed be reached through the teleportation map, but he is not very familiar with where. If he does go, there will be a lot of potential dangers. He didn't want to exchange his life for the life of celestial dragons, because they were not worthy. What are they doing? Do you know the exact time? Wang Bufan immediately continued to ask. According to the information we have obtained, these celestial dragons are here to participate in the largest auction held at the end of the month. If you want to photograph a new Murloc slave, the auction has already released accurate news. After listening to Wang Bufan, he immediately thought about it. He also wants to participate in the auction at the end of the month. After getting devil fruit, he can follow these celestial dragons back to where he lives. In the evening, he will be his world. Without continuing to stay in the tavern, Wang Bufan asked the Cyclops and other pirates to return to their residence first, and noted their addresses, and would look for them if there was something to do. Chapter 39, Auction Pearls. After Wang Bufan left the tavern, he did not return to his residence, but came to the auction alone. He has to make some preparations first, so that he can get devil fruit without fail. Since the biggest auction in recent years will be held in 3 days, the whole auction will be extremely lively, with an endless stream of guests, and the receptionists are also running back and forth, for fear of missing a big rich man. The last time the receptionist Xiao Zhang was there to receive other guests, he unintentionally glanced towards the door and saw Wang Bufan walk in, quickly handed the guests in his hands to the receptionist next to him, and jogged all the way. Ran in front of Wang Bufan. Master Dongfang, you are here, and I have been waiting anxiously these days. Oh, how can you wait and be anxious? Wang Bufan asked in a puzzled way. He couldn't think of why he was anxious. Master Oriental, there are many people in the house, please follow me to the VIP room, I will tell you in detail. Seeing Wang Bufan's reaction, the Xiao Zhang receptionist was not only not angry, but took Wang Bufan to a VIP room next to him, and then explained. Master Dongfang, you know that, in order for you to successfully auction devil fruit, my second uncle and I said that we would reserve a Tianzi room for you, and there will only be 3 Tianzi rooms in the whole auction. However, due to the fact that there are too many dignitaries recently, one of the best has been occupied by celestial dragons, and the remaining 2 are too fiercely competitive. I have never seen you. My second uncle has no patience to wait any longer, he give that room to kid who is ranked number 1 in Supernova. Kid? The pirate kid who bounty 315 million Bailey? Wang Bufan asked rhetorically. Yes, that's him. He paid a lot of money to get a Tianjia room to show that he is the number 1 supernova. If it weren't for my second uncle who believed that I would have been snatched by him. Hearing this, Wang Bufan has a new understanding of the receptionist Xiao Zhang in front of him. This kind of person speaks very well, and he treats others with a feeling of being respected, and he must have been in this industry for many years, coupled with the fact that there are people in the auction house at home. It will not be long before it will be able to rise evenly. If I have to fight against celestial dragons in the future, I will definitely need to write off the accounts. A good relationship with him now will help me a lot in the future. And Xiao Zhang also said that they dare to accept everything, and the power behind it will certainly not be bad. Call your second uncle here, I have something to talk to him. Wang Bufan threw out a bag of Bailey casually, which seemed to be more than the one given to Xiao Zhang last time. Master Dongfang, I'll go now. Xiao Zhang picked up Bailey who had been thrown on the table, and said in his heart that it felt so good, but his face was very courteous. He didn't doubt Wang Bufan's words and left directly. Go out to find your second uncle. Within 5 minutes, Xiao Zhang opened the door and walked in first, followed by a long and fat middle-aged man in a suit and golden glasses. One can tell at a glance that he is a perennial presence. People in senior management positions. Second uncle, this is the undefeated lord I told you about in the east. He wants to auction off that devil fruit this time." Hearing Xiao Zheng's introduction to Wang Bufan, Xiao Zheng's second uncle slowly walked up to Wang Bufan, nodded for a moment, and said directly, "Hello, Mr. Invincible Oriental, welcome to our auction house. I am the director of this auction house. You can call me Director Zheng. I will be responsible for the auction this time. I heard my nephew say that you want to reserve a room with a Tianzi size. This feeling is understandable, but you know that this time is the biggest auction of Sabayati archipelago in the past 10 years. There are really too many people here. I want to. It's not so easy to get a Tianzhao room." Although Director Zheng did not explicitly ask Wang Bufan to reveal his strength, he always asked him to prove his intentions. Although his nephew tried his best, he still had to prove it. How could Wang Bufan couldn't hear this, and then he smiled and asked Director Zheng in front of him. "Director Zheng, I wonder if you will auction precious jewelry, such as pearls and the like." "Oh? Mr. Invincible Oriental is interested in collecting jewelry? We did prepare a lot of jewelry this time, and there will be an egg-sized pearl that will be auctioned. The starting price should be 50 million baileys. Mr. Dongfang can directly take pictures if he is interested." Wang Bufan shook his head gently. This is not what he meant to express. Unexpectedly, egg-sized pearls can start at 50 million baileys. You must know that the starting price of a devil fruit is only 100 million baileys. It seems there are still rich people in this world who have more money. In their eyes, money is not money at all, but a unit of quantity. I'm not going to buy it. I want to know if you are interested in adding a piece of jewelry to the auction, like a pearl about the size of a fist. What? Except for Wang Bufan, the two people were stunned, and questioned at the same time, did they just hear it right? A fist-sized pearl? It is shocking to know that the largest pearl that has appeared in this world is not the size of a fist. After a while, Director Zheng slowly came over from the shock, and asked Wang Bufan randomly. "Master Dongfang, you mean you have fist-sized pearls to auction?" "Yes, there is a pearl to be auctioned, but I have to see if the price does not satisfy me." Wang Bufan replied casually, and slowly took out a pearl that was a circle smaller than his fist and began to fiddle with it. This was the smallest one he had brought out in the secret area of Sea Kings. The others were all a lap larger than this. If he didn't want to prove himself, he could cooperate better in the future. He didn't want to take the pearl out, know that such a big pearl is too precious, he wants to keep it for his own woman in the future. The moment Wang Bufan took out the pearl, Xiao Zheng and Director Zheng's eyes straightened up. Their eyes were always on Wang Bufan's hands, and they didn't want to leave for a moment, as if the pearl has a mysterious power that can seduce people. After fiddling for a while, seeing that the eyes of the two people in front of him hadn't moved, Wang Bufan put the pearl in his hand on the table. "Director Zheng, I don't know if this pearl can enter your eyes. If it can't, I will put it away and wait for it to play with the child later. It is indeed a bit small." Chapter 40 Auction Gold Card. Director Zheng next to him saw Wang Bufan put the pearl on the table and hurried over and picked it up. While stroking the pearl in his hand, Director Zheng bowed his head and apologized to Wang Bufan. "Master Dongfang, don't make jokes about me. I was clumsy before. I didn't see that you had such a big pearl. This is an absolute treasure. Needless to say, the second room of Tianzi after 3 days is not yours. Belongs. Really, how am I embarrassed?" Wang Bufan said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, looking at the pearl that was carefully held by Director Zheng. Seeing the appearance of Wang Bufan, Director Zheng knew that he was expressing dissatisfaction with him, but at this time he was not able to resist. Since the man in front of him could bring out a pearl close to his fist to auction, it proves that he will definitely have other treasures, and his power must be very strong. This is something he dared not provoke at all. At this time, you can only smash your teeth and swallow it in your stomach. What face is not worthy, and the real truth is that you can make money as a businessman. Immediately, Director Zheng took out a finely crafted gold card from his body, and it was vaguely visible that there was a golden dragon flying on it, which was nothing ordinary at first glance. Holding the gold card in one hand, Director Zheng slowly came to Wang Bufan. "Master Dongfang, this is a little bit of my apologies. It is one of the few gold cards in our family. With this gold card, you can take away all the items you photographed and want at a 20% discount in the auction house. For auction items, we only charge a 10% commission. Auction items within 1 billion Baileys can be auctioned with the gold card first and then paid, and you can also enjoy all the services of our auction house." Wang Bufan took the gold card. He was quite satisfied with the result of the processing. It seems that Director Zheng does have a set. In this case, let him step down. Since you have received your gold card, let's put this pearl on auction with you. It just happens that some money is short of money recently. "Thank you, Mr. Dongfang, now I will make arrangements and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Okay, then I will leave first." Hearing that Wang Bufan was about to leave in a century, he suddenly thought of an important question. He still didn't know how much the pearl could be worth. Then he turned to look at Director Zheng, who was playing with pearls. Director Zheng was in the joy of auctioning this pearl. He was shocked when he saw Wang Bufan suddenly looking at him. His face instantly became tense, for fear that Wang Bufan would regret it. "Master Dongfang, is there anything else for you? I don't know how much this pearl can be auctioned for. You can tell me about it." After sitting in the original position, he picked up Wang Bufan and looked at Director Zheng. Upon hearing this, Director Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't want to go back to the pearl, everything else would be fine. After sorting out his thoughts, Director Zheng began to introduce. "Lord Oriental, according to the records of pearls sold at major auctions in the world, the largest auction of pearls started at 200 million Baileys, and the final price was 500 million Baileys. However, that pearl is only the size of a goose egg, which is far from yours. The pearl is still far away. If nothing else, with the scale of this auction, this pearl can be auctioned for at least 800 million Baileys." 800 million! Wang Bufan almost spit out the tea from his mouth when he heard this number. You must know that as the Empress of Shishibukai, it took a while to get 500 million Baileys. Now this little pearl that is not in front of you can be auctioned for 800 million yuan. It's terrible. After sighing again, Wang Bufan got up and left the auction. He didn't mean to take the pearl back. He still had several pearls larger than that. Since he agreed to Director Zheng just make friends with them at the auction. When Wang Bufan walked completely away, Xiao Zheng, who had been standing next to him, dared to speak. Everything he had just experienced was beyond imagination. Tianzi Room Number 2 is second only to the Tianzi Room Number 1 reserved for celestial dragons. It can be said that it is under one person and over 10,000 people. Auction gold card. Have all the privileges of the auction. He has only been seen in the hands of celestial dragons and world government rulers, and other individuals have no chance to get this gold card. A pearl close to the size of a fist. He had only seen this kind of thing once in the newspaper. It was one of the dowries of the Princess of Celestial Dragons, but it was not as big. Second uncle, this pearl is really precious, but the gold card has not been issued to individuals. This represents most of the power in all of our family's industries. Are you not afraid that celestial dragons and the world government are not satisfied with this matter? It can be the same if you are dissatisfied. We must know how many dirty transactions they have conducted through us. If we are anxious, our family is not easy to bully. Seeing that his second uncle was angry, Xiao Zheng did not dare to speak. He had also heard about the things celestial dragons and world government had done over the years, and their family was considered to be very capable in this world, and the network of connections had already been intertwined among celestial dragons and world government. Suppressing the anger in his heart towards celestial dragons, Director Zheng carefully handed Pearl to Xiao Zheng, who was beside him. "Go and do this well, I will invite you in the family, and when this time is over, I will send you to other places to experience it. With your eyesight, you can be the master." Carefully took the pearl from the second uncle's hand, Xiao Zheng hurriedly thanked him. The last time he made a mistake, he was demoted as a receptionist by the family. If there is no one to speak for him, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to survive in the family in the future. You know that he has more than a dozen brothers in this generation. Also, you must have a good relationship with the undefeated Oriental. I always feel that he is not simple. It is not only as simple as being able to take out a fist-sized pearl, but he has an unspeakable feeling in his body. After a pause, Director Zheng seemed to be thinking about something. That kind of feeling, I only saw it when the Pirate King Roger was executed. WH. What? I have the same feeling as Roger the One Piece King. Xiao Zheng seemed to have heard something that shouldn't be heard, his eyes widened, and he stayed there for a long time and couldn't say another word. Yes, that feeling is really weird. When I watched execution under your grandfather's leadership, that feeling has been deeply remembered in my mind. Today I am again in this man named Dongfang undefeated. Felt it. Director Zheng looked in the direction of East Blue as he finished speaking, and his mind was full of the words that Pirate King Roger had shouted before the execution. We must have a good relationship with him. Nephew remembered. Chapter 41. The auction begins. When Wang Bufan went out at night, he bought a newspaper specially. Not surprisingly, one side of the newspaper was the latest news of the auction, and the other side was a portrait of a woman holding a huge pearl with both hands. The whole pearl was in the woman. It looks very beautiful against the background of his hands. Unconsciously, it makes it difficult for those who see it to control the love of pearls. The headline on this side becomes heavy. The world's largest pearl is about to be auctioned. It's not as good as action. Not only did Sabayati Archipelago put the news on it, but also every corner of the world knew that Sabayati Archipelago was going to auction the world's largest pearl. Countless high-ranking officials and aristocrats speed up their journey and want to auction this pearl. Even if it cannot be auctioned off, they have to witness the pearl with their own eyes. And those nobles who are too far away to reach are full of regrets and can only see the truth in the newspaper. The topics on Sabayati Archipelago have all become huge pearls. Have you heard that the biggest pearl in the world will be auctioned in 3 days? I heard it is bigger than the Celestial Dragon's pearl. Yes, and it's still going to be auctioned at the biggest auction in the past 10 years. It seems that Sabayati Archipelago is going to be lively. When Wang Bufan saw this situation, he couldn't help but start to admire the ability of the auction. This time I don't know how much benefit this pearl can bring to them, not only for money, but more importantly for the reputation of the auction. Must be widely publicized. Afterwards, Wang Bufan found the Cyclops according to the address given by the Cyclops. It would be boring to go to the auction by himself. How can I call some brothers at this moment of pretense? By the way, let these little brothers of the Eastern Pirates look at your own abilities. The night after 3 days. Sabayati Archipelago, GR23. The biggest auction in the past 10 years has opened smoothly. The entire number 23 GR was in chaos, with people all over the air, water, and land, and the direction they were going was the direction of the auction. Originally, the ticket price for a few thousand Baileys to enter the auction instantly rose to nearly 100,000 Baileys, but it was still hard to find a ticket, and people could only ask outside the auction. As for the hard break, they don't have the guts yet. You must know that this auction has Celestial Dragon's background. Those who made hard breaks and did not pay at the auction have been hung up at the door of the auction and become people. After a successful round with the Cyclops, they walked towards the auction. The Cyclops were extremely excited. They didn't have the money to buy the tickets. Even if they had the money, they couldn't buy them. They didn't expect that this time the captain would be able to get the tickets. Then the Cyclops asked Wang Bufan, Captain Dongfang, where did you get the ticket? We searched for a lot of relationships but didn't get a ticket. Tickets? What tickets? Do I need a ticket to enter the auction? Why don't I know? Wang Bufan replied questioningly. He really hadn't heard of the use of a ticket to enter the auction. Cyclops and all the little brothers said silently in their hearts, it seems like TMD has been pitted again. Seeing the slightly hateful look in a few people's eyes, Wang Bufan immediately smiled. I'm joking with you, let's go, then you will know how to get in. Then Wang Bufan walked towards the auction. The Cyclops and the other boys exchanged glances, and followed them with suspicion. Before they reached the front door, they were recognized by Xiao Zheng, who was waiting at the door, and they were taken directly into the auction through the back door. Xiao Zheng didn't ask more when he saw the younger brother following Wang Bufan. Anyway, Tian's number 2 room was very big, even if he brought a few more people, it didn't matter. As soon as he entered the auction through the back door, Mr. Zheng walked over with a few beautiful beauties. Several beauties were holding different things in their hands. There were brief introductions of auction items, towels, tea, and other essentials. Items, smiles on his face. Master Dongfang, you are here, so let me wait. These must be your friends, please, some Tian's in number 2 room please. These are our waiters. If you have anything to do, please ask them. That's fine. After speaking, he pointed to a few beautiful waiters standing behind. Seeing Wang Bufan looking at them, the smiles on the faces of several beautiful waitresses became stronger, and it seemed that Wang Bufan was about to be eaten. Wang Bufan didn't have much reaction. He has seen more beautiful women. Who can compare with the female emperor in terms of beauty? However, he thanked Mr. Zheng for his kind arrangement. Wang Bufan is okay. The little pirates next to him can't hold it anymore. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the beautiful waiter in front of him, and the Cyclops behaves better, but there are still more beautiful waiters with eyes. Sight of the chest. Ahem. Seeing the reactions of several people, Wang Bufan also felt a little embarrassed, so he had to cough a few times to relieve the embarrassment. Ms. Zheng, thanks for the arrangement, we will go there first, and we will come back later. Mr. Zheng was naturally knowledgeable, and he quickly responded and asked a few beautiful waiters to take Wang Bufan and others to the Tianzi number 2 room. A few little pirates also came to the sound of Wang Bufan's dry cough. They quickly followed the steps ahead and kept talking in low voices as they walked. These chicks are really long, much better than those we met at sea. Yes, look at the waist, legs, and chest, they are simply the best of the best. Discussing the perfect waitress, a few pirates thought of an important question. Unexpectedly, Lord Eastern is so powerful that he can let the director of the auction directly be there. I heard that this auction is the largest auction on the Sabayati archipelago, but there is celestial dragons behind him. It turned out that the Cyclops pirate group, the pirate who was responsible for collecting information, said first. Yes, did you hear that? What the supervisor said just now was to take us to room number 2 of Tianzi. I heard that the competition in that place is very fierce. Listening to the discussion of the next few pirates, Wang Bufan secretly screamed, cool, these little pirates will soon be subdued by their personal charms. A few beautiful waiters took Wang Bufan and them to the 3rd floor of the auditorium in less than a while. There were only 3 rooms on it, and they were able to see the whole auction situation clearly. The middle and best place on the 3rd floor is Tianzi Room 1. The one on the right is Tianzi Room 2, and the one on the left is Tianzi Room 3. On the 2nd floor, there are ground-size rooms. There are 10 rooms in total, and the location is also very good. It is difficult to get basically without some contacts. Below is the 1st floor, where the general audience is. Chapter 42 Celestial Dragons Appear. When Wang Bufan was seated, a beautiful waiter took a brief introduction of the auction items and placed it in front of Wang Bufan. The others started pouring tea and pouring water to wait for the pirates. Head overwhelmed. Wang Bufan ignored them, and directly picked up the introduction of the auction item on the table. On the first page is the introduction of a beautiful female murloc, and on the second page is devil fruit. The starting price is indeed 100 million, and until it turns to on the last page, Wang Bufan saw his pearl. The starting price is 300 million Baileys. Seeing this number, Wang Bufan was visibly stunned. Although he had prepared before, this number still scared him. Only when devil fruit, which can bring a special ability to a person, started bidding at 100 million Baileys. Horrible, terrible. The capital world is terrible. Just put down the introduction of the auction items, the lights of the entire auction suddenly dimmed. The whole auction fell silent for an instant, and then I saw two spotlights hitting the originally dark stage. Suddenly a very beautiful beauty appeared on the previously empty stage, tall and decently dressed. Hello everyone, welcome to this auction. Let me introduce myself first. I am the auctioneer Xiaoyan of this auction. After speaking, Xiaoyan bowed deeply to the people below, and the career line on his chest was undoubtedly revealed in front of the audience. After listening to Xiao Dahong's opening remarks, the photographers below were instantly excited. It turned out to be Xiaoyan. She specializes in serving the Celestial Dragons auction. I didn't expect that she would be an auctioneer this time. Xiaoyan, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. This chest is so big, so white. Hearing everyone's judgment on her, Xiaoyan didn't show too much change. She still had a professional smile on her face, as if people could forget a lot of pain at a glance. I won't say more nonsense, just start this auction. As soon as the voice fell, a huge cage was pushed out, covered with a huge black cloth. The first product, a beautiful female mermaid. Don't give up if you like it, this is one of the few such beautiful mermaid. After speaking, he uncovered the black cloth. Inside the black cloth is a huge fish tank, as if it is made of crystals, gleaming, and inside you can clearly see a beautiful female mermaid wandering inside and looking at people outside. Mermaid, a special creature, has a human upper body and a fish in the lower body. It lives in the water and is usually difficult to see. A beautiful face coupled with a perfect figure really makes human men look beyond control. Seeing the mermaid, the pirates underneath were already crazy. This beautiful mermaid belongs to Lao Zi, whoever dares to steal me will kill him. It's not your turn to speak here. Whoever has more money can get her. This time I have prepared 200 million Baileys, and no one can snatch it from me. Looking at the lonely and helpless mermaid in the tank, Wang Bufan suddenly felt a bit of pain. He didn't know what the mermaid had done wrong. To treat her like this, perhaps this is the law of the world where the weak eat the strong. After receiving his thoughts, Wang Bufan continued to look at auctioneer Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan cleared his throat and began to introduce this beautiful mermaid. The origins of this mermaid must have been seen by everyone. Such a beautiful mermaid is our first auction in the past 10 years. Adults who lack concubines, don't be stingy. The starting price of the first product 60 million Baileys, each increase of not less than 1 million. Before Xiaoyan could finish speaking, a nobleman sitting in a room with the floor number directly spoke. 80 million Bailey, this mermaid Lao Zi is determined to win. Before Xiaoyan could speak, other people directly increased the price. 80 million Baileys want to take away the mermaid. It seems that you are thinking too beautifully. I will give out 100 million Baileys. The price keeps rising, as if all people have become crazy for this person. 2 billion Baileys, this is all my savings. If there is someone higher than me, I will give him a mermaid. A pirate directly reported his bottom line, but the price was also scared off. Many competitors. After nearly 3 seconds, no one continued to answer the whole auction and fell into silence. Some people don't have money, but don't want to spend more than 200 million to buy a mermaid that can only be watched. Beauty Xiaoyan, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up! The pirate who bid 200 million couldn't help shouting directly to Xiaoyan. Seeing the reaction of the audience, Xiaoyan knew that no one would raise the price anymore, and then raised the gavel in his hand. It seems that no one can get a higher price than this gentleman, 200 million once, 200 million. 300 million Baileys. Before Xiaoyan called out for the second time, an extremely rough female voice came from the middle of the third floor of the auction. That voice seemed beyond doubt. The room where celestial dragons are located. The photographers present were already shocked. You must know that the room in the middle of the third floor is a room exclusively for celestial dragons. Only they can be there. Even if celestial dragons are not here, that room is empty. I like beautiful mermaid slaves the most. I don't know how long this can take my torture. Ha ha ha! A woman with a very ugly look and a bubble hood poked her head out from the third floor to look at the mermaid on the stage. How can this TMD grow so ugly? Wang Bufan immediately closed his eyes when he saw the female celestial dragons. Then he couldn't flatter him. He could be 1.5 meters tall, weigh 200 jins, and countless pockmarks on his face. I feel nauseous at first glance. It took a long time for Wang Bufan to slow down slowly, and only dared to look towards the stage after sheltering the room close to Tianzi number 1. 300 million Baileys once, twice, 3 times. The deal. This mermaid belongs to our Emperor Room number 1 customer. As Xiaoyan's voice disappeared, the first item of the entire auction was successfully auctioned off. And the pirate who was going to sell 200 million Baileys for auction could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach to fight against celestial dragons. He doesn't have that skill yet. Next, all kinds of precious things were auctioned. Pearls, diamonds, gold jewels, various weapons, and various slaves all competed on the stage. Under the support of Xiaoyan, the atmosphere of the whole auction ushered in wave after wave of climaxes. The price keeps rising, also let Wang Bufan really see the hot state of the auction. 2 hours later, the lower priced items were almost all auctioned off. And none of them were sold at auction. Chapter 43 Auction Devil Fruit. The pirate brothers sitting next to Wang Bufan were heartbroken watching the boutiques being auctioned off one by one. They couldn't wait to auction everything off, but they didn't have that much money, so they could only continue to be jealous. Wang Bufan spent 30 million Bailey to take a famous knife in the middle. He turned around and handed the famous knife to the Cyclops next to him. The knife he used was really bad the last time I saw him. Follow yourself, how can you have a little face? Cyclops was very touched to see that Wang Bufan was able to directly get the famous knife and give it to himself, but he was more surprised, knowing that all the things that were auctioned in this place would have to wait until the auction was over before they would pay for it. I didn't expect the auction will personally send someone to bring the famous knife over, without mentioning the 30 million Baileys, as if he had forgotten about it. What is the identity of Master Dongfang? He has such a great ability. Cyclops asked secretly in his heart. In order to improve the atmosphere of the auction again, Xiaoyan finally said Wang Bufan's goal. I believe everyone is already a little tired of aesthetics. The next one we will auction will be a devil fruit that allows people to obtain special abilities. I don't need to say its preciousness. The starting price is 150 million Baileys, each time the price increases no less than 10 million Baileys. Then a yellow devil fruit appeared on Xiaoyan's desk, with a pattern on it that looked like a human brain. Seeing the appearance of devil fruit, the pirates below have gone crazy. You must know that this is devil fruit that allows people to acquire special abilities. As long as they can gain their strength, they will be greatly improved. 150 million Baileys, this time I am determined to win. 200 million Baileys, devil fruit is mine. After a while, devil fruit was brought to the price of 400 million Baileys, and the number of competitors was reduced, only a few people in the size of the room were competing. 450 million Bailey, please give me kid a face, this devil fruit is very useful to me. This sentence suddenly came out from room number 1 of the land. Kid. He turned out to be the number 1 supernova, and he also came to the auction. Yes, I heard that he was going to use this devil fruit in exchange for his brother who was captured by Marine. They had already got a devil fruit, but they were lost by Kira, who is also a supernova, to a young man named Wang Bufan. Swordsman, that young swordsman heard that he is still the apprentice of Black Arm Zephyr. Master Kid, I withdrew from this auction. I also quit. Me too. Hearing the discussion below, Kira clenched his fists tightly. If he hadn't had to compete with Wang Bufan at the beginning, he wouldn't have to auction devil fruit here anymore. Wang Bufan, you are waiting, I will definitely thwart you in the future. Ah, sneeze. Wang Bufan, who was in the second room of Tianzi, sneezed directly. Who is scolding me? After rubbing his nose, Wang Bufan remembered that it was time to do business. Xia Yin, who was presiding over the auction, was a little unhappy when he heard Kid's words. They would sell a lot less if they said it, and her commission would be correspondingly less. But there is no way, this is something they can't avoid, and if no one increases the price, she can only hit the gavel. As soon as he raised the gavel in his hand, Xia Yin saw a sign in the Tianzi No. 2 room and raised it. Then, a sound like a natural sound came into her ears. 500 million Baileys. Wang Bufan called out this price directly. The audience was in an uproar. Who dares to compete with Kid, who is the number 1 supernova? Can't he see the huge potential of Kid? I don't think so. This person is in the second room of Tianzi, which is higher than Kid's room number 1, so he is probably a difficult person to provoke. There is a good show to watch now. I thought he would be able to get to Kira to start celebrating. Although he lost the previous devil fruit to Wang Bufan, as long as he gets this devil fruit, their plan can still be successful. There will be more opportunities to make money in the future. But the sudden price increase made him stunned, and then shouted. Who is increasing the price? I don't know the name of our kid pirates, but even dare to increase the price. Where is the dog barking? Don't come to the auction if you don't have money. Wang Bufan slowly returned. Anyway, now he has changed his voice and appearance. The kid pirate group will be destroyed. Now Wang Bufan can be scared. The person hasn't appeared yet. Hearing the quarrel between the two people, Director Zhang hurriedly called out on the radio. All the items in this auction will get the highest price. Kid ordered Kira to control his anger and frustration. Although their pirate group is very strong, it is still difficult to dominate this auction. Then he shouted directly. I give out 550 million Baileys. 600 million Baileys. Wang Bufan shouted directly. He didn't catch a cold for the kid in front of him, and getting devil fruit was the most important thing. Originally, Kid wanted to pay more money to auction off this devil fruit. As long as he took this devil fruit and exchanged his partner, everything would be easier to solve in the future. You must know that partner knows a huge secret. As long as he is rescued, the strength of their kid pirate group will increase a lot. At that time, he would dare to provoke the people in room number 1 Tianzi. This guest in room number 2 of Tianzi, I am Kid, the captain of the kid pirates. This devil fruit is very important to us. I don't know if I can save face and give us this devil fruit. Kid said to Wang. Bufan shouted. Cannot. Wang Bufan answered cleanly, without any room for peace. 650 million Baileys, now I will put the words here, if you can take out more Baileys than me, I will give you this devil fruit, and I will never die from now on. Kid was desperate and wanted suppress Wang Bufan by price. If this price is the previous Wang Bufan, he would definitely not dare to increase the price. You must know that if there is not enough Bailey in the auction, he will be punished by the auction or even executed directly if he shouts the price. But now Wang Bufan is not Wang Bufan who only has 600 million Baileys on him. Not only does he have a gold card from Director Zheng that can directly overdraft 1 billion Baileys, but he also has a pearl at auction. According to Director Zheng's words, this pearl is likely to sell 800 million Baileys. If there is more money, No one present except Celestial Dragons estimates that Wang Bufan can have more money. Seeing that Wang Bufan didn't speak immediately, Kid began to pretend to be forced. Although 650 million Baileys were all their savings. As long as they could get this devil fruit, everything would come back. Chapter 44, Pearl appears. Why don't you dare to speak? I am a big man, but a poor man with no money. Kid shouted directly into the room where Wang Bufan was in an exaggerated mocking tone. Wang Bufan originally wanted to photograph this devil fruit in obscurity. The next auction item will be his pearls. At that time, he can just watch the fun and count the money. I didn't expect the man in front of me to drink it, so don't blame me. 7 billion Baileys, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be forced, I can still increase it in the past. Wang Bufan shouted directly to the audience without any hesitation. Before Kid's words were finished, he was stunned by Wang Bufan's words, and the audience was laughing at him. The first time I saw Kid deflated, it was so cool. I usually show off outside and always look down on others with my own supernova number 1 status. This time I finally feel shocked. Yes, if you don't have money, you still have to swell your face to fill a fat man. This time I'm ashamed. Hearing these words, Kid, who was already so angry, stood up immediately and shouted directly at Xia Yin on the stage. I don't believe he has so many Baileys, I ask you to check his number of Baileys. The other pirate photographers below seemed to have thought of this question too, as if they had not paid attention to whether this man had so many Pele, and they started to chuckle when they heard Kid's words. Yes, check his Pele count, in case it's nonsense. Yes, we must check, if there are not so many, we must give us an explanation. Xia Yin on the stage seemed to have never seen such a situation. He stood there stupidly with the microphone for a long time without moving. Wang Bufan also didn't know what to do. He was about to take out the gold card and heard the broadcast. Mr. Zheng's voice came out. There is no problem with the funds of Tianzi number 2 house, and the auction continues. The people in the entire auction were shocked by the background of the guests in the Tianzi number 2 room. Director Zheng had come out to say something to the guests in the Tianzi number 2 room. Veto it. The whole auction floor was silent, and Kid didn't dare to say more, he didn't want to offend the auction. Seeing this situation, Xia Yin quickly squeezed the microphone, knowing that this is 700 million Baileys. As long as the transaction is completed, her commission can also increase a lot, and she can't help but feel the man in the second room of Tianzi in front of him. Kind of special feeling. If you have a chance in the future, you must get to know it. Without thinking too much, Xia Yin directly shouted the final price to the audience. 700 million Baileys once, 700 million Baileys twice, and 700 million Baileys 3 times. The transaction, this devil fruit belongs to the guest in room number 2 of Tianzi. Accompanied by Xia Yin's voice, devil fruit was taken off the field, indicating that Kid would never get this devil fruit again. Friends in room number 2 of Tianzi, let's see when we look up and bow our heads. I hope you can maintain this ability in the future. Let's go. Then Kid led a few pirates of their pirate group out of the auction scene. Kira was also unwilling to look at him. More often, he shouldn't have competed with the sword-holding Wang Bufan, and lost himself. There is devil fruit. After a while, devil fruit was brought over by a courtesy lady, and did not directly ask Wang Bufan for money, but respectfully put devil fruit down and left. Putting away devil fruit, the stone in Wang Bufan's heart has also fallen to the ground. The next step is to see how many Baileys his pearl can auction. Dear customers, what follows will be the most precious items auctioned in our auctions over the years. I believe everyone will already know what this is through our publicity these days. Don't talk nonsense, please ask us. Pearl is on the court. After Xia Yin finished speaking, a lady of manners walked in pushing a square box covered with black cloth. There were 2 elderly people beside him. Although they looked very old, Wang Bufan could see the strength of these 2 men. It shouldn't be under him, it seems they really value this pearl at auction. What a big posture, it seems that pearls are really precious. Wang Bufan secretly said in his heart. Seeing that the pearl was still covered by the black cloth, the photographers below were unwilling. Sister Xiaoyan, what you are doing is wrong, why are the pearls still covered by the black cloth? That's right, Lao Zi spends money to see pearls, but I want to see if there is a fist size. Hurry up. Hearing the various voices below, Xiaoyan showed a professional smile and quickly explained. Dear photographers, don't worry, good things are to be appreciated. Next, let everyone appreciate how beautiful fist-sized pearls can be. Without hesitation this time, Xiaoyan walked over and lifted the black cloth covered with pearls at once. The moment the black cloth was lifted, the lights of the entire auction went off instantly. When everyone was surprised, a light suddenly appeared on the pearls on the booth where the pearls were placed. After the pearls were refracted, the whole auction house was shining. With the light reflected by the pearl, the colorful Madara is very beautiful. Xiaoyan on the side was also taken aback by the scene. Although she had been mentally prepared before, she did not expect this lighting effect. It's beautiful, it would be great if it were mine. Xiaoyan looked straight at the pearl in front of her, not knowing what to do for a while. Not only Xiaoyan, but even Wang Bufan was amazed by this scene. He never thought that pearls could be so beautiful. Fortunately, he still has a few more, or he wants to bring them back directly without auctioning them. The nobles and pirates in the audience were also directly stunned there, not knowing what they were thinking. Director Zheng, who is watching in the background, is very satisfied with this situation. This is the effect he wants to achieve. Presumably, the auction price this time will definitely not be low, and he can become famous in the whole world again. Silently pressing the light switch, the lights of the entire auction slowly turned on, and the light shining on the pearls also disappeared directly, and people could clearly see the rough shape of the pearls. A fist-sized pearl was placed on a shelf composed of 3 metal brackets. Due to the illumination of the light, the inside of the pearl turned into colorful Madara, which lasted for nearly 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, revealing the original pearl. Color. Very clean, flawless, and aspiring. If you buy it to me, you will promise your wife, a beautiful woman sitting next to the fat nobleman said directly to the fat man next to her. Chapter 45 The auction price of 1 billion Baileys. Really? I'm going to take it. The fat man seems to have taken a stimulant. He has chased this woman for a long time and hasn't chased him. She didn't expect it to be so easy this time, and she agreed. 400 million Baileys should be able to take this devil fruit. Hearing this voice, I didn't know that the man in front also replied. If you buy it to me, I can also be your wife. A word instantly caused the people at the auction to laugh. The fat man suppressed the embarrassment and lowered his head, and the beauty directly wrapped the clothes on his head, not wanting others to recognize it. With a burst of laughter, Xiaoyan directly entered the subject of this product auction. Dear photographers, everyone should have seen how beautiful the pearl is. Every woman wants such a beautiful pearl. If someone gives it to me, I can also consider being his wife. Xiaoyan's words directly brought up the atmosphere of the whole auction again. Miss Xiaoyan, I am willing to take this photo and give it to you. Xiaoyan's wife is mine. And me, I am willing too. Xiaoyan smiled at the people shouting in the audience, and then went straight to the topic of this auction. I didn't expect Xiaoyan to have such a big charm. Let's not talk nonsense. The deep-sea pearl with a big fist has a starting price of 300 million Baileys. Each time an increase is not less than 10 million Baileys. As soon as they heard 300 million Baileys, the voice of the people below instantly became half as small as they said it was okay, but few people can really put out 300 million Baileys to auction a pearl. However, there were still a lot of nobles and wealthy people present, and some people made direct bids just after shouting. I give out 300 million Baileys. Before the first person's voice fell, another person directly rejected him. 300 million Baileys, dare to speak here, I will give 350 million Baileys. At this time, the beauty who said she was going to be a fat man also glanced at the fat man next to her. The fat man shouted directly at the stage as if he had been beaten with blood. 400 million Baileys, I will give 400 million Baileys. The price has risen to 400 million Baileys, there are a lot less people competing, and the fat man also shows a pleased smile at the beauty next to him. But before the fat man was happy for long, another voice came out from the ground floor room on the second floor. 450 million Baileys. Hearing this voice, the fat man immediately lowered his head and looked at the beauty next to him with a helpless look. Knowing that he only brought 400 million Baileys with him, then it was clear that this fist big pearl had no chance with him. Before Xia Yin could intervene, the price was directly raised, and most of the bids were for the ground size room and the Tianzi numbered room 3 where there was no sound. 700 million Baileys, a lazy voice came from the Tianzi number 3 room, also with an unquestionable tone. All the auctioneers in the audience looked at the Tianzi number 3 room in unison, knowing that the price of 700 million yuan is already the same as the highest price of this auction. Wang Bufan also noticed the Tianzi room 3 next to him. This voice made him a little alert. It sounds like this man is very capable, so powerful that he has no confidence to fight with him now. It must be another big man who doesn't want to be named. It makes me feel so dangerous, Wang Bufan secretly said inwardly. Almost at the moment when the voice of Tianzi number 3 room fell, the higher price came from the Tianzi number 1 room. 800 million Baileys, the male celestial dragons shouted directly. Hey! The eyes of everyone in the audience looked directly at the room in room number 1 Tianzi, which is the price that celestial dragons shouted. I only heard them auction a few slaves before, and they didn't auction other things, presumably they didn't like it. But this pearl, which is known as the largest in the world, was taken by celestial dragons. Presumably, the price this time has reached 800 million Baileys, which is the peak, because until now I haven't seen anyone who can dare to compete with celestial dragons. Wang Bufan also scolded in his heart that the price this time was definitely higher than 800 million Baileys. This time it was mixed by celestial dragons, and no one would dare to continue to increase the price. Xia Yin also felt that no one would compete with celestial dragons, so he took the gavel in his hand and wanted to announce the result directly. The lazy voice of 900 million Baileys came from the third room of Tianzi again, still with an unquestionable feeling. Boom! The whole auction scene immediately broke out fierce discussions, and they were all wondering who dared to fight celestial dragons. Who is it? You are so courageous that you dare to compete with celestial dragons. Awesome, I really took it this time. Awesome, admire and admire it. Wang Bufan jumped up directly from the seat when he heard this voice. Although he looked down on celestial dragons, he didn't have the courage to confront celestial dragons head-on. The big brother in room number 3 of Tianzi, you are my noble person, don't stop, continue to compete with celestial dragons, I am optimistic about you. Of course, Wang Bufan didn't shout out this sentence. He doesn't have that great ability yet, but it's always okay to be refreshed in his heart. Celestial Dragons, who was in room number 1, Tianzi, was also jumped off. I haven't seen anyone who dares to compete with them at such a big age. If he is outside, he will definitely be put to death. But now it's at the auction. Their father warned them not to let them mess around in this auction, because the owner of this auction has a lot of background and is the world's top rich man. There are many chain industries. Has been so strong that they dare not easily provoke. However, as celestial dragons, since they can't overwhelm the opponent with their strength, then use money to defeat the opponent, knowing that the most indispensable celestial dragons is Pele. 1 billion Baileys, a news that shocked everyone once again came from room number 1 Tianzi. The scene fell into chaos again. 1 billion Baileys, this is 1 billion Baileys. Oh my god, 1 billion Baileys, it's terrible. This world is crazy. After half a minute, the scene gradually calmed down, and Xiaoyan also eased from shock. 10 baili, this was the highest price she auctioned, and she could get a lot of money just for the commission. Enough for her salary for many years, plus the items auctioned earlier today. She already feels that she won't have to worry for the rest of her life. Everyone is still wondering whether the Tianzi number 3 room will continue to compete for bids, and Xiaoyan and Wang Bufan are also looking forward to higher prices. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't hear the sound from Tianzi number 3 room. Chapter 46, Auction Murloc Kami. After the scene was silent for a while, Xiaoyan directly hit the gavel. It was time to tell the final price. It seemed that no one would continue to compete with celestial dragons. 1 billion baileys once, 1 billion baileys twice, and 1 billion baileys 3 times. The deal. With a boom, the gavel finally landed on the auction table, and everyone on the scene felt their hearts fell. Wang Bufan laughed amidst the confusion of everyone, but he didn't expect it to be auctioned to 10 Yi bailey. Then everyone began to shout. 1 billion baileys! Oh my god, they actually sold 1 billion baileys! I can't imagine it, it's terrible. I don't know who the owner of this pearl is, but I have made a fortune this time. When everyone was discussing, the huge pearl had been taken down, and it would be sent to the room where celestial dragons was in a while. According to the brief introduction on the auction list, this should have been the last auction item, but before the people underneath could leave, Xiaoyan took a list and announced a temporary addition to the latest auction item. Dear buyers, I believe that everyone should be very satisfied with the auction items in this auction, but I can tell you the good news that a guest who did not want to be named transferred to us another auction item. The auction went out in the auction, let's tell everyone, he was a murloc even more beautiful than the first auction item. As Xiaoyan's tone just fell, a huge container was pushed up. This time, there was no black cloth on it. I saw an unusually beautiful murloc swimming in it. Although it was swimming, it made people it looked like dancing in the water. As soon as the murlocs appeared, they once again attracted the attention of everyone present. This murloc is even more beautiful than the last one. It's really rare. An auction can sell 2 murlocs, both of them beautiful. This murloc belongs to Lao Zi. The last one was snatched away. If someone snatches me from this one, I will be anxious with him. Obviously Lao Zi still has 300 million baileys, come and compete with me if you don't agree. As soon as they heard about 200 million baileys, most of the people looked at him. They really didn't have that much money, but the rich didn't pay attention to him at all, and 300 million baileys were still not in their eyes. Since everyone has seen the beauty of this murloc, I won't say more nonsense. Kami, the beautiful murloc, has a starting price of 150 million baileys, and every time an increase is not less than 10 million. 300 million baileys, the man who just said that he still has 300 million baileys immediately shouted, showing off his face when everyone looked at him, as if this murloc must be his. This did scare a lot of people away. Some did not have so many baileys to compete with, while others felt that it was useless to spend 300 million baileys to buy a murloc that could only be appreciated. 500 million baileys, I want this murloc. Before the 300 million baileys man became happy for a long time, I heard the voice of the man bidding 1 billion baileys to take the diamonds again in the Tianzi number 1 room. It seems that the slave prepared this time is not bad, and there is still such a beautiful murloc. It must be good to be my slave. The voice of the male celestial dragons came out again, making everyone present want to kill him. Under the impulse, celestial dragons basically bought all slaves at this auction. The only difference is that huge pearl. At this time, Wang Bufan is calculating with manager Zhang the baileys he has obtained this time. After deducting the 1/10 of the commission collected in the auction, Wang Bufan can directly get 900 million baileys, eliminating the 10% discount on the auction of devil fruit. 630 million pellis. This time he won a total of 270 million pellis. This is because he has a gold card. Otherwise, it is estimated that he will not get Pellis this time. When Mr. Zheng handed the passbook with 270 million Bailey on it to Wang Bufan, the Cyclops and the little brothers next to him were already stupid. They knew through the dialogue that Wang Bufan had auctioned the pearl. This pearl turned out to be auctioned by Master Oriental. 1 billion Baileys, the Easterners will be my idols in the future. Where are the little pirates alone imagining how to spend 1 billion Baileys for them, as if 1 billion Baileys have already been in their hands. After the Bailey amount was settled, Manager Zheng walked out directly after a few greetings. The auction was not over yet, and he still had a lot of things to deal with. Wang Bufan collected Bailey's passbook, and found that something was wrong on the court. The look in the eyes of Tianzi number 1 room was a bit wrong, as if with a kind of hatred. After carefully questioning the beautiful waiter next to him, Wang Bufan realized that what the male celestial dragons had just said was too hateful, and it caused everyone to hate him. Celestial dragons? By the way, I should kill 1 celestial dragons to fulfill the promise to the Empress. I don't know how to kill this. After Wang Bufan finished speaking, the corner of his mouth smiled evilly, which made people look terrifying. Xia Yin also felt the situation on the court. As the queen auctioneer of celestial dragons, she had seen too many cases of celestial dragons looking for death, but there was no way. Who made them the celestial dragons? The nobles in the world, and the world. Government protection. Basically no one can hurt them. After receiving his thoughts, Xia Yin shouted directly to the audience. 500 million Baileys for the first time, 500 million Baileys twice, and 500 million Baileys 3 times. The transaction was completed. The gavel knocked, and all people's thoughts were collected from celestial dragons. The entire auction has gone on for almost 3 disappearances, and it is almost midnight. Basically it is over. Those who wanted the goods in the auction were extremely happy, those who did not auction it were a bit depressed, but more people seemed very happy. This time not only they saw 2 mermaids, but also the biggest pearl in the world. This time the tickets were not bought in vain. As Xia Yin finally announced that the auction was over, everyone began to leave the venue, and Wang Bufan also started to get up. He should also leave. It is time to prepare for the assassination of celestial dragons. After Wang Bufan got up, he saw the little pirates behind him looking at him with a strange look. Wang Bufan was very puzzled. Why look at me with such a look? What's wrong with me? Is there any change? Hearing this sentence from Wang Bufan, the little pirates on the opposite side became excited directly. The Cyclops silently picked up the broadsword that Wang Bufan gave him. His eyes were full of admiration. This time I recognized the new boss really well. NS. Chapter 47 Luffy beats Celestial Dragons. Boss, we suddenly feel that you have become handsome and even greater. Yes, you will be our idol in the future. The Cyclops and the little pirates started the compliment mode next to them. It looked like they were going to compliment Wang Bufan to death here. The beautiful waiters next to them were already shocked from ear to ear. They usually saw the pirates more arrogant, they really haven't seen the performance of the pirates in front of them. Stop flattering, the benefits will be yours in the future, let's go, then I will let you see how awesome the Eastern Pirates is, and what Supernova Kid pirates are like rubbish. Wang Bufan smiled. And a pirate said, this feeling of having brothers and friends around is really good. However, Wang Bufan thought of Black Arm Zephyr and other Neo-Marine at this time. I don't know where and when they will meet. Shook his head gently, Wang Bufan tried to forget these sad things. He still has a lot to do, he wants to become stronger, and the whole world will be his stage in the future. Then Wang Bufan walked out with a few Cyclops and a few pirate boys. Before reaching the door, he heard the noise from the front door. Is anyone stealing something at the entrance of the auction? Although the idea is a bit bold, it is indeed a good place. As long as the auction is out, the auction will no longer guarantee the safety of the auctioneers. Wang Bufan thought to himself. and then quickened his pace. He also wanted to see who was so amazing. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw that everyone in front of me had already run away, and it seemed that no one wanted to stay at the door of the auction. A group of faint-hearted people who dare not watch the excitement, how can they be mixed in this world in the future? After a secret curse, Wang Bufan continued to walk towards the voice, and the things that scared him in this world have not come out yet. Before he walked too close, Wang Bufan saw that there were several huge cages on the road ahead, which seemed to be the cages of the murlocs at the auction. When he looked forward, he saw a bubble hood. Celestial dragons are confronting someone. Seeing that it was celestial dragons, Wang Bufan asked the Cyclops to go back first, and then hurried to the next tavern to find a second floor to sit down. He just happened to be able to see the whole picture below. He didn't want to stand in the middle of the mainland and be reported. Knowing that celestial dragons has a bad temper, it's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to have so much trouble. As for the Cyclops, they are useless to stay here, but they will delay themselves. It is better to let them go back directly, and if there is something to do, they can do it themselves. On the second floor of the tavern, this time he really saw who was standing opposite celestial dragons. Wearing a straw hat, wearing cool clothes, followed by a few people and a small pet. Luffy. Wang Bufan recognized at a glance that the person standing in front of celestial dragons was Luffy. There was no way, the straw hat on his head was so obvious that it would be difficult for anyone to recognize it. While Wang Bufan was observing, the male celestial dragons underneath also began to speak. According to Mr. Zheng's disclosure, this celestial dragons was called the Saint Charles Rose. Human slaves, when they saw us celestial dragons, they didn't even kneel down, and dared to yell. Are you afraid of punishment by the world government? Stop talking nonsense, return Cammy to us, or you don't want to leave today. Luffy stated his purpose directly to rescue Cammy the Murloc. Bold, you dare to snatch the Murloc slave I bought, guard, and kill him. Charros pointed his finger, and the guards next to him rushed towards the place where Luffy was with their weapons. For Celestial Dragon's orders, they only had to obey. Seeing the guards taking action, St. Charles Rose smiled and watched the excitement in place. As long as his guards took action, when they had not failed, they would send these people who dared to grab their slaves into the deep-sea prison at that time. At the bottom, they will never be able to turn over. Before he saw the scene in his imagination, the guards in front of him flew out. It was true that they flew out from St. Charles Rose's head, and the person who shot was Luffy on the opposite side. You dare to hit my guard, you wait, Marine Admiral will arrive soon, you're dead. After speaking, the entourage behind Chalroth directly called the Marine headquarters. After answering the phone, St. Charles yelled to the phone. My subordinate was beaten at the gate of the GR auction on the 23rd, and quickly sent Marine Admiral to help me. Without saying more, Charles Rose directly hung up the phone. Without even saying who he was, Marine headquarters will recognize it. Not far from Sabayati Archipelago. Marine headquarters. Kizaru was drinking tea by himself, and heard the hurried footsteps of people outside the door, and then saw someone barge in without knocking on the door. What is so flustered? Didn't I tell you to keep calm? Hearing Kizaru's advice, the person who rushed in didn't dare to refute, and directly explained the reason for the panic. Report that Kizaru Admiral has just received a call from Charles St. Charles. They were beaten at the gate of GR's auction on the 23rd. The situation is very dangerous. You need to go and deal with it. A bunch of rubbish. How many guards around you can still be beaten, and every time we go to the end. Kizaru angrily patted the table in front of him, and the tea was spilled all over the floor. But he still got up and walked outside. Although he was very angry, he didn't dare not go. If something happened to celestial dragons, he would be held accountable. GR 23. As soon as St. Charles Rose put down the phone, the opposite Luffy spoke again. Give back Cammy to us, or we're going to shoot you. Hearing these words, St. Charles Rose immediately jumped into a rage. He has never seen such an arrogant person. He has already called the Marine headquarters and the other side is still not leaving. You dream, I tell you, Marine Admiral will be here soon. If you leave now, you are still in a hurry. As for this mermaid, how can I give it back to you if I haven't appreciated it? Then I must make her survive, I can't die. After speaking, he raised his head and laughed. Rubber rocket launcher. Before St. Charles finished laughing, he saw Luffy stretch his hands backwards, and then attacked the place where St. Charles was at a fast speed, completely ignoring the threatening words he said. Chapter 48 Admiral Kizaru. Then I saw St. Charles's wrath smile instantly solidify, and time seemed to stop at that moment. Luffy's rocket launcher directly hit St. Charles's wrath's face, and the big teeth in his mouth were spit out under control. People also flew out, wailing on the ground. He's a ruthless man. Wang Bufan was shocked when he saw Luffy's disagreement. He didn't expect that the Luffy in front of him would dare to fly celestial dragons directly in the middle of the avenue. Although Wang Bufan knew Luffy well, he had his own eyes. It is hard to describe the shock of seeing this situation. Regardless of St. Charles Rose who was wailing in the distance, Luffy passed directly through the stunned female celestial dragons and other entourages, came to the cage where Cammy was located, and directly released Cammy. Cammy, who was in the cage, shrank into a ball in fear. She had just heard the sound of fighting outside, but she didn't expect Luffy to rescue herself. Luffy, why are you here? Cammy jumped up happily when she saw Luffy open the cage. But after a while she thought of another important question. What about the celestial dragons that auctioned me? I remember they brought me out. I was knocked into the air. After Luffy replied, he continued to open the cage door. Hearing that Luffy knocked celestial dragons into the air, Cammy's face immediately turned pale. When he glanced to the side, he saw celestial dragons wailing in the distance. Luffy, run away. If you hit celestial dragons, Marine Admiral will personally come to avenge you. If caught by them, it will be difficult to escape. Let's go together. After speaking, only a ding sound was heard, and the entire cage in which Cammy was imprisoned was opened. Luffy ignored Cammy's words and directly pulled Cammy away from the place. Only the wailing St. Charles Rose and a few silly celestial dragons entourage remained in the same place. Wang Bufan also felt very heartwarming when he saw Luffy's performance. As a captain, he did not give up his partner. Luffy did a very good job. If something happens to his partner in the future, Wang Bufan will try his best to rescue him, because they call Wang Bufan the boss. Sentimental and righteous, it seems that Luffy's success is not without reason. Luffy couldn't help but praised Luffy. Wang Bufan left the place directly, found a place in the distance and slowly observed it, presumably after a while. Then Marine Admiral will arrive, and he doesn't want to deal with Marine Admiral now. Sure enough, less than a few minutes after Luffy and Wang Bufan left, they saw a cannonball flying from the sky, and there was a person standing on it. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Seeing the location of the auction, Kizaru jumped off the cannonball and walked slowly in front of St. Charles Rose. St. Charles Rose, how come I was beaten so badly this time? Are these your followers eating dry food? Kizaru began to mock Charles Rose if it weren't for the death order from the world government. He really didn't want to talk to these celestial dragons. Hearing Kizaru's words, St. Charles also felt very wronged, and then yelled to Kizaru. Kizaru, why did you Marine Admiral come so slowly this time? I have been beaten for a long time, and the beautiful murlocs have been snatched away. Kizaru didn't want to take the Richard Rose Saint, but seeing the other party dare to talk to him like this at this time, it was a little unhappy in his heart. I came here with a cannonball this time. If it's another admiral, I'm probably going to collect the body for you now. After speaking, there was no regular meeting at Charles Rose Saint, who was burning in situ, and Kizaru chased after Luffy's escape. He doesn't have time to quarrel with this celestial dragons here. Luffy, who was observing from a distance, saw Admiral Kizaru walking away, and then slowly approached. Only after a while, medical staff from the world government came to the position of Charles Rose Saint and lifted him up. It is estimated that he will be sent back. Go to heal where he lives. As for the hospital, celestial dragons will not be healed in the same place as the slaves. Seeing that Saint Charles was about to return to where he lived, Wang Bufan knew that his opportunity had come. What kind of home are you going back to? How nice to go directly to hell to reunite with your ancestors. While talking, Wang Bufan slowly followed the team carrying Saint Charles, and after a while, he would do something that would make the whole world crazy. GR 69. In the largest mansion of GR Celestial Dragons, Charles Rose Saint was screaming painfully inside. Because Luffy knocked out most of his teeth at once, his entire face was deformed, and the remaining teeth were shaky, so he could only remove them all. Only dentures can be attached to his mouth. Due to the severe pain of tooth extraction and disinfection, the whole room was filled with the voice of Saint Charles, and the one I was dealing with was even more cautious, and I didn't dare to care. NS. Do you understand who the man with the straw hat is? I must kill him personally. Chalroth asked the servant next to him bluntly, his tone full of hatred. If it weren't for that man now it's not like this. My lord, because the distance was too far, and the sky was too dark, we didn't see who the man was, but I believe Kizaru Admiral will investigate the details of this man immediately. The servant cried cautiously. In fact, when they saw St. Charles Rose flying out, they were so scared to look up, and the female celestial dragons next to him was so scared to pee her pants. If her face was beaten like this, it is estimated that she would be true in the next life. Can't get married anymore. Kizaru, and Kizaru again. What do I want you to do? I don't even know who the one who beat me is. Get out of me, get out of me. No one is allowed to come in without my request. Rose Saint smashed the things around him at the people nearby. Seeing that St. Charles Roth had gone mad, the people present hurriedly withdrew from the bedroom, leaving St. Charles Roth alone in the room. In their opinion, leaving was even more a relief. Charles Rose Saint's sister also left the bedroom. His brother needs to rest now and has a great temper. Now she doesn't want to stay here and be scolded. She wants to report this to her father quickly. My father put some pressure on the world government. Otherwise, depending on Kizaru's attitude, this matter is not so easy to solve. Seeing everyone leaving the bedroom, St. Charles Rose was even more angry. Not only was he beaten by a low-level human slave today, he was also angry with Kizaru's indifferent attitude. Chapter 49 Assassination of Celestial Dragons. Kizaru, when I tell my father about this, I must make you look good. I will make you better than dead. St. Charles vented his anger in his heart, and then lay his eyes closed. After getting there, it's time to rest all night. Just as he had just lay down, the lights in the entire bedroom suddenly turned off and began to plunge into darkness. Just as St. Charles Roth wanted to yell at him, a man's voice came out of the darkness. Would you like me to help you deal with Kizaru? The price is very cheap. The person who came was Wang Bufan. He waited for a long time to wait for this good opportunity. When St. Charles Roth lay down, he turned off the light. After all, the dark world was his home court. Who are you? Why did you show up in my room? Come. Before he could call out this sentence, I already felt a cool object on my neck. If I didn't feel it wrong, this is a sword. The hero is forgiving, you can give you anything you want, don't do it. Oh, is it? Give me anything you want? Where are your gold jewelry? Wang Bufan asked with interest. He still doesn't want to kill this celestial dragons directly, after all, it's the first time. To feel more feelings. Hearing the man in front of him and the man asked about the gold jewelry, St. Charles Ross breathed a sigh of relief. In the bedside cabinet, the code is 66, which can be opened directly. Wang Bufan didn't believe it when he said the password when he saw that he was so honest with the room. Although Celestial Dragons is arrogant, he still has a lot of mind. Tell me so honestly. Didn't it blow up? After saying that, Wang Bufan's sword moved closer to St. Charles Rose's neck. It had cut through the skin on the surface of the neck, and a trace of bloodline flowed down the tip of the sword. My lord is forgiving, my lord is forgiving, I definitely didn't lie, the password is true. As he said, Wang Bufan actually smelled a scent of urine. Don't think about it, it must be the frightened defecation of the celestial dragons in front of you. Incontinence. This is the first time St. Charles Rose has encountered this situation. Although he has been so strong before, it is because he knows that he is protected by someone around him, at least he will not die, but this time is different. He has already felt the blood. If you refuse to accept softness, you will be killed. Hearing these words, Wang Bufan took the sword from the neck of St. Charles Rose, and there was no need to take out the sword for such a timid person. By the way, are you interested in the suggestion I just said to help you deal with Kizaru? It's very cheap. St. Charles Rose was stunned when he heard these words, and his mind became more flexible after the sword was taken away from his neck. Interested and interested, I don't know what reward you want, sir, as long as I can deal with that Kizaru, I will definitely be able to get it together. St. Charles Roth answered extremely urgently, as if he had forgotten his situation, or thought he had already it's safe. The man in front of him is just asking for money. Really? What kind of remuneration do I want? The conditions for my driving are easy to achieve. I don't know if you agree or not. Wang Bufan continued to say jokingly. He suddenly found out that the celestial dragons in front of him was very interesting. As long as I can do it, it's okay. After several conversations, St. Charles Rose seemed to have confirmed his safety and became more confident, even speaking with a much louder voice. Listen well, I want your life. As soon as the words fell, Wang Bufan waved the demon knife, and Kunzen chopped off the head of St. Charles Rose. St. Charles Rose didn't know how he had just talked until he died. Why did the conditions suddenly start? Looking at the deadly Charles Rose Saint, Wang Bufan didn't feel any guilt. Celestial dragons did it all by themselves. Good and evil will be repaid in the end, it is not that they are not repaid, the time has just arrived. No longer paying attention to the body of St. Charles Roth, Wang Bufan went directly to the location of the safe, where there were still many gold jewels waiting for him. Although he didn't come for money this time, but money is ABD, if you don't take it, it's ABD. He will form a huge pirate group in the future. If he doesn't have money, it will be very difficult to do anything. When I walked to the bedside and input the secret, the safe was opened smoothly. Inside, many gold jewels were chaotically placed on the bottom layer. It seemed that they were all relatively valuable treasures, while the upper layer was placed one. The box, you can't see what's inside from the outside. What is this? Wang Bufan picked up the box directly. For gold jewelry, an unknown box is more important than the money. FK, why are you, my surprise? Wang Bufan opened the box and saw a fist-sized pearl lying in it. It was the pearl he auctioned off. In fact, he should be able to think of it, but the expectation of surprise made him forget that celestial dragons took the pearl. Kabuto turned you back to me, and I won't auction you again. Wang Bufan kept the pearl after talking, and he won't lose him again in the future. Looking at the gold jewelry on the bottom, Wang Bufan still packed these things in a bag. These things can't be left here. When everything was packed up, Wang Bufan was about to leave, but as soon as they got there, they thought of an important thing. I came to be famous in the world, how can I kill people without leaving anything? Returning to the place where St. Charles died, Wang Bufan picked up his demon sword Village Zheng and directly engraved a line of words with blood on the wall. Murders, Eastern pirates undefeated in the East. At the end of the line, a skull representing death was also drawn. Unexpectedly, my painting skills are pretty good. This blood skull looks pretty scary. Wang Bufan nodded in satisfaction, and then glanced at the head of St. Charles Roth on the ground, showing a utterable expression on his face. This is the beginning. I don't know who will be the next celestial dragons to provoke me. With a low laugh, Wang Bufan used the Eternal Nightmare secret art to leave the castle where celestial dragons is located under the cover of the night. I have to say that this Eternal Nightmare secret art is simply a godlike existence in the dark night. It is really suitable to kill people and get more goods. I haven't used the ghostly heavy trick, but this skill consumes too much. If it is used up, it will definitely become very weak. Wait until it is dangerous in the future. Wang Bufan secretly said in his heart. Chapter 50 Kizaru's Sparkling Fruit. Hidden by the darkness along the way, Wang Bufan was not discovered by anyone, as if he did not appear here at all. Putting his gold and silver jewelry back to his residence, Wang Bufan once again used the night to find Admiral Kizaru. He wanted to know how far he was from Marine Admiral. With keen perception, Wang Bufan quickly found Kizaru's place, and was facing a group of pirates who wanted to leave on the edge of GR-23. Tell me that the pirate who shot celestial dragons has gone there, and I can spare you death. Kizaru proudly looked at the pirates in front of him, and through constant questioning, these pirates knew where the pirates who attacked celestial dragons went. Kizaru-sama, we really don't know. Why don't you ask someone else? A pirate who can clearly be seen as the leader said cautiously. He didn't want to participate in the dispute between these people. Give you a chance if you are not sure, go to hell to see your ancestors. After speaking, a laser shot from Kizaru's hand, directly piercing the chest of the pirate leader, and then the pirate without a chest crashed to the ground. This laser is the signature skill of Kizaru, who owns Sparkling Fruit Laser, can launch the laser with his finger. If the strength is not enough or there is no time to dodge, the place hit by the laser will definitely suffer huge damage. Like the one who was hit directly in the chest just now, Ken is bound to die. Does any of you want to say something? If you don't say anything, I will send you to hell. Kizaru pointed his finger at the other stunned pirates, and slowly said. Before the person in front of him could answer his question, a voice came from his side. Kizaru. Go to hell. A pirate who is good at assassination directly took a long sword and stabbed at Kizaru. This is when Kizaru's attention was distracted. Based on his experience, as long as he can stab him, the Marine Admiral in front of him will die. You must know that as an assassin, his sword has always been highly poisonous, see the kind of blood sealing the throat. Seeing that the long sword was about to pierce Kizaru's body, the pirate was extremely excited. I'm going to kill Kizaru soon and become famous all over the world. Any supernova will only be my younger brother in the future. But to everyone's surprise, Kizaru never moved from the beginning until the long sword was about to touch his body. To put it another way, he didn't care about this man's assassination at all. The pirates next to him saw that Kizaru did not move, and they all began to guess in their hearts. Why didn't Kizaru hide? Is he really going to be stabbed and killed by a pirate? Don't you really care about this pirate? How strong is this Kizaru? Just as everyone was speculating, the sword in the hands of the pirate had pierced Kizaru's chest, and then everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. A huge hole appeared directly on the back of Kizaru's body, a hole made of light, as if this place had never appeared before. The sword in the hands of the pirate also passed through this cavity directly, without causing any harm to Kizaru at all. Is that so? Seeing that Kizaru was not harmed, the assassinated pirate immediately wanted to retract the sword so that he could attack again. Just want to save the sword and take it back. Is it too simple to think about my Marine Admiral's identity? Kizaru sneered when he finished speaking, then lifted his right foot in an instant. Flash kick. The photon instantly attached to Kizaru's right foot, and then he saw the pirate's entire body being shot directly by the laser. When it fell on the ground, there was no movement. It is estimated that he would definitely die. Before Kizaru could speak, a pirate next to him quickly raised his pistol and fired 2 shots at Kizaru's head. "Dare to kill my brother, go to death, arrogant marine admiral." The whole pirate is the last partner with the longsword pirate. The two of them are the best people in this pirate group, but I didn't expect to be able to kill one by the entire marine admiral in front of me today, but it doesn't matter. The whole marine admiral in front of him is about to accompany his brother. It's ridiculous, I still dare to use a sneak attack. Before the bullet hurt Kizaru, I saw several bullets passing through Kizaru's head one after another. Then the whole head slowly recovered, and the rescue was the same as what had never happened before. Not good. The pirate who fired the shot saw that his sneak attack had failed, and immediately wanted to turn around and escape. He had seen the situation where his partner was knocked into the air just now. Stupid pirate laughed secretly, and Kizaru kicked it directly with a flash of light. The speed of the pirate's escape was no better than the speed of the laser. The whole body was penetrated by the laser, and fell to the ground without a breath. Logia's sparkling fruit is really terrible. Wang Bufan, who was watching from the side, was shocked when he saw Kizaru's various skills. The feeling of watching the scene is not what you can tell from manga and animation, especially when the bullet is about to touch Kizaru's head. At that moment, even Wang Bufan mistakenly thought that he was really going to kill Kizaru. Sister Kizaru resolved the 2 people who attacked her, and walked directly to the remaining few pirates who had been scared, and continued to ask about the pirates who attacked celestial dragons. This time, the pirates didn't hide anything, and told everything they knew. "Kizaru Admiral, don't kill us. We all said that Straw Hat crew attacked celestial dragons. After their captain flew celestial dragons, they took the Murloc bought by celestial dragons towards GR22. After running, it is estimated that it has reached GR22. Oh? Luffy of Straw Hat crew? It turned out to be him. Interesting, interesting." After speaking, Kizaru walked in the direction of GR22. Unexpectedly, the pirate who attacked celestial dragons this time turned out to be Luffy. Others don't know about Luffy's life experience. As Marine Admiral, Kizaru has heard something about it. Rumors of Luffy. Gar really has a good son and a good grandson. I didn't expect that his son joined the Revolutionary Army. Now his grandson Luffy has also fought celestial dragons. It seems that the D clan is really amazing. Unable to smile, Kizaru quickened his pace. The attack on celestial dragons is still very important. Since the last incident of the Fishmen Island, no one has dared to touch celestial dragons. I didn't expect it to happen again this time. This kind of thing happened.